international declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians-
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan, our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, but I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. It's Monday News Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Monday News Day. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, all the MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, like I said, Monday News Day. And boy, has a lot happened since the last time I was live. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you all about that. About my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'm going to do. Anyway. Yeah, it's Monday, 5/19. Monday, May 19th, 2025, 10:41 a.m. I'm actually early. For those of you who are wondering what the hell is going on in the universe, how are you early right now? It's because, you know, there's a lot going on and I want to get to it. So much to speak about. So much to cover. Of course, last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? I did this. This is what I did. Now, I wasn't in a maid outfit, neither was Bad Empanada. Noah was all in a maid outfit. More talk with Bad Empanada. You two went off. Yeah, that's what I did. I went on Noah Samson's stream, fundraising for Palestine. But also, while I was fundraising for Palestine, I also was, engaging in heated debate with an interlocutor. For those of you who don't know, I was on with Bad Empanada, where he found out that my perspective on a lot of the issues that he criticizes me on is actually quite similar to his, and that the only major point of disagreement that we have is negligible, and that disagreement usually just revolves around me criticizing his technique. It was a surprisingly great debate. It wasn't a debate. Why would you think that it would be a real debate? That's why I kept saying whenever Bad Empanada's fans, or fans of mine who like Bad Empanada, would come in to my chat to be annoying, and I would tell them all the time that him and I do not disagree on things. We simply disagree on techniques, tactics, things of that nature, but that's it. In any case, start a political podcast. You are so much better with chat not distracting you. Maybe. But yeah, it was interesting stuff overall. Good conversations overall. I'm sure that there will be a lot of normal responses to it online from our haters, our hater communities and whatnot, but who gives a shit about what they think? All right. Other than that, I mean, I was on, I was basically on the Noah Samson stream for quite a while until
about Lizzo.
Until like 10, and then after I was done with the Noah Samson stream, I went to sleep like instantly. I insta-locked bed. And I woke up early as hell in the morning, went to play basketball, lost 2 of the games, won 1 of the one-on-one games. There's something severely wrong with me. I don't like talking about my own personal health because people get really parasocial and annoying about it. But let me tell you something, folks. My heart rate is at 185 every time I'm playing one-on-one pickup basketball. Now, one-on-one pickup basketball, the 13, with 1s and 2s, that's already a complicated endeavor. We're also playing on hard top concrete outdoor basketball, but it's like I'm always like maxing out on my heart rate. I'm always maxing out on my 185 heart rate. It's probably not good. 185 for your age is close to death. I mean, my shit is like, 60 to 90, around 60 to 90 when I'm normally sitting around. But when I'm actually playing basketball, 185 is what I'm cranking it up to on my iPhone. I mean, on my watch. And I mean, it's maxed out for sure. Heart rate max is 220 minus your age, so you're fine. I'm maxing it out every time though, and it's like cooking me a little bit. And I think I just need to get better cardio, and I don't know what it is. And I am, I'm having respiratory issues, I guess. I don't know what it is. It's frustrating. This is not an invitation for you to all portray yourselves as little doctors or whatever. But that was one thing. And then afterwards, Ted Nivison came to the courts, and we were bawling, and he almost poked my eye out. We started playing the game one-on-one, me versus Ted. Okay. And he's a little bit of a fouler, and it's fine, He goes in for a bucket. I stop him. I cross him once. He hits me in the chest, and I was like, we were laughing about it. It was like, what kind of defense is that? You just like you just poke me in the chest. And he was like, yeah, that's how I defend. And then he did it again, but this time he poked me in the eye, in my right eye. And he almost Dan Crenshaw'd my ass. Chat. I couldn't see out of my eye. And I was like, oh shit, like I can't see out of my right eye, right? And then when I opened both of my eyes, eventually I could only, I had double vision, okay? I had double vision. And then not only did I have double vision, but finally, when I closed my eyes, like my left eye was fine, but my right eye, I couldn't see well out of. It was like weirdly Ted no vision. And basically what ended up happening is like when I move my right eye for the longest time, like for a couple hours afterwards, when I move my right eye, it would be like shaky vision. You know how like the thing flickers a little bit, like my camera flickers a little bit? When I move my right eye around, my vision would flicker in the same way that like the camera will not be able to focus sometimes. And did you call a doctor? No, I got better, so I'm fine. My mom was freaking out, wanted me to actually, everything I'm wearing is Yoji. ID on the shirt, please, big man, is Yoji. Everything, I'm Yoji'd out the wazoo. This is the full Yoji fit. I'm on my Yoji shit. So no, I didn't get it checked out because I'm fine now. But it was pretty messed up for a second. I felt a little. When you buy new clothes, do you get rid of others? Yes. Listen to your mom. She's a doctor. Yeah, but she's not a doctor of medicine. She's a doctor of art. What does she know? Do you do cardio regularly? Yes, I do cardio regularly. But it's fine now. I mean, I was doing tests on my shit, and I think for a little bit, like the eye is like a muscle. You know? Right? I feel like there's muscles around it, and it was like there was a little bit of an injury, and it like moved around weirdly. I was doing the test to myself, filming myself doing the little test of like following the thingy around, and I realized that my right eye was like the eye's an organ, and the muscles surrounding it are still muscles, and he hit like the muscles surrounding it, and I think that made it. I think that maybe made my eye a little wonky for a second, but I'm good now. I'm good now. It moves fine now. That's all it is. I treat my body like a playground. You treat yours like a temple. My shit started going to hell at 45. You'll be fine. I mean, I treat it like a temple, but I desecrate the temple regularly. You know what I mean? Bitsy the Rock. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You're treating yours like a wonder wall? Nice. Leftist medicine? Yeah, be careful. You'll get pinworms from his fingernails. Is funny. All right, what is this? Balder lion? The lion of the real lion of Syria. What is he saying?
Has he talked about Lizzo yet? Yeah, you missed all the Lizzo discourse. You missed me giving 45 minutes of my opinion on Justin Trudeau's divorce. You're definitely watching the right Twitch channel. Do you look at does the title down here? Is it all caps? Emoji, get in here. Bullet point list of all the big news happening today. Open parentheses, gaming after. It turns out that last part was a fucking lie.
Dude, what are these shots being fired? You know, I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of apolitical. He did this. This is from 2 years ago. Oh, I was going to say, because I feel like I remember him saying this before, but it's like, I'm sick and tired of these apolitical content creators who don't actually let their true political perspectives be known and simply use attacks against me as a way to position themselves in the realm of politics. And Northern Lion is doing that. Okay? He's doing that. And the veracity of his claims has no bearing on this. Okay? He might be completely right. He might be completely right on that. The gaming part of the title is a lie, yes. But ultimately, he's still attacking me for his posturing as a to prove his political bona fides. By the way, speaking of which, we got to watch this video. I just saw it on my feed. Man carrying ting. He done did it again. Speaking of which, I love this. I love this video. Look at this. The title of this is, why is this 90% of political content on YouTube?
I hate talking about this stuff. Politics is boring. Politics is stupid as hell. I actually try to keep out of politics. I think both sides are stupid. I think both sides have some good points. I'm actually apolitical. I'd call myself a centrist. I have no real opinion on politics, and I don't consider myself educated enough to discuss the topic. Here's why people should stop criticizing Israel.
Yep. There it is. There it is. Yeah. Based. Oh, I love that. I love that. That is literally, bro, this is a 47-second synopsis. And it's basically everything. It's every type of slop tuber's first foray into politics, okay? I like that YouTubers are aware of it, though. Look at this. It's always been a policy of mine to stay out of politics on this channel, which is why I'm prefacing my 9th consecutive politically motivated video with that statement. But this is something I just don't feel comfortable staying neutral on. Here's why women shouldn't be. I'm apolitical with the exception of the numerous extreme political convictions I have. You forgot the ground news sponsorship at 50%. It's so fantastic. It's so fantastic. Everybody that is always like, I hate politics. I'm so apolitical. I'm so neutral on everything. Trump is content. Trump is a content president. I'm only looking at this from the perspective of drama. Also, suspiciously, all of my political worldview is directly tailored around some of the most extremist reactionary points of view you have ever encountered in your life. And as a matter of fact, if I were to tell you what my true opinions are, you would probably be horrified by them. Also, I am utterly afraid of saying what my true political opinions are, even on my channel, and certainly in broad daylight around other human beings within earshot, because I'm worried that they would kill me with hammers if I were to reveal what I truly believe must be done to women. Like, it's great. It's great. Everyone that says that they're apolitical will just like regurgitate the stupidest, most insane, most heinous fucking reactionary points of view. Fearand was great. Hasanabi not beating those misogyny allegations, telling Cutie to get pregnant. What is this? You and Bad Empanada last night?
You're all about writing poems, but I'm about throwing parties. Think you should come to my party and put your hands up. I think we're totally different, but opposites do attract. Maybe we're so meant to be, just you and me. Cause people say we're alike, they say we've got the same hair. One day we might make some music, the internet would go crazy, but you might still wanna see me falling over and failing. At least we're closer to being on the same page.
That's so funny. I mean, it's true. It is true. Also, yeah, I think what a lot of Americans miss, I think, especially white Americans, like whiteness is such a poison for you. A lot of you miss having some kind of like a Balkan style ethnic conflict that has historical reference over thousands of years at this point. Like when you're an American, when you're a white American, there's this like dullness to your history, unfortunately, where you don't get to have like you don't get to have these like ethnic tensions that you can relitigate over and over again for humor and jokes. Do you see what I'm saying? Like Bad Empanada, immediately I clocked him as a Cypriot. Okay, immediately I clocked him as a Greek. I can tell. Oh my God. Some of you need to not be allowed on the internet. Some of you should be discontinued from using the internet. Holy moly, that is, wow. Anyway, what was I saying? We need Trump to mandate sterilization. Okay. Not me. My family came over from Hungary in the 60s. So I've heard unspeakable things said about Romanians and Croatians. Croatians. Yeah. That's what I mean. It makes It makes life more fun. It makes life more fun when you have a constant constant ethnic conflict that you can point to, that you can present. Not true. Go to an Ohio versus Michigan game. Those two states literally went to war once. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the closest thing you can get to like having two identical parties in every way, shape, or form actually engage with one another in the field of battle for no real reason, despite having a lot more similarities than differences. You know? Bro's completely forgetting the British? No, I'm not. I'm saying for Americans, American culture is so streamlined, so processed that I think like especially whiteness in America renders you incapable of having like fun little ethnic tensions that you can point to throughout history. Do you not understand what I mean? No, British people have that as well, for sure, for their neighbors. Dudes that live in like one zip code over have been fighting one another for fucking generations. They sound so different from one another that it's indecipherable. You can't even understand what one guy is saying over the next. You need subtitles for both. You got to have that. America's too young, too vibrant, and also now dying, but you know. I wish you would have brought up Argentinian history with Bad Empanada. Why? It's not my field of expertise at all. I'm not very knowledgeable on that stuff. But anyway, yeah, we had a fun conversation last night that was very instructive. Guess what? I was right. Of course, it didn't turn into as you may have guessed, it did not turn into a heated debate at all. And it was more so just like clarifying my positions. So he has a better understanding of them. My positions, I mean. Reddit is saying you destroyed your career by talking to him. Yeah, that's Reddit. Reddit is a bunch of NatSec losers who don't even get paychecks from the federal government. Like, it's people LARPing as though they work at Langley. Who cares? And that's not even like all of Reddit. That's just unique subreddits comprised of neckbeards. Oh no, I can't believe Reddit said this. But yeah, it was mostly just like, it was mostly a very, it was a delightful back and forth. Ultimately, I don't think that, I don't think that those differences in the way that people carry themselves are all too consequential, all too significant, which is why I don't engage in the practice of left bashing at all, which is why I was even worried about bringing up any of my disagreements with Bad Empanada, because like I just don't think it's productive. Having said that, it's good. I'm glad that we had that conversation. Hopefully, some of the Hasanabi heads who also happen to be Bad Empanada heads will now shut the fuck up and stop being annoying in my chat, and vice versa. What is this? Just bad timing? They probably won't. I think they'll, at most, they'll say Bad Empanada is being a pussy or something, and wasn't aggressive enough to attack me or something like that. But yeah, not only was it a productive back and forth, but also lots of money was raised. So far, I believe it's around 330,000 or something, which is good. 320,000, hell yeah, for UNRWA. Love that. You look like you had fun talking about empanada. I mean, Bad Empanada is like not that dissimilar to someone like Felix Biederman. I think Felix is funnier, but he has a very and I love Felix, as you guys know. And so it's not, why would it be in any way, shape, or form remotely different? Like, why would that conversation go any different? Think about who some of my favorite think about who some of my friends are in this left media sphere. Think about who some of my favorite people are, some of my favorite people to collaborate with are in this left media sphere. Like, they're not, they say things that are, I think, way edgier than what Bad Empanada does in general. No, I'm talking about like, not political adjacent. I'm talking directly in the political commentary sphere, like Brace and Felix and like the Chapo orbit in general. Even Noah. Noah is definitely a lot softer. But someone said Adam Friedland. No, Adam Friedland. I think Adam Friedland has a decent political framework or decent fundamentals, but he's not, I wouldn't consider him a political commentator. He's a comedian. But yeah, learning about Drew Pavlov's background was the best part. Oh yeah, he's nutting. He's nutting over. He's nutting over being mentioned. I think he was like talking in all sincerity about how he really thinks that like I want to enslave his child or something. The irony, of course, is that he will never have a child because that would require him to have sex with a woman, which we all know is never going to happen. So I don't think he needs to worry about that. I used to think Adam was cool until I saw him do this. Dude, I can't believe this. Is this actually fucking Adam? Like, it looks exactly like him from the back, and I don't know. I can't tell. This dude in front of me spent $28 to sit in an IMAX theater scrolling TikTok and Instagram. What's even the point of going to the theater if you can't stay off your phone for 90 minutes? Is this actually Adam Friedland? It's not me, but I would be acting like that. Are we being anti-Semitic? Can we stop? Can we put an end to this endless anti-Semitism? This is unacceptable. Thinking this is Adam Friedland is anti-Semitic. Yeah, this is the next Felix take that, of course, was popping off on the timeline. Would you press a button that guarantees that you die in 2030, but it also promises Joe Biden another 10 years of life? If you say no, you can go fuck yourself. It's negative people like you that caused all the epic fail in his prostate. I can't even fully comprehend. Wait. Hold on. One second. I got to text my manager. I missed the meeting. Fuck. Okay. 10 years. Man is at least a 5-volume memoir to bang out. He needs more time on this planet than that. Why does Hasan keep posting the Rizzler on his stories? Because he's a legend. No, because the recent photo shoot that he did, that I think is the album cover for... Is that a meme? Or is the new West Side Gun album cover actually the Rizzler with like in Yoji Yamamoto and shit? Is that real? Because like I saw this, and that's you got centelled. Oh, it's Daily Nude. Okay, yeah, I got centelled. Well, I mean, I saw the photo shoot. I saw the photo shoot before, and I think the photo shoot is awesome. The Daily Nude. That's why I've been posting it. But then I saw the West Side Gun new album cover being the Rizzler, and I was like, this makes no sense. Fuck it, YOLO. My mom has survived stage 3, 4 cancer 4 times. Let Biden cook. Did you see the Supreme shoot? Hard as fuck. I have not seen the new Supreme shoot. Wait, what do you mean? I have not seen any of this. The Rizzler did a photo shoot in like Yoji and like a bunch of other brands. That is real. And I've been posting photos from that photo shoot that he did because he looks awesome. And I love that. I love that for him. He's like, you know, he is the GOAT. How am I supposed to trust your sources when you fall for nude? Wait, what? Dude, you have to realize, like, sometimes you see something that is utterly inconsequential on your timeline and it has nothing to do with your day-to-day existence, and you just move on without a second thought. It's not, you know, I didn't investigate it thoroughly. Everybody calm down. You know, I wasn't applying my critical media my media criticisms to the meme that I saw on my timeline. Like, it's okay. It's utterly unimportant. It's not even important to the actual fucking Rizzler. The reasons why I'm posting the Rizzler. Last off meme, but it might be defamation. What? That's not defamation. It's like obviously a fucking meme. It's not real. Cover story for Der Spiegel. This week covers German-Israel relations openly, even Germany slowly turning. I don't think so. I just don't think so. I don't think it's anywhere near happening. Oh God, what the fuck are these? Yeah, the Rizzler for Yuri Sport. This is a real. He looks. I mean, he's farming aura. He looks incredible, dude. He looks incredible. Is there a way to watch your convo with Bad Empanada somewhere? I don't know. I guess like Noah's own channel. He'll probably upload the VODs or something. But in any case, yeah, Noah's probably posting the VODs. It's on. Okay, it's pieced up and out now. He's living the childhood you wanted. I would have loved to. I mean, I looked like the Rizzler when I was growing up. I looked exactly like him. But of course, I was never dripped out the wazoo like this. Like, this is a dream. It is a dream of mine to be dripped up like this, and I never got it. I never got that dream achieved. You know what I mean? All right. Let's blast off. Let's do it. Let's get it popping. There's a lot to talk about. Let's do the dang thing. Bro, that child is illiterate. So is every American child of that age. Excuse me. What makes you think that he's any different than the average American? I'm sorry that he's closer to the proletarian child than you are. Okay. Oh, look at me, Mr. Elitist. Like, kids should know how to read and write. What's next, dude? You want them to also do math? Shut up, stupid. Get this elitist shit out of here, dude. We don't want that. We don't want our children to know how to read and write. Did you and Bad Empanada have fake yelling match in a discussion bait? No, we didn't. You got the motion to talk with some fashion model unions, maybe do some runway stuff and there's time? Yeah, no, of course not. All right. Let's do it. Let's blast off. Let's talk. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, Joe Biden has prostate cancer. Trump talks to Adolf Putler on the phone. 1 hour intro into blast off. It's 42 minutes. Calm down. And also I'm early and I'm only 14 minutes into my normal streaming hours. So once again, calm down times 2. Okay. Joe Biden has prostate cancer. Trump talks to Adolf Putler on the phone. Bernie went on flagrant. What else? I already covered the fertility clinic bombing. Would you ever consider dual streaming? Yes, I have considered it. You know, aftermath of tornadoes and more. Get in now. Please cover GOP. What are they doing now? What do you mean? I do cover the GOP. The Mexico ship crash I talked about yesterday. Okay, here it is. CBS CEO steps down. Ooh, the girlies are fighting. Ooh, drama. Hold on. Here it is. This is the blast off meme. Let the people know. Let it be known. Yes, I saw the U.S. credit rating drop. It doesn't mean anything. It happens every now and then. It is what it is. Credit only drops. The U.S. credit rating only drops when the economy is in stress. It's okay. It'll calm itself down. It's not urgent, but can you check your Discord DMs when you have the time? I have not seen your Discord DMs. You have to send me a new one then, because I have not seen the Discord DMs that you are speaking of. I don't know why you are saying that. Yeah. 2011, 2023, 2025 credit drop. It happens. Caroline, leave a statement. Big dog, I hate to spam, but you got to talk about it, man.
This important legislation passed.
What?
To take it down after.
What is this? Why? What is the big statement? Got to talk about Caroline, leave it. Statement, big dog. What do I have to talk about? It's just a fucking press briefing. Are you all right? Come on, man. You got to watch this press briefing. Like, what happened? Is there something significant that took place in this press briefing or what? Or what? I think it means ending TPS for Venezuelans. Anyway, okay. I know it's not Adam Friedland chatter. Stop. We already covered it. I got lumered. Pro-Hamas anti-Trump protesters are just like Luigi Mangione on the National Mall at the White House today for the Nakba Day protests held by peaceful Muslims who aren't so peaceful. Sadly, the left's embrace of politically violent rhetoric shows no signs of stopping. Loomer unleashed. Loomer is unleashing. Oh boy. Oh brother. Oh no. Loomer is unleashing. I hate to see Loomer unleash fully, you know, unleash your freak flag. All right, let's get started. Let's get started with the cancer. Let's get started with the cancer that is Joe Biden getting cancer. Joe Biden, for those of you who don't know, maybe you haven't been paying attention. Joe Biden was the president. Okay, he was, and even before he was the president, he was the vice president to Barack Obama. Okay, that's the guy. You might not have known because he didn't have a lot of motion. He was basically decaying in office. But yeah, he was the president before this last one. And a lot of the stuff that he did, especially in like the last year of his presidency, pretty much handed the victory to Donald Trump. This is something that is not up for debate at this point. I feel like most liberals, up until this like cancer announcement, was pretty much universally recognizing that the number one most responsible party beyond the Republicans was Joe Biden for the Trump victory, right? And of course, things change because liberals, when they hear about someone who is like truly a repulsive monster or genuinely like an evil person getting cancer or dying, they instantly whitewash. They instantly have to launder their reputation. Like when George W. Bush dies, you will see this exact same phenomena take place. When Dick Cheney dies, well, when Dick Cheney dies, I feel like, I mean, that's the rapture probably. Like he is Satan incarnate. So I feel like, you know, the world will be moving and shaking, right? I just don't understand what this, I mean, I get the tendency for civility. I get the tendency that liberals have where a big part of what the media's job is to specifically normalize the actions and normalize the actions that presidents take when they're in office, normalize that violence, normalize the structural forms of oppression that people are experiencing. That is the goal, right? So of course they're going to whitewash, launder his reputation, and talk about how wonderful of a statesman he was and how he gave his whole life to the American state. I don't play like that. You know, the only time where I was like kind of nice about someone dying was Carter. And even then I was pretty stern about making sure that people understood all of the actions that he took in office and how damaging and devastating that was, regardless of how he conducted his own personal affairs post his presidency. But Joe Brandon has cancer. He has prostate cancer, and it's like pretty severe for his age, it seems. Even though I guess it's like responsive to hormones. So they're transing him. They're transing Brandon in order to stop him from dying from prostate cancer, ass cancer, the part of your butt that's also connected to your penis, the G spot. For men. All right, let's watch.
With the prostate cancer diagnosis for former President Biden. He has an aggressive form of the disease, and our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, starts us off. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And political leaders on both sides of the aisle wishing former President Joe Biden well overnight after he revealed he has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer, which has now spread to his bones. Former President Joe Biden announcing he has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. In a statement, his office announcing Biden was seen last week for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
I know it's important to talk about this stuff and remove the stigma. Why do they have to say prostate cancer? Why couldn't they just say he has cancer? Now we got to think about an 80-year-old man's anus. I don't know. I mean, I guess it makes sense because people want to be hyper specific. Whoa, what the hell? If you subscribe, you can get Crunchyroll drops Hey, yo. Let's freaking go, dude. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, subscribe. Do it. Crunchyroll. I don't know what kind of drops you get from Crunchyroll, but sounds cool. Fuck you and fuck anime. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Let's I got excited when I saw the Crunchyroll drop. Let's continue with Brandon.
Cancer, which has spread to his bones. The cancer characterized with a Gleason score of 9, which medical experts say indicates the cancer cells are likely to grow and spread rapidly. His office noting while this represents a more aggressive form of the disease,
Thank you,
the cancer
Fizz
appears to be
Sloppy
hormone
Cobbler.
sensitive, which allows for effective management. At 82, Biden was the oldest sitting president when he left office in January, dropping out of the 2024 race amid concerns over his age and health. The former president recently appearing on The View.
How are you? How you doing?
I'm well. The family's well, thank God.
Stop
Things
giving
are
a
moving
shite.
along,
Thank you for the 30.
And we're getting squared away.
Overnight, political leaders sending their well wishes. President Trump, a longtime opponent, saying he was saddened to hear about his diagnosis. Writing, "We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast."
Yeah, that was whack, by the way. I was expecting more smoke from Trump, and I feel like we'll still see something today. I said this yesterday. I suspect we'll see something from Trump that's a little bit more Trumpian rather than this basic, like, oh, well wishes, love the guy bullshit. Obviously, he didn't write this himself. Like, I know. It's just wild. What is this? Why do you keep spamming this?
You think you can just back out because you're scared?
Oh, yeah. Imagining a Joe Biden state funeral overseen by the Trump administration.
Damn you! You think you can just back out because you're scared? Cool bar, huh? This place is for mourning.
Okay, Cool Bar is way sicker than Donald Trump, for the record. Okay, that's crazy to make this comparison. This is a comparison that favors Donald Trump.
I'm not gonna leave. Not until he comes out of here and lets me fight him. He can't do that. I'm gonna beat you down, you punk. You hear me? Who do you think you are, huh? Dirty punk. Who am I gonna fight now? Who am I gonna fight? He's gone. No! You're supposed to be here.
Yu Yu Hakusho. By the way, just so you're aware, finasteride decreases the risk of benign prostatic hyperplasia and low Gleason score prostate cancers, but it can potentially increase the risk of aggressive forms of prostate cancer like what Brandon has. Not fear-mongering, because I still think having a full head of hair is still worth it. Yeah, thank you for telling me that. And then saying not fear-mongering, but you could probably get Biden's incredibly extreme form of ass cancer. Thanks, chatter. I'm definitely not fearful after that not fear-mongering that you just dropped in the chat. Thank you for the tidbit. God damn. Here I was thinking, like, fantastic. My hair pills are also saving me from getting prostate cancer. And the chatter has to come in and be like, actually, you're probably going to get a worse version of it. Fuck it, you know? It is what it is. All right, Brandon.
Since successful recovery. Biden's Vice President Kamala Harris calling Biden a fighter. "I know he will face this challenge with the same strength, resilience, and optimism that have always defined his life and leadership."
Yo, has Obama said something yet? Because Obama was one of the last. Like, I don't know if he, I mean, I'm sure he has at this point, right? He must have. No? Yes? Wait. He must have said something on Twitter. I think he might have literally been the last person to say something about it. Out of all the major figures that have been in his life, Obama was noticeably absent from the conversation until later in the day. 5 p.m. Okay, 4:56 p.m. Not too bad. He didn't immediately lock down a post. He says skill issue on Twitter. Yeah, he waited till end of the day. Michelle and I are thinking of the entire Biden family. Nobody's done more to find breakthrough treatments for cancer in all its forms than Joe. Why are they acting like Joe Biden literally was in the lab cooking up new forms of cancer treatment? I don't understand. What is this like when did this happen? He's the president, dude. He wasn't in the fucking lab going, "All right, Jack, how do we fix this cancer? What are we doing?" Where is this coming from? Is it because he said that he wants to find a cure for cancer? Because I remember when he said, "I want to find a cure for cancer," everybody was laughing because they were like, "Oh, classic. Like, that's his pie in the sky bullshit thing that he says he's going to do. Every president has one." I don't understand, like I guess he's so indefensible overall that they just have to make stuff up to be like, nobody's done more to find breakthrough treatments for cancer in all forms than Joe. And I'm certain he will fight this challenge with his trademark resolve and grace. We pray for a fast and full recovery. No, I know he said he would cure cancer, chatters. I know. Brandon, on the campaign trail, said he was going to cure cancer, and we all laughed about it. And the reason why we laughed about it, because that's a ridiculous fucking thing to say. You're the goddamn president. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why he was like, he said that and then wait, okay, I work in cancer research. Biden's moonshot funding was historic and vital. Okay, thank you. Fair is fair. I still think it's fucking ridiculous to be like, no one has ever stopped cancer as hard as Biden. You know what I mean? He's the president. I don't think it's appropriate to say that. It's kind of like saying Donald Trump did the most to get a vaccine out. Okay? For Operation Warp Speed, Donald Trump is perhaps the most responsible party for eradicating COVID from this planet in all forms. No, he didn't do that shit. He was the president at the time. And the same goes for Brandon. Okay? Or like Elon made the rockets. Yes. Now I feel bad. No, don't feel bad. What are you talking about? What cancer the Cuba cure? Lung cancer. He's putting his hours in at the lab. Stop with the Brandon cancer research erasure. Yeah. Anyway. For hours before the news, Beto O'Rourke was talking shit about Biden giving Trump the presidency. I kind of chuckled. I mean, it's true. He's right to say it. And even like Jake Tapper, who is a careerist who's trying to, re-enter the conversation and basically present himself as a legitimate journalist, is actively trying to He's actively trying to talk about how he was actually one of the brave journalists that talked about Biden's age, even though he came into the conversation far too late. Okay, Jake Tapper, and it's ironic because every single one of these guys are now going to turn around and be like, "My bad for saying all these mean things about Brandon because he has cancer now," and it's like, why? Why would that change the dynamic? Like, why? Why would that change the fucking dynamic at all? Like, he's still the same bad guy. He's still absolutely the guy who was defended by mainstream media figures, defended by the party, regardless of his mental acuity, his mental deterioration that was like something that you could experience. It was very visible. It was in broad daylight. Anyone that tries to fucking shelter you from that truth is lying. And not only that, but he also was a major ultra-Zionist who allowed Israel to do most of this death and destruction, and he loved it so much. He loved Israel killing children so much that not only did he lie about it, like not only did he lie about why Israel must kill children because Hamas is decapitating children or whatever, all these other like insane things that he said that is that his own team would have to go back to the media and be like, he never saw those photos. I don't know where he's coming from. But also on top of that, he loved it so much that he lost the fucking election. He is the second most responsible party for the Trump victory beyond Donald Trump. He is more responsible than even fucking Kamala Harris is. Okay? This, I thought, was well established. All of a sudden, we're supposed to throw this out. But the news of Biden's cancer diagnosis has prompted some top Dems to call for conversation about the former president's cognitive abilities deceased. Personally, I don't think the fact that Biden is even in worse shape than we knew should cause us to call off the reckoning. This is what I mean. It's like liberals are going to, once again, actively try to pull back on the criticisms of Biden because he has cancer shit. But he was the president. And not only was he the president, but he did a lot of evil when he was the president, as most presidents do. But some of that evil and selfishness led to an even more evil and more selfish fascist leadership to take power. So no, I'm sorry. I actually do think Donald Trump is a fascist. A lot of people that say that are faking it. Okay? That's it. Liberals that tell you Donald Trump is a bad guy or he's racist or it's Mango Mussolini are fucking faking it. They're not actually angry. If they were, they would be angry at the previous leadership through utter selfishness led to the fucking fascist leadership that we're exhibiting right now, experiencing right now. That's it. Conversations about Biden's mental acuity should be more muted and set aside for now. Is he struggling through this? No, I don't think it should be. I think, for the record, I think, and Beto O'Rourke is correct about this. Okay, he's right. He's cooking here on the Pod Johns, and I'm gonna explain this once again. I think people that actually dial back and have a more muted approach to Brandon right now are going to still look like they're defending Brandon and his administration, which in some ways they are, because I think a lot of liberals in positions of prominence are genuinely afraid of looking like they were wrong. And instead of recognizing that they were wrong and that they were duped and that they participated in this like secret cover up of the president whose brain was melting in broad daylight, instead of openly saying like, yeah, this was fucked up, this is a major fucking cause for distrust amongst the American population, we're not going to do that again. They're like, yeah, I still think we should not criticize Biden. I mean, he has prostate cancer. He's 90 years old. He fucked up the country already, and he's 90. Okay, he got all of his wishes. He finally became president. Sure, he was demented in the process and probably doesn't know that he was president, doesn't know what time it is. But like, he still got that wish across, you know? I don't care. I don't care that he has prostate cancer. This does not change the equation, and it shouldn't change the equation for you, and it shouldn't change the equation for honest brokers, okay? People who are honestly talking about Biden's legacy need to be honest. Stop running defense. Fuck.
Leadership. And former President Obama praying for a fast and full recovery for his former number two, saying nobody has done more to find breakthrough treatments for cancer in all of its forms than Joe. And I am certain he will fight this challenge with his trademark resolve and grace. The former president's cancer diagnosis comes nearly 10 years after his beloved son, Beau, lost his battle with brain cancer. That loss motivating Biden to establish the Cancer Moonshot Initiative.
We can end cancer as we know it. I committed to this fight when I was vice president. It's one of the reasons why, quite frankly, I ran for president.
And we are told that the former president spent the weekend in Delaware and that both he and his family are now reviewing treatment options with his doctors, George.
Okay, Rich, of course, we are all wishing him the very best.
Now we have more on the prostate cancer diagnosis for former President Biden. He has an aggressive form of the disease. We're going to bring in our chief medical correspondent, Dr. Tara Narula. A Gleason score 9 out of 10, and we know that it has also unfortunately spread to his bones. So what does all this mean?
Exactly. Well, when you have any type of cancer, we want to know how likely is it to grow and spread. With prostate cancer, we use something called a Gleason score. That means doctors take a biopsy of the prostate. They look at it under the microscope. They take 2 of the largest samples and they look at the cells. If the cells are more normal, they get a number 1. If they're more abnormal, number 5. We add up the numbers from those 2 samples. So let's say one sample is a 3 and one sample is a 4. The Gleason score would be a 7, right? In general, the Gleason score ranges from 6 to 10, with 10 obviously being the worst or most aggressive. His score was a 9. So definitely tells us a more aggressive cancer, more challenging prognosis, more likely to spread. And as you said, we heard it did in fact spread to the bones. We know that that is a place where prostate cancer usually spreads. That means it is a stage 4B.
Like, call me ridiculous. Okay. Call me an idealist if you want. But I don't think this is like, I don't think the American presidency is like Make-A-Wish shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that we should be treating this as simultaneously the most powerful position on the fucking planet, but also like something that a guy just kind of deserves and should get, and we shouldn't actually criticize this immense power and how this immense power was wielded by a dude whose brain was fucking melting. You know? How silly of me. How silly of me to say such things, that we should not treat the American presidency as though it's, a Make-A-Wish kid getting his fucking, getting his dreams realized. This is crazy. This is before we even talk about the genocide. You know what I mean? This is before we talk about, like, what he did in his last year in office. It was completely psychotic. Even like before October 6th, there's plenty of stuff that you can criticize the Brandon regime. October 6th is the date that I use specifically, and not October 7th, because October 6th is ironically when he revealed his like insane anti-immigrant plan. Like, that was their big effort to win back voters, was to just basically try to get ahead of all of the anti-immigration, the wave of like white nativist anti-immigration sentiments that were coming from the Republican Party, by saying, we're the real border party. And then Kamala endorsed everything as well. So obviously she's also responsible for this defeat. But like, it blows my mind that we're just going to forget that, all of that. Why? Because he has cancer. Come on, let the little guy rest. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Usually that means it is not curable. It is treatable. In general, we think about prostate cancer as being slow growing and usually having a good 5-year survival, 99%. When it is spread to distant sites, then that 5-year survival drops to about 37%.
Also, the other part of this that I don't understand, and this is a good question, is how the fuck does this guy not have a doctor prod his asshole with regular frequency? He's 90 years old. Okay? That's like, once you're 45, I feel like that's basic physical shit, you know? You get a physical once a year as a normie, not the president. A doctor's going to shove his finger in your ass, okay? So how did this happen? They stopped checking after 80? Wait, really? Apparently they stop after 70? Wait, why? They're just like, yeah, if it happens, you're going to die anyway? Is that what it is? And I also, is there also a guideline for presidential checkups? I feel like presidents probably still get like a more comprehensive checkup, including the ass prodding. I believe after 80, there's almost 100% men get prostate cancer. Like, what you're describing seems like a common practice for people on insurance or like Medicare. You know what I mean? That seems like legislation that like, or that seems like guidelines that's like some insurance company wrote, because they're like, well, there's too many false positives anywhere, so it's a waste of time to like go through this rigorous check. But I feel like if you're the president, you probably go through the maximum checks, right? Or I would expect you to. You don't discover stage 4 prostate cancer that is metastasized to the bone. He was actively campaigning with his diagnosis 100%. It can be detected in routine blood draw checks. Benign prostate hyperplasia, and we can't biopsy everyone. However, many health authorities advocate for the cessation of routine prostate cancer testing in men older than 75 because of the belief that most patients will have a clinically insignificant cancer and will not benefit from the therapy. Damn. So if you're a dude and you make it to like 75, you already have ass cancer. Like that's what the medical consensus is on this, where they're like, yeah, you probably have it. That is terrifying to think of. Holy shit. If only Brandon actually eliminated cancer when he was president, like he said he was going to do, then, you know, I wouldn't be so concerned. All right, let's continue.
In a statement released by the former president's office, it notes that he's considering hormone treatment. So how does that work, and what did that tell you?
So when we talk about hormones for this, we're talking about androgen deprivation therapy. That means depriving the body of testosterone or androgens, which we know is a fuel for prostate cancer cells. So by either blocking the production of testosterone or the ability of testosterone to reach the cells, you're hopefully slowing the growth. So we know that with prostate cancer of this stage, we usually use hormone therapy to basically improve quality of life, maybe give somebody more years. Of course, hormone therapy also comes with its own side effects.
Former president's 82.
Actually, yeah. So age obviously factors into everything. We see prostate cancer usually rise with increase in age. It's the average age of diagnosis is 68. But certainly when you look at factoring in what are we going to treat this person with, you look at age, their health status, their quality of life that they want, their life expectancy, all of that factors into the treatment plan.
Well, we are all wishing him the best.
Yes,
without a doubt. All right, Doc, thank you so much for that.
Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive...
I also need to explain something to you guys, and I did this yesterday as well, but it bears repeating. In 2019, we knew that Joe Biden's health had diminished. We knew that Joe Biden's mental faculties had diminished. When I say we, I mean myself. I talked about this quite extensively. I wrote about this extensively in 2019. I wrote about it in 2020. I talked about it in the primaries where I said he's going to be a one-term president. It's crazy that like we're just kind of dropping the incumbent advantage for the upcoming election, even if he was to become the candidate, right? And there were a lot of people at the time, there were a lot of like ball knowers, a lot of politics understanders that were yelling at me for being fucking ageist and all this stuff. And it was obvious back then. So one must ask the question once again, why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why was Biden presented as the only alternative that can defeat Donald Trump from both mainstream media outlets like MSNBC, CNN, and numerous others at a time when it was, incredibly important for the liberals to get together and rally around one candidate that would truly defeat Donald Trump? Why? Why was that the case? Why was it Biden? Well, the reason why it was Biden, the reason why it was considered to be Biden in 2020, I'm talking about, by the way, I'm not even talking about the last time. Okay. I'm talking about 2020. The reason why it was Biden was because he was the establishment pick that they thought was the one that could unite the base. Okay. Against, not Trump, against Bernie Sanders in the primaries. And if you recall, and this is something that I covered extensively at the time, you can go back and watch my VODs on this. You can go back and watch my videos on this. Basically, Biden was a non-entity in the primaries. He was not doing well at all until Jim Clyburn in South Carolina gave Biden a predictable victory. And in the aftermath of the South Carolina primaries, in that incredibly predictable victory, the media basically spun a 2 or 3 day nonstop media cycle that amounted to, at the time, I think they calculated this, it was like multiple billions of dollars of organic advertising for Biden, talking about how incredible this upset was and that he is truly the guy, and that because black people in South Carolina voted for Biden, that he must be the candidate. And if you don't like Biden, then you're probably racist, that you probably hate black people because black people in South Carolina in the primaries voted for Biden. That was the meta. That was the conversation that was impossible to avoid. And in that process, over the course of that 3-day news cycle leading into Super Tuesday, Biden got effectively carried into major victories in states on Super Tuesday, that he had not even been to, that he had no campaign offices in. He won that shit. That's it. And meanwhile, cynically, they even moved South Carolina to the first point. Aides at both the White House and the DNC admit that the main motivation to move South Carolina first was helping Joe Biden, not uplifting black voters. They openly admit that. It is an incredibly cynical move from the campaign. South Carolina is utterly dominated by machine politics. Like the South Carolina Democratic Party, the South Carolina Democratic Party is completely controlled by machine politics, okay? Church groups and the Democratic Party and Jim Clyburn run the show there, okay? If Jim Clyburn was a major advocate for Bernie would do gangbusters numbers over there. If they were using the same church groups and the same organizing tools that the Democratic Party machine uses in South Carolina to push for Bernie Sanders, everyone would vote for Bernie Sanders. Okay, straight up. That's it. Get mad at me all day, every day if you want. It doesn't matter. Older voters are very malleable. Black, white, doesn't matter. Okay, boomer voters are endlessly persuadable. Yes, I'm going to react to Bernie on Flagrant in a second. Why am I talking about all of this? For two reasons. One, the Democratic Party cynically weaponizes identity politics in this way in an effort to put forward establishment candidates. Sometimes they'll even erode the chances of black or brown young candidates in an effort to maintain loyalty to their establishment pick. It does not matter. They will always do this. Okay? Moving the primary, the first primary to South Carolina is a way to galvanize this, is a way to solidify this, okay? And they did it cynically. They did it, and this is an admission for it. The members of Biden's staff weren't the ones comfortable with abandoning Democratic norms. The former president enjoyed the support of the Democratic Party, which at his behest blew up the old primary schedule, putting South Carolina in the first slot. The ostensible justification was anti-racism and elevating voters of color in a heavily black state. According to Tapper and Thompson, aides at both the White House and the Democratic National Committee admitted that the main motivation was helping Joe Biden, not uplifting black voters. South Carolina was a strong state for Biden, and the thinking seemed to be that a steady performance there might put primary challenges to bed early. In other words, the DNC appeared to try its level best to tip the process in favor of reelecting a man who a majority of the public thought could not do the job. At this point, it had been 2 years. At this point, it had been 2 years since numerous polls had come out that stated that 75% of Democratic Party voters wanted someone else. They did not want Joe Biden to be the candidate. They did not want Joe Biden to run for re-election. In 2022, post midterms, the Democrats were saying, we want someone else. This guy is old. Okay? Now, going back to 2020, though, the reason why I brought this up is because, to show you how cynical the Democrats are. And here's Ested's commentary on this, by the way. I think it's good. Once again, I'll say it. A huge reason this worked at a time is lack of diversity in media. Dems spent last several years repeatedly using race and identity as a shield and relying on the fact media that relied its blind spots to ensure lack of accountability. Yeah. The media's blind spots on the issue of race and a lack of interest in like intersectional politics created an opportunity for them to cynically deploy black people as a shield or as a weapon to wield from time to time to suit the interests of whatever the establishment candidate was. And they keep doing it. They still do it. They'd roll out an individual validator, pretend it spoke for everyone, and it wouldn't be properly interrogated. The South Carolina switch was obviously performative politics, but you have to know/care enough about black communities and its voters to push them. Too many don't. Ironically enough, Did Joe Biden really move South Carolina to the front of the primary calendar because of black representation, or was it a cover for the establishment to protect the vulnerable president outside the view of voters? This was all the way back in April 13th, 2023. Here is the Stats coverage on it. Of course, I said, wildest journey was the week-long stint where they suspected black men might not vote Democrat by the same margins they did last time. Insane media week. Maybe the worst week of my professional life. 5 TV requests a day, but they're all like, so why do black men hate Kamala Harris? It's so ridiculous. And it also, once again, showcases the utter lack of interest from Democrats and also the media vehicles that they use in truly addressing some of these problems. They just only care about it from the perspective. They only care about it from the fucking perspective of like, can we use this to beef up our support for a dying candidate? But again, I will go back to the 2020 primaries. Why was it that in the 2020 primaries, okay, black men hating Kamala was just not factually true? I know. You know who was saying that? My fucking Caucasian ass was saying that. I kept repeating that over and over again. I kept saying a lot of people are misunderstanding the fucking polls. They're stupid. And they think that like black men are not in favor of Kamala Harris. This must be a crisis of misogyny amongst black men. This is fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. The problem always has been and will continue to be white people by wide swaths of the public. And that also the idea that you don't have any ownership over black and brown people anyway in the Democratic Party, especially when you don't actually do anything for them. Do you understand? You have to serve the people. You have to, win their votes. That's crazy. Republicans do try to win their votes. Anyway, I keep going back to this. Why in the 2020 primaries did they want Biden? Why did they push this old man who obviously was falling out of favor and was his brain capacity had clearly diminished? Why did they rally around him? Here's why.
Let's assume, and I've asked other candidates this kind of question, veto question. Let's flash forward. Your president, Bernie Sanders, is still active in the Senate. He manages to get Medicare for All through the Senate in some compromised version, the Elizabeth Warren version or other version. Nancy Pelosi gets a version of it through the House of Representatives. It comes to your desk. Do you veto it?
I would veto anything that delays providing the security and the certainty of health care being available now.
That's why. Because Bernie Sanders was a threat. Now, would he have been able to actually swing America in the direction of social democracy? Would he have been able to successfully push for more social safety nets? I don't know. But it was enough of a fear from those with moneyed interests, those who have power both in the party and also all of the interest groups and the lobbying groups and the corporations that dominate the Democratic Party. That was such a major problem that they were willing to plant a fucking dying fool who's clearly lost his touch in broad daylight, and they forced everyone to rally around. Obama forced everyone to rally around Joe Biden. It was known. It was known that his brain wasn't working as well as it once did. Okay, Biden was a retail politician susceptible to gaffes. Okay, but those gaffes sometimes made him look more human. But he was a fantastic retail politician. He was Mr. Baby Kisser. Okay. He did that shit. That was his main role. That was his role in the Obama administration, the kind of racist white guy that will silence the masses that are terrified of a black president who they thought was Muslim. Okay? But obviously, come 2020, like his mental capacity was diminished. I showed you differences between his speeches in like 2016 versus 2019. It was noticeable. And I think a lot of these people noticed it, but they were so terrified of Bernie Sanders and the modest, moderate, marginal changes that Bernie Sanders was advocating for, like an expansion of the welfare state, or at least like clawing back some of the things that Trump had undermined in the prior administration. They were so afraid of that they went crazy. They went crazy and they pushed for Biden. Make no mistake. And of course, Biden's administration was filled with false promises that he ran on that he never actually followed through on. There is at this point, a lot of whitewashing and laundering of the reputation of Joe Biden that's taken place in broad daylight. I will not stand down. I think the goal here is for mainstream media to make you think that like he wasn't all that bad and that everyone's being a little crazy about it. And it's a way to actually launder their own credibility as well, to say, on the one hand, we kind of knew that he was old, but he was like really sheltered from the public. But also on the other hand, don't think too much about it, because then it's really fucked up. If you think too much about Biden's diminished mental faculties and how we actually ran cover for it, then, you're going to start being skeptical of the narratives that we present. Meanwhile, what a lot of these people don't realize is that this lack of interest in doing good journalism is unironically part of the reason why so many people have completely dropped support, and so many people completely refuse to believe any of the narratives coming out of mainstream sources, mainstream resources. Another great example of this is the things that people can see with their own two eyes on social media about the plight of Palestinians versus what they see in mainstream news. There are some good reasons for why people distrust mainstream narratives, and there are some bad reasons why people distrust mainstream narratives. Like COVID is a great example of a bad reason for why people just completely stopped listening to mainstream news. They were like, fuck this. They're lying to us every step of the way. Meanwhile, they actually were following their primary function of creating a sense of security, like a security environment, getting their notes from epidemiologists in an effort to make sure that this fucking new novel disease was not killing people by the millions, which they fucking still failed on, so it doesn't even matter. They were, at that point, disseminating information, and yet a lot of people were very frustrated by the information that they were presenting and hated them and looked for alternative avenues.
Form of prostate cancer. His office revealed the diagnosis yesterday, saying that it had spread to his bones. It was found after a nodule was discovered. The statement goes on to say that while this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The news has led to an outpouring of support from leaders across the political spectrum. President Donald Trump saying, quote, he's wishing Biden a fast and successful recovery. And Biden's old boss, former President Barack Obama, praised his ability to fight this challenge with his trademark resolve and grace.
What the
Joining
fuck?
me now to discuss, Dr. Jamin Brahmbhatt, urologist at Orlando Health Medical Group Urology.
CNN.
Good morning to you. Welcome to CNN This Morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
So I want to start with what we heard there, that this cancer is hormone sensitive. I think prostate cancer is extremely common for older men. Can you talk about what it means for treatment, this aspect of the hormone sensitivity?
So we diagnose over 300,000 men with prostate cancer a year. Out of those, only about 5 or 7% we will diagnose like President Biden's diagnosis, where they already have metastases through the rest of their body. So we do have lots of treatment options, but because it's already metastasized, because it's already elsewhere, the options are also very limited. So we can't do anything that's curative. You can't cure it. So I saw some of these statements where you'll have a recovery, we support. But the reality is the cancer is always going to stay with him. So the treatments that are out there are more medical based, either hormone treatments, steroid treatments, radiation treatments. They're all there to stabilize the cancer or slow down its progression.
So I'm hearing you saying this movement to his bones, this is really the development that is remarkable here and what will make it so difficult.
Absolutely. Like if it wasn't in his bones and it was localized, the life expectancy is almost 100% over 5 years. But in individuals like him, it would be about 37% over the next 5 years.
We have been seeing the former president doing interviews. He attended the funeral for the Pope. Can you talk about, from a practical standpoint, what kind of impact treatment or even dealing with the disease can have on a person's day-to-day life?
To be honest with you, this week alone, I've diagnosed like 4 men with prostate cancer. 2 of them were just like President Biden. Majority of men can live normal lives. They can, and they can be functional. But it just all depends on how these treatments.
This prostate cancer diagnosis press release seems like it was released to try and move the conversation away from the cover-up of his mental declines. I don't think so. Maybe. But regardless, it doesn't change my assessment of the situation, and it shouldn't change your assessment of the situation. I don't care. Like, I think that no matter what, whether he had cancer or not, I mean, I said this like during the election season, where I was like, he's most likely going to fucking die after he leaves office. And yes, of course, people predictably have rushed to defend him and defend his legacy when he certainly does not deserve any sort of defense over his legacy. And he deserves scrutiny over his legacy. But of course, the media will never do that.
Treatments are doing and how the body's reacting to them. So these treatments are great. They can definitely control the cancer, but they're also...
Bro, you're a fucking joke, bitching about this old-ass loser as Donnie Deathcamp is tearing everything down around us. Good call. Good to see your priorities straight. Yes. In the process of like what is the main story that's like dominating the news cycle, as someone whose primary focus is to engage in critical media analysis, I'm going to obviously counter a lot of the overwhelming sea of support messages coming from mainstream media. And I'm also going to explain to you why they're doing this and why I think it's silly. If you have an issue with that, I don't know, you can go watch CNN directly. Now, having said that, a big part of my commentary and my criticism here with Biden's legacy is that his legacy is Donald Trump becoming president again. So if you hate the fact that Donnie Deathcamp is the president, okay, as do I, and I think you know I hate that, you should understand how the media's cover-up over Biden's mental decline, and even the fact that they propped him up when they knew his brain was already pudding, tapioca pudding, all the way back in 2019, is perhaps an important conversation to have. Don't you understand? Do you feel like this is an unimportant conversation that's taking place right now? The Democrats abdicating their duty of being the counterbalance towards growing fascism in this country. Don't you think that that's important to talk about? Especially because the way I see it, the whitewashing of Biden's, the reputation laundering of Biden, and the hyper-focus on his prostate cancer right now to present himself as a victim that's being like unjustly maligned by mainstream resources, while the major media narrative up until this cancer diagnosis being made public was his mental decline and how people covered it up. I think the reason why they're talking about this so aggressively is to continue that culture of silence, that culture of refusing to criticize not only previous leaders and their failures, but also all the people that propped up this old man who was dying. So one must investigate why you actually have an issue with this And I suspect part of the reason why you have an issue with this is because you think he is an old man who I'm unjustly yelling at. That's where your real concern comes from. But you also recognize, as do I, that, that would be ridiculous and people would yell at you if you were to present the argument from that perspective. So you have to take this other angle where you're like, well, you should be fucking talking about Mango Mussolini or Mr. Cheeto. And it's like, I do. Every day I do, as a matter of fact. Even when I'm talking about Biden, I'm covering this from the perspective of like how Biden's inability to cope with the reality around him and his selfishness to hold on to this office, or even his selfishness in terms of like running for office to begin with, led to Donald Trump's second victory. That's it. What is this? Zoram Amnani needs your help. What do you... What? Volunteer needed. Any lovely supporters speak fluent Turkish and want to help with a quick project? Not looking at you, Eric Adams. I mean, I could help with this.
Also very high risk in terms of some of the side effects. So I think he can be normal. I see a lot of my patients that are normal, that can function, can drive, can do the things they want to do, continue on with their jobs. But if the cancer progresses and there is pain in the bones, there is excessive fatigue or hot flashes, other side effects, then they may be limited. For President Biden, I think it's way...
I mean, Elon is directly responsible for people not getting early warnings for tornadoes and dying due to cuts to NOAA. Agreed. Yes.
Just way too early. Like, everyone's being very positive. We should, but we won't know how these treatments are working. We don't even know how many of these treatments him and the family are going to choose to move forward with.
It's funny how you always lose the libs over the dumbest shit. No, it's fine. There are lines in the sand that I draw, okay? Obviously, I gear my commentary towards like as broad an audience as possible, but when something is directly at odds with the way I see the world, like I'm going to let it be known. And if that actually frustrates liberals because they're hyper focused on civility politics and only understand politics about from the framework of like resisting against Trump and right-wing movements or whatever, then yeah, they're going to drop the ball on this kind of stuff. My job is to also try and get those people to wake up. Wake up to the reality that their party that claims to represent their best interests is routinely dropping the ball for very selfish reasons.
And I understand that's part of the difficult decision making, right? You talked about diagnosing people. I can't imagine what those conversations are like.
Yeah, and they can be very, very tough. I know when I have to diagnose cancer in the office, like it's a very sensitive, emotional conversation. So I think the best thing that we can do as a public is give them their time, give them their space, and then let's see what happens over time. I think love and support goes a long way. And this is what I tell all family members.
Okay.
Arlette, what are you learning this morning?
Okay, President Joe Biden is at his home in Wilmington, Delaware with his family as they are reviewing the next steps of what treatment will look like after he was diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. Now, to provide a bit of a timeline here, last Monday, we learned that Biden recently was evaluated after a small nodule was found on his prostate. A statement that was released yesterday by his personal office, they said that he had been experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. Then this last Friday, he in fact received that prostate cancer diagnosis that has metastasized to his bones. Now, Biden's and his family and a team of doctors will now be working to determine what that treatment will look like. But certainly this is a moment that is quite challenging and devastating for the president's family, as well as many political allies. There has been an outpouring of support from both sides of the aisle since this diagnosis was announced. Yesterday, President Donald Trump, who Biden had faced off against in 2020 and 2024, posted on social media with lending his support saying Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. Biden's former Vice President Kamala Harris, also posting on social media, Joe is a fighter, and I know he will face this challenge
What is happening
with the
with
same
this
strength
audio,
and
man?
resilience and optimism that have always defined his life and leadership. And he also got some well wishes from former President Barack Obama, who had
Okay, we saw all this.
Okay, we have a Fox News alert. Messages of support are rolling in from around the country after former President Biden announced he's been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Our senior White House correspondent, Peter Ducey, is here with the latest. Peter?
Good morning. And the first ever email we received from a newly formed Biden personal office was about this cancer diagnosis. Part of their note said he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9 with metastasis.
Yeah, this is also another interesting narrative here as well. Thinking back to the 2020 primaries where we were told Sanders wouldn't be healthy enough to be president, but Biden would. Now Biden is barely coherent while Sanders is still full speed Sanders. I mean, doing like massive rallies all around the country, going on podcasts. He is a fucking dynamo. And he literally had a stroke on the campaign trail. Like he had a fucking heart attack on the campaign trail and he was still kicking, still moving, still pushing. Meanwhile, Brandon is dying. Being president is stressful. I mean, sure, who knows what would have happened if Bernie was president too. Having said that, what we are looking at here is obviously a Bernie Sanders who wasn't all that different from 2016 to 2020 versus a Biden that was very different from 2016 to 2020.
Metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. President Trump's reaction to that: Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says Jeanette and I are united in prayer for the Biden family during this difficult time. Kamala Harris says Joe is a fighter, and I know he will face this challenge with the same strength, resilience, and optimism that have always defined his life and leadership. We are hopeful for a fast and speedy recovery. And then Barack Obama says nobody's done more to find breakthrough treatments for cancer in all its forms than Joe. I'm certain he will fight this challenge with his trademark resolve and grace. There was, of course, a ton of focus on President Biden's health while he was in office, but most of it focused on cognitive abilities and whether or not the Parkinson's specialist who kept getting cleared into the White House was treating the president. There were a lot fewer questions about cancer screenings, especially after July 21st of last year when he said he was not going to seek a second term. Friday, we all heard that Robert Hur audio come out, and the Biden office was quiet about it. Now we know Friday is also the day they got news from the doctor about this diagnosis. Back to you.
All right, well, our thoughts and prayers are with his family. We definitely don't wish this on anyone. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Peter. All right, let's bring in Fox News senior medical analyst, Dr. Mark Siegel, to respond to this. Dr. Siegel, we got word about this yesterday. Your reaction to how advanced it seems.
Really, really surprising that it's this advanced at the time of diagnosis. Now, you can miss prostate cancer, but most of the time regular screening picks it up. A sitting president, I would expect to have advanced screening. Should not be subject to debate what kind of screening. You do a PSA for sure every year on a president.
Would a PSA test have picked that up?
Not all the time, but there's other tests that we do that are several different kinds of tests you can.
I do want to stress something. In terms of average Americans' feelings, and I'm not just talking about like pure partisans here, like regular everyday Americans that look at the situation, there's a couple attitudes that Americans demonstrate all the time. Oh, an old guy has cancer. That's sad. We shouldn't be angry towards that. That's definitely a motivator here. Okay. But the other opinion that they have is that Biden was fucking old and should not have been president and should not be running for president again. So in terms of these two conflicting, competing attitudes amongst normies Fox News is going to come out as the clear winner in the way that they present the subject matter in a much more critical tone that still daggers Biden while still saying like, oh, it's really sad. But make no mistake, I question the mainstream narratives here. Like, why are the Democrats running cover for Biden's legacy? Why are the Democrats running cover for Biden's mental acuity that they knew was fucked up? If they keep hammering on this narrative over and over again, then they are going to, for average Americans, they're going to look more honest. And liberal media that refuses to do this because now they're running with the civility politics, using Biden's cancer as a way to just shelter the public from the serious reckoning that must take place, is absolutely going to leave a bad taste in people's mouths, and it's going to cause people to trust mainstream sources less. It's also going to make people despise the Democratic Party more. I'm telling you right now, it is important to not drop the ball here. It is important to also still say, look, thoughts and prayers, but it doesn't, ultimately this doesn't change the dynamic that like he should have not kept going. It was clear that he couldn't keep going. Have you played the Crab song, or has lamestream media neutered you? I have not played the Crab song because he is still alive, and I will not be playing the Crab song. I don't play the Crab song until someone actually passes. Like there's a likelihood that he survives this.
In addition to the PSA, but the PSA would pick it up the majority of the time. If he's diagnosed by somebody feeling a nodule, that's not these days the way we do it most of the time. Also, most of the time prostate cancer is diagnosed without symptoms. It has to get really pretty far advanced usually before you could have urinary symptoms leading towards urinary retention. Thank God they found it. He's a fighter. He's been through a tremendous amount in his life, not politically, we're talking, with his son, with his wife, with his daughter.
Two aneurysms,
atrial fibrillation. He's been through a lot health-wise. But I am absolutely shocked that they didn't find this earlier.
Dr. Siegel, now that we know it's metastasized, it's in his bone, how long has this cancer been in his body?
Well, it's aggressive, Ainsley, which means that it's moving pretty fast. But I can't tell you for sure, but he didn't just get this overnight. He's had this for months and months. Even if it is aggressive, it's a Gleason 9, which means under the microscope, group 5, under the microscope, it's quite aggressive. They find that it's responsive to anti-testosterone type therapy. We have that. We have it in oral form now. We have it in an injectable form. So he will.
Okay. I don't really care too much about this. J.D. Vance is demanding answers about Biden's health in office after diagnosis of prostate cancer. Obviously, this is a way for them to drive home that narrative directly at odds with mainstream media. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is doing what? Donald Trump is releasing his new internet pornography law.
That wasn't good. I don't know if that was good. I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I also want to congratulate.
Do we have a different link? Because this link is ass. Like the auto captions are busted. Some are saying the cancer itself wasn't an accident. Oh yeah, I love this one. Lots of good theories online. Biden's dementia and cancer sounds like Havana syndrome. Is it an assassination? Did U.S. intelligence or whoever was controlling the auto pen want the president cognitively impaired? And do they now want him dead? That's right.
Federal law to combat the distribution of explicit, imaginary, posted without subject's consent.
This is a good thing, by the way, that he's doing.
Pictures, and I guess sometimes even make up the pictures, and they post it without consent.
This is the anti-AI. This is the anti-AI pornography legislation.
Generated by artificial intelligence, known as deepfakes. We've all heard about deepfakes. I have them all the time, but nobody does anything. I asked Pam, can you help me, Pam? She says
It's kind
no.
of weird though, because he has used deep fakes before, like not deep fake pornography, but he has literally used like deep fake AI shit in the past to smear opponents.
With the rise of AI image generation, countless women, I guess, sometimes even make up the pictures and they post it without consent or anything else. And very importantly, this includes for forgeries generated by artificial intelligence known as deepfakes. We've all heard about deepfakes. I have them all the time, but nobody does anything. I asked Pam, can you help me, Pam? She says, no, I'm too busy doing other things. Don't worry, you'll survive. But a lot of people don't survive. That's true, and so horrible. With the rise of AI image generation, countless women have been harassed with deepfakes and other explicit images distributed against their will. This is the wrong, and it's just so horribly wrong. And it's a very abusive situation, like in some cases.
Okay, this leads me to believe that that Trump has seen the deep fake videos of him sucking Elon's toes.
Thank you. Upon hearing the stories of so many women affected, our First Lady made stopping these abuses a top priority, and she was given tremendous support because she'd go up to people and talk about it. They say, yeah, we know about it. We have the problem. Can we do something? And she did something about it with the help of a lot of the people, especially the political people.
For the record,
sitting here.
I call balls and strikes. This is good. This is good that the admin didn't get in the way of this. I believe there was some contest from the likes of perverts such as Elon Musk, because he's like Mr. AI now, even though he hated AI in the beginning. Let me see. I might be wrong on this. Let's see. I mean, he has Musk's ex to blocks Musk's ex sues to block Minnesota deepfake law over free speech concerns. But this is,
It's an honor to have you with us today. Great job you've done.
you know, Congress passes Take It Down Act despite major flaws from the Electronic Freedom Frontier Foundation. There's always going to be issues with this kind of legislation, by the way. President Trump himself said that he would use the law to censor his critics. The bill passed the Senate in February. The takedown provision in Take It Down applies to a much broader category of content, potentially any images involving intimate or sexual content, than the narrower NCII definitions found elsewhere in the bill. The takedown provision also lacks critical safeguards against frivolous or bad faith takedown requests. Services will rely on automated filters, which are infamously blunt tools. They frequently flag legal content, from fair use commentary to news reporting. The law's tight time frame requires that apps and websites remove speech within 48 hours, rarely enough time to verify whether the speech is actually illegal. As a result, online service providers, particularly smaller ones, will likely choose to avoid the onerous legal risk by simply depublishing the speech rather than attempt to verify it. So I think that there are definitely issues with this, but there's always going to be issues. Bad take, it's bad law that's too ambiguous, and we'll push for preemptive takedowns before even verifying the content. But I think that given how aggressive people will try to misuse the takedown notices here, I assume that they will it will be up to the private corporations to issue better protections towards false takedown notices and to build better verification tools.
People talked about all sorts of First Amendment, Second Amendment. They talked about any amendment they could.
The reality of the matter is deepfake AI is truly a horrible, horrible thing that is incredibly commonplace. And I think ultimately any kind of legal protection for victims in this process is always going to be seen as like expansive, vague, could be used towards quelling speech, could be issued in a false way. It's the same principle behind like NetsDG, for example. Having said that, I still think it's is this the market will regulate itself? Well, there's no other way around it. That's just how it is. You have too much faith in the shitty corpos to not do a good job. They will fumble it hard, and this will be a censorship tool. I understand that. But I think it's I think ultimately it's a good bill. I mean, it's not the best bill, but I think it's still it can be used nefariously. But every bill that tries to curb back malicious actors is always going to be weaponized by other malicious actors with false flagging.
But thank you very much for being here, all of you, and congressmen, a lot of them, and women. Working with our First Lady, though, we've shown that bipartisanship is possible. I mean, it's the first time I've seen such a level of bipartisanship, and it's a beautiful thing to do. I'm not even sure you realize, honey, you know, a lot of the Democrats and Republicans don't get along so well. You've made them get along, and she didn't even know about that. She didn't know we had a problem. She didn't know we had a problem. She got a... But I want to thank you, honey. You've done amazing that this was done when you started. And I said, I don't know, it sounds like a tough one, and yet a very important one, and you got it done. So I congratulate you, and I congratulate Ted, Maria, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, and we'll sign the bill. Thank you.
So fucking condescending. I mean, that's Trump, baby. That's how he is. So yeah. I don't think it's the end of the world. Obviously, any kind of bill. I mean, you could say this about everything. Every kind of legislation, good or bad, can be misused. Okay. Breaking. Trump wants to ban this AI video showing Melania Trump making out with Gavin Newsom. Trump insiders told us Trump is disgusted by this AI video and wants it banned off the internet. Oh my God, Blue Anon. Oh my God, Blue Anon is so fucking brain broken, dude. Blue Anon is looking at a bill that like fucking AOC also authored or co-sponsored and saying like, no, this actually is for some other nefarious purpose. And the nefarious purpose is that Trump's feelings are hurt by this AI video. Ew. I think they are memeing, but I might be wrong. I don't think they're joking. I think they're being sincere. I think it's like almost like a Midas touch angle here, which is that the biggest anti-internet laws always use topic everyone agrees with to be like, how can you be against this? To ship horrible things into law. I agree. Sesta Foster is a great example of this as well, where they act like they're trying to combat sex trafficking. Many anti-sex work provisions, many anti-sex work laws are positioned as like being against sex trafficking and being against like other forms of non-consensual sexual acts being filmed, when in fact the actual impact of legislation such as that is to make it harder to do sex work in general in a consensual manner. And Sesta Foster is a great example of this that was horrible for sex workers and took away tools that they could use to protect themselves from clients that were bad, for example. I know this. I've talked about this extensively. I still think that this, on the other hand, is not like the primary purpose of this is not necessarily to quell speech or to issue takedowns falsely. It will be used for that purpose. But the primary purpose of this legislation is to combat deepfake AI porn. Do you see what I mean? Like Sesta Foster, its primary purpose wasn't to combat sex trafficking. It was just presented as that. But in fact, it was actually to make it harder to do sex work, to move away from decriminalizing sex work and to move in the direction of further criminalizing sex work, make it harder to do. The primary purpose of this legislation, on the other hand, while it still allows opportunities for bad faith actors to falsely apply this Take It Down Act to try to get shit taken down and to try to stop free speech from taking place online. The primary purpose of the bill in and of itself is still to combat deepfake AI porn, and therefore I think it's not the worst. Anyway, speaking of sex, JD Vance, a man who doesn't have it. Sex, I mean. Let's get back to JD Vance talking about Biden's health in office and the prostate cancer stuff that took place. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
If Russia's not willing to do that, then we're eventually just going to have to say, this is not our war. It's Joe Biden's war. It's Vladimir Putin's war. It's not our war. We're going to try to end it, but if we can't end it, we're eventually going to say, you know what, that was worth a try, but we're not doing it anymore.
Last question. Oh, no, you go.
Speaking of Joe Biden, sir, do you have any thoughts on his diagnosis?
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, of course, we wish the best for the former president's health. And, you know, it sounds pretty serious, but hopefully he makes the right recovery. Like, I will say, whether the right time to have this conversation is now or at some point in the future, we really do need to be honest about whether the former president was capable of doing the job. And that's no, you know, that you can separate the desire for him to have the right health outcome with the recognition that whether it was doctors or whether there were staffers around the former president, I don't think he was able to do a good job for the American people. And that's not politics. That's not because I disagreed with him on policy. That's because I don't think that he was in good enough health. In some ways, I blame him less than I blame the people around him. And why didn't the American people have a better sense of his health picture? Why didn't the American people have more accurate information about what he was actually dealing with? This is serious stuff. And this is the guy.
I don't like that one of their best communicators, even though he's a dweeb and a loser, is able to craft a narrative that presents himself as the correct party here. This is, you're losing the conversation to the likes of Jedediah Vance, and I don't like that. This is something that I'm warning against. Once again, this is my warning. I am warning the Democrats and those who listen, the liberals that come in here to fucking yell at me and say like, oh, Hasan, you're so ruthless about Biden. What about, Mango Mussolini? What about Trumpler? What about Cheeto Hitler? Like, what are you talking about? It's like, nope, this kind of commentary is appealing to a broader audience than the way that liberal media is covering Biden's cancer diagnosis and how they're using the Biden cancer diagnosis in a way to basically stop the coverage of Biden's ineptitude. Okay, Hasan is now sane-washing Trump law. Hasan now a J.D. Vance fan law. Yes, those are both things that I'm doing right now. Remember when everyone fucking said this? When I would say, Donald Trump is an insane person, but Joe Biden is visibly deteriorating in ways that Donald Trump isn't. And liberals that don't recognize this reality are deluding themselves. Remember when I said this in the election before Biden dropped out? And liberals were like, dude, how dare you say this? But Donald Trump says awful shit all the time. It's like, he doesn't make any sense. I know. I'm aware of this. I know. Part of what I say about Trump now, Trump too has been vindictive, malicious, petty, significantly more powerful than the first term Trump won in comparison to Trump won. Like, he's able to enact his like petty, selfish agendas. Except, what do I also say? He's Brandonizing at an alarming rate. But the very fact that I use the term Brandonizing to imply someone's mental capacities are fucking deteriorating in broad daylight implies that there was a serious problem with the previous administration. Between Trump and Biden, a reality that every American could see was that Trump says crazy stuff, but that's just Trump. Whereas Biden was seen as a old man that it was just like a sad state of affairs. An old man that's like being propped up, like too old to run the country. If you can't trust him behind the wheel, why would you trust him to run the country? This is not sane washing Trump. Stop having a black and white opinion on this. This is me warning liberals who are coming in here. This is me warning liberals who are coming in here who have this kind of black and white opinion on issues, who demand coverage that actually shelters themselves and other people in the public from the truth. In the process of me warning you that, like, you can't lose the narrative to the likes of J.D. Vance. Okay? Also, Biden's not even president anymore, nor is he running for office. So criticizing him does not actually fucking mean I'm giving a W to Donald Trump. A big part of my criticisms of Biden revolve around how his selfish nature caused Donald Trump to win. it played a formative role in Donald Trump winning. Just like, and I'm saying this right now, not accurately covering the cover up that people in Biden's orbit engaged in a way to garner support from people who recognized it far before mainstream media reported on it, is going to offer J.D. Vance more credibility in the eyes of the average person that saw that Brandon was fucking, his brain was doo-doo.
Carries around the nuclear football for the world's largest nuclear arsenal. This is not child's play, and we can pray for good health, but also recognize that if you're not in good enough health to do the job, you shouldn't be doing the job. Okay. Thank you guys. Have a safe trip. See ya. You too.
President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin have both been reacting positively after they spent 2 hours talking on the phone. It comes as Washington continues to push to end the fighting in Ukraine. Well, in the last hour, the American leader has posted on social media about the talks. He said he believes the call went very well, adding that Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and, more importantly, bring an end to the war. He went on, the tone and spirit of the conversation were excellent, before adding that Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over. And I agree.
Vladimir, stop. That's what he said.
Let's go straight to our correspondent at the White House, Nomia Iqbal. Nomia, just to be clear, first of all, we're talking here about negotiations about a ceasefire, not negotiations exactly about ending the war permanently.
That's correct. And there's no breakthrough, I would say, in those peace negotiations. And I would say that...
Dude, Chuck Schumer is set to intro a bill that would forbid a foreign plane to be used as Air Force One. The bill would prohibit any taxpayer funds to be used to retrofit any sort of foreign-owned aircraft for presidential use. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. This is the most smoke I've ever seen from Chuck Schumer. This is what activated him. This is what activated Chuck Schumer. I'm losing my mind. Dude, please do this for unjustifiable detentions, or the fact that Trump is actually trying to take away due process, or any number of different things. Like, why was he bombing Yemen? Investigate that. Why was he bombing Yemen without congressional approval? That's a fucking foreign nation, dude. Why are we bombing a foreign nation? Of course, Chuck's never going to do that, because obviously all of those things are mostly in line with Israel's interests on U.S. politics, and Chuck Schumer is a AIPAC-backed attack dog for Israel as well. But goddamn, dude, the GOP just failed, luckily, in their first attempt to cut up to $800 million in fucking Medicare funding. Or 800 billion, 800 million, right? Or is it 800 billion? I don't fucking know anymore. God damn it. It's just like they are actively trying to undermine Medicare funding and Medicaid funding. 800 billion. Sorry, 800 million. Dude. Hold on. Here's from the Kaiser Foundation. Putting $880 billion in potential federal Medicaid cuts in context of state budgets and coverage. It is $880 billion, not even $800 billion. Okay? I'm Brandonizing myself. The GOP is entertaining the notion of cutting $880 billion in potential federal Medicaid expenditures. And this is what Chuck Schumer is focusing on. Are you fucking serious? Oh my God. And not only that, but also, once again, laughable notion here, but imagine if you had this level of smoke for Trump's endless support for Israel, for example. Like, Israel is doing a genocide. Imagine a world where Chuck Schumer was turning around and going, why is Mango Mussolini aligning with another fascist in Israel and doing a genocide with our taxpayer funds? Why is that happening? There are a million different things that he could be tackling at the domestic level, or a million different things he could be tackling from a partisan angle on the foreign policy front. And yet, he's not doing any of that. He's just still like, oh, the Qatar jet, that's a good angle of attack. Like, no one fucking cares.
That President Trump portrayed this conversation more positively than Vladimir Putin did. He talked about possible future peace agreements. Donald Trump said that he said that, as you mentioned there, the conversation was warm and friendly, but he focused a lot more on the economic benefits that might be in store for Russia and Ukraine when the war ends. Essentially, what it sounds like is President Trump is saying it's up to both sides to work it out and essentially come up with the conditions for a negotiation, for a ceasefire, and ultimately to end the war. And it's up to them to decide. And so it's not really the US walking away. It sounds like they will continue to push both sides to work it out. But ultimately, he's letting them decide. And that's where I think there is that huge challenge, because we know that there are things that Russia will not concede on, and there are things that Ukraine will not concede on. Mr. Trump did say that he has informed President Zelensky as well as other key allies, including the European Commissioner, about the phone conversation. But as I say, there was no major breakthrough in that conversation, and I don't think there was expected to be.
Okay, Nomia, thank you very much for that. Nomia Iqbal at the White House for us. Well, the Russian leader has also been speaking about that conversation. President Putin said it was, in his words, very informative and quite a frank talk. Take a listen.
We agreed with the President of the United States that Russia will propose and is ready to work with the Ukrainian side on a memorandum regarding a possible future peace treaty, outlining a number of positions, such as the principles of resolution, the timeline for a potential peace agreement, and so on, including the possible cessation of hostilities for a certain period in the event of reaching specific agreements.
A short time ago, I spoke to our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, in Moscow, and he gave us his reaction to what we have heard about the Russian side of this phone call.
It doesn't seem as if much has changed. Remember, America, European leaders and Ukraine had been pushing Russia to sign up to a 30-day unconditional ceasefire. Russia hasn't done that. Russia has been resisting that all along, and still after this conversation, there's no talk about a ceasefire now. However, Mr. Putin's press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, after Vladimir Putin's comments, said, I think in an attempt to flatter Donald Trump, talked about how Russia saw America as a neutral party now and basically blamed Europe for wanting the war to continue, trying to drive a wedge between America and Europe and trying to flatter Donald Trump.
Steve Rosenberg in Moscow. Well, we're joined now by Daniel Byman, who is the director of the Warfare, Irregular Threats and Terrorism Programme at the think tank, the Centre for Strategic and International Studies. Daniel, thank you very much for joining us on BBC News to talk about this developing story. From what you've heard,
ain't no way a ceasefire happens. He's playing Trump. I think he's playing Trump for sure. A ceasefire could happen in the future, but I think he's, I don't know. Look, I can't. As you guys know, I don't make predictions on Vladimir Putin. Okay, Adolf Hitler does what he fucking wants to do, but looking at the way he's moving, at least on the battlefront, I think he's looking to position himself further and further inside of more Eastern Ukrainian territory before he is willing to concede on a ceasefire. Because from what I understand, I try to read the tea leaves to the best of my ability, as many people do in this process. It's very hard to know what's exactly Putin's ambition here. He's generally an untrustworthy person. He is. Please stop making predictions. You're too on the ball. No, I'm not making predictions, but what I'm seeing from what he's doing is I think he wants further and further incursion into Eastern Ukrainian territory. And like part of what the dispute is right now is additional permanent annexation of 4 territories, including areas that he has not conquered, right? Including areas that he hasn't actually militarily engaged or has seen enough success in. And I think for that reason, I suspect he's like trying to use the negotiation process to undermine America's involvement in Ukraine by constantly telling Trump, like, I'm going to do a ceasefire. I'm going to do a ceasefire. You're the GOAT. Fuck Zell Disney. He's gay. He's woke. He's the, Kamala Harris, basically, right? I'm your guy. And I think he's using the positive feelings and positive association that Trump has with him for some reason in an effort to claim that he's interested in a ceasefire while simultaneously getting a lot out of like lowering the aid that the American government has for Ukraine. And this obviously weakens Ukraine's position on the battle lines, and this allows Russia to actually use the fake negotiations that they want to engage in to basically push further into Ukraine. I think that's what's going on. And eventually there will probably be a ceasefire if Vladimir Putin is able to take over more Ukrainian territory, push Ukraine into a worse position overall, even though I can't comprehend how much worse Ukraine's position could get here in this process, because Donald Trump's ceasefire negotiation that he brought forward at this stage is literally awful for Ukraine. It basically offers de facto recognition of conquered territory to Russia and a legal recognition of annexed territory in Crimea. And on top of that, it's a mineral deal for America to extract rare earth minerals from Ukraine. It's got it all. It's horrible. And Putin is still saying no. And it seems to me like the reasons as to why he's saying no is because he wants 4 additional territories to be covered in this ceasefire negotiation, and maybe even a disarmament of Ukraine, which is ridiculous. Okay? A disarmament of the Ukrainian forces is an absolutely insane demand to make. I don't even know if that's like actually what he is presenting as something that he wants, or he is doing the classic art of the deal where he puts out a lot of ridiculous demands and then scales back on some of those demands in order to make the rest of his demands that are also still ridiculous look less ridiculous by comparison. Yeah. Russia is not saying anything about wanting a ceasefire. They're winning on the battlefield. That's not true. That's not true either. Russia has absolutely claimed that they want a ceasefire, Sally Hemings. This is not true. You're saying this because Russia is not showing that they're interested in a ceasefire now, but they absolutely have said that they wanted a ceasefire. That is 100% false. They said it, and I think they're using the ceasefire negotiations as a way to cut the relationship, as a way to cut into the relationship that America has with Ukraine. Okay? That's what I think is going on. I think they're just fucking lying. Yeah, they wanted a ceasefire when they were losing, and they still have maintained the position that they want a ceasefire. It's just that they want peace to be no NATO, disarmament of Ukraine, and recognition of the territories they can demand because they won the war, is what you're saying. Except the reason why they're quote unquote winning the war, which again is incredibly costly. I think a lot of people forget how costly this has been for Russia as well. Okay, this is an incredibly costly endeavor for Russia too. They cannot permanently occupy these areas. I don't even know how they're going to try and maintain the annexed territories inside of eastern Ukraine. I think there's going to be a fuck ton of terrorism. There is going to be tremendous insurgency inside of the captured territories, an insurgency that will also bear fruit even internally in like Moscow and shit. When you have freedom of travel, freedom of movement from annex Ukrainian territories into the rest of into the rest of fucking Russia, you're going to see a shit ton of angry people that are going to do terrorism. How much terrorism has there been in Crimea? That is not a comparison. That is not an accurate comparison, because look at the ways in which they took over Crimea and the ways in which they are trying to desperately hold on to eastern Ukraine. That's the reason why there is no comparison there. They want 4 territories that combined have a pre-war population of over 1 million to 2 million population. They didn't win/lost for a 30-day ceasefire. That's not going to happen. Yeah, I think the reason why, the reason why Russia is doing this is literally because Vladimir Putin knows he can manipulate Donald Trump. He knows he can manipulate Donald Trump because he's in, he has good favor from Donald Trump in a way that like Brandon never would have even entertained. Okay. But also on top of that, he knows that Trump rose to prominence, rose back into power by claiming he was going to pack up this Ukraine stuff. He has actively been able to change the minds of a lot of people in the base of the Republican Party into having favorable opinions over Russia, which is crazy. Okay? Like, Republicans broadly don't want to keep giving money to Ukraine. They see it as like a partisan issue. Ironically enough, this is why I always try to get the Democrats to hit this from a partisan angle as well with Israel, to be like, Republicans want endless money to go to fucking Israel. What is that about? You know what I mean? That's a great way to start the conversation, because you're leaning on American selfishness and American individualism and American exceptionalism in a way to greatly, in a way to, one, present yourself as earnest and actually for peace, while simultaneously hit the Trump administration in a way that truly would hurt. Republicans have done this successfully, partially due to, I guess, like a little bit of FSB involvement, and partially due to the same motivating principles that I explained of like selfishness and not wanting to fucking continue giving money to Ukraine. So, is it not true that Zelensky's political career is based on the war continuing, just like in Israel? The Chapo ep with the Ukrainian reporter was very enlightening on this topic. I mean, I think Ukraine is fucked regardless, whether it's still Zelensky continuing the war or not. That's not, like, his own personal ambitions are irrelevant in this process. Ukraine is not even a part of these conversations. Anyone that tries to tell you Ukraine is a major player in these conversations, I think is wrong. People get mad at me for saying this, but I don't like, I think his opinion is worth nothing in this process. And the reason why I say that is because look at Trump. He literally fucking belittled, humiliated Zelensky at the behest of Vladimir Putin in these ceasefire conversations, when Zelensky is seen as an extension of American interests in the region by every party involved, including fucking Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin was able to successfully get Donald Trump to undermine his own proxy before coming to the fucking table with the most favorable deal imaginable for Vladimir Putin, which was an insanely unfavorable deal for Ukraine. It doesn't matter who gets to run Ukraine in the future, especially in the near future, whether it be continued by Zelensky or whether it be a more radical, more nationalist element that ends up running Ukraine, or even the less likely option, which is like an Atlantic Council choice liberal that is more of a hawkish element in Ukrainian politics. None of those things matter. Atlantic City Council is what I said. Yeah, New Jersey, baby.
Readout from Russia and the US. What are your thoughts?
There's a lot of very vague words and promises. So seems to be an effort to work toward a ceasefire. There could be some sort of memorandum, but any of the content, any of the principles remains very unclear. And given how far apart the two parties were before the phone calls, I'm not sure how much closer we are now, despite all the rhetoric.
Yeah, one of my Russian-speaking colleagues here in the newsroom sent me a message saying that there is a saying in the Russian language, we negotiate to negotiate. I mean, on hopes for a ceasefire, this seems to be, stretching out with no specific time frame at the moment, yet we know that President Trump is very impatient. So where do you think that's going to lead to?
So one of Russia's hopes is that President Trump will get tired of the whole thing and simply say that the United States is not going to be involved anymore. And this would be an end of economic aid and end of military aid to Ukraine. So, of course, that benefits Russia.
I think I don't know if this is entirely correct. I think Russia's goals here are to continue the supposed interest in ceasefire negotiations in an effort to extract more concessions from Donald Trump and specifically stop the American aid to Ukraine, for sure, in a way to weaken Ukraine's position so it's literally easier to take more territory. It's easier to take more territory. There's no like, oh, let's just wait it out. It's attrition. I think that at the end, they will arrive at a stalemate and they will come to the table for a ceasefire. It's just increasingly less likely with every passing day that this will happen with a favorable position for Ukraine unless there are more troops. And I've said time and time again, the only way to bring more troops into Ukraine is by either engaging in the act of mass deportations in cooperation with the Ukrainian government, mass deportations of Ukrainian men living in the Western world right now, living in Poland and living in America, and forcibly sending them back to Ukraine so they go to the front lines, get trained and go to the front lines. And even that process would take an incredible amount of fucking time. Or to make up for that lack of military power somehow with, I don't know, private security contractors or actual standing militaries from European armies. Now, obviously, or reduce the age of conscription, but that's the nuclear option, and I don't even think that that's going to happen. Like, I that would be horrible. That would be the most horrible outcome of all of this, would be to lower the age of conscription in Ukraine down to 18, especially at a time when it's 25 or 27 at this point, and people are evading the authorities inside of Ukraine. Like they are actively evading the authorities if they are eligible for conscription, forced conscription. There's like military police all over Western Ukraine that's just like forcibly sending people to the fucking front lines, and that's not exactly giving me confidence that Ukraine can hold out much longer.
So I think Putin...
The ass cancer guy was the one that suggested that. It wasn't just the ass cancer guy that suggested it. Trump's Mike Waltz also suggested it. I mean, he's gone now, but the Trump administration had also entertained that notion. Many people forget. The Trump admin, one of the first things that they said was, hey, you got to lower your age of conscription to 18.
Probably calculates.
Which would, for the record, if you don't know why that's so dangerous, that would destroy the entirety of Ukraine's future.
That inaction and delay on his part is going to help Russia's position in the long term, especially if Russia is not the one blamed for any problems.
And we're waiting to hear still from President Zelensky. It's the obvious person that we're still waiting to hear from after these conversations, these discussions, this phone call between President Trump and President Putin. Militarily, Daniel, what position are Ukraine and Russia in right now with regards to prosecuting this war, continuing this war?
So Russia has been making progress against Ukraine in the last 10 months, but it's very slow, really incremental progress at best. Russia has taken staggering losses. So although many people describe Russia as having the upper hand, and that's probably true, the actual military advantage it's gained has been quite slight. So we're not likely to see dramatic changes on the battlefield in the coming months, unless, of course, we see an abandonment of Ukraine by its allies, in which case Ukraine runs out of ammunition and, in general, may suffer catastrophic loss.
So are you saying at the moment Russia doesn't see any strategic interest in a ceasefire?
Russia believes that Ukraine's going to crumble if it keeps hitting it, and especially if the United States and Europe abandon it. So a ceasefire, especially a long-term one, is probably not in Russia's interest, according to how Putin defines it.
Okay, Daniel Byman from the Center for
Like, as a major advocate for ceasefire from the jump, let me tell you how not shocked I am to hear Russia now say the same shit that people who falsely thought Ukraine was destroying Russian troops and Russian forces repeat the same exact talking points of like the Globe emoji Twitter accounts were saying for years. Russia is saying the same shit that Globe Twitter accounts were saying about Ukraine for the longest time, to be like, oh, a ceasefire would simply be buying time for Russia to re-up, rearm, and then attack again. Now Russia is saying that about Ukraine for the prospect of a ceasefire, where they're like, oh, a ceasefire without like disarmament implies that you're just simply trying to re-up and rearm so you can attack Russia harder, re-up and rearm Ukraine. Ridiculous. Had to use a ladder a few days back to avoid the conscription teams. Regarding age decrease in autumn, there's going to be a soft way in which the age is going to be decreased. Mandatory military training for university students, after which you become a reservist. And once you're a reservist, it's an easier way to conscript people. Had to use a ladder a few days back to avoid the conscription teams is crazy. Get out of Ukraine, chatter. What the fuck? I mean, I know it's like probably impossible at this point. You have to bribe your way out, I suspect. What is this? Oh, the Harvard-Harris poll. Do you believe the West will try to rearm Ukraine during the 30 days? Oh, for sure. I think so, but it doesn't matter. The only thing you're doing at this stage is, I think the only thing you're doing at this stage is just like trying to desperately cling on to more marginal victories in terms of like eroding more of the Russian forces, I guess. And that's all you're getting out of this. My relative was on a business trip when the war started, never went back to avoid conscription. This is from the 17th of June, 2024, by the way.
Facing one of its most perilous chapters since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion, with Moscow's offensive getting ever more.
One of the most annoying parts about like having any sort of nuanced opinion on this shit is the very same things that people say about like talking about the plight of Palestinians or talking about like Palestinian sovereignty is immediately people go, oh, you fucking love terrorism. Like you love the bad guys and you hate the good guys. And it's the same, like me talking about this shit back then was met with people saying like, oh, this is Russian propaganda. It's always a thought terminating cliche.
intense. The Ukrainian army desperately needs to enlist more troops, but more than 2 years into the war is struggling to...
One evil way in which Putin also wins is demolishing morals. A lot of soldiers Google Putin Trump news on a daily basis before going on assaults. It's in their phone search history. Sad stuff. Had a bet with my friend, which they lost because they thought Trump would wrap this up in 100 days coming into office. Yeah, there was 0% chance. There was 0% chance Trump was wrapping this up because he has... Dude, the greatest example here is Israel. Trump has an endless amount of power over Israel. Trump does not have a lot of power over Russia. Obviously, the maximalist position, but not even the maximalist position, but close to the maximalist position of resisting against Russia happened under the Brandon administration, and that didn't actually yield the results that people thought it would get. Trump has no motion with Russia. There's not really anything he can do. It ends when Russia says it ends. Like, we've already maxed out on the fucking sanctions against Russia. And clearly, there are very, not even like super sophisticated, but there's just like a very successful means of avoiding said sanctions. And while there is attrition, and while this is not like while this has been a costly endeavor for Russia as well, it's clear that they have more fucking manpower. They do.
Find willing volunteers. Our correspondent Jane McKenzie reports from the city of Odessa.
At Sergei's wedding, it wasn't just the weather that didn't go to plan. Half of the guests didn't show up. Going out in public is now too risky for men who don't want to enlist. But the bride, Tanya, understands why her friends and family don't want to fight. Her father was killed on the front line.
Are you afraid that you might be caught and sent?
Yes, I'm afraid. I'm also afraid.
Of course I'm afraid too and don't want it. It happened twice in my family.
Public transport has become a no-go for those trying to avoid the draft. Conscription officers have a fearsome reputation for dragging people off buses and taking them to conscription centres. These officers are on the hunt for draft dodgers. It's hard to find willing soldiers these days, so now it's the law for men to register so they can be called up.
Are you part of the problem? Because people are hiding from you, they're scared of you.
Look, some people react aggressively towards us. Others run away from us. This happens often. I don't think these people have been well brought up.
These guys are having a pretty difficult time finding people who are eligible to serve, and they do accept that some people are hiding from them, but they are urging men to come forward because they say everybody has to play their part in defending this country.
Behind these walls, men are hiding at the very moment the Ukrainian army needs them the most. Russia, with its superior manpower, is on the offensive. This is Vova. He won't leave the house without checking these social media groups, which tell him where the officers are.
I don't walk outside at all now, unless I'm with my daughter, because they don't take people with their children.
The Ukrainian army says that it needs people like you to fight if it is to win this war.
I'm not a military person. I've never held a weapon. I don't think I'd be useful on the front line, but I know if I get drafted, this is where I'll be sent.
These men who are hiding, I don't consider them men. What are they waiting for?
Vlad was badly injured serving on the front line.
If we run out of men, the enemy will come to their homes, they will rape their women and kill their children.
Recruitment posters line the streets of Odessa. The message, together to victory. But Ukraine is now divided between those who are prepared to fight and those who would rather run or hide.
This, by the way, is from a year ago, okay? This was from a year ago. And when I was saying, like, there is the same appetite that once existed for continuing the fight is long gone due to what the battle lines look like, due to the attrition kicking in, due to the lack of manpower in Ukraine. This is what I'm talking about. This is also part of the reason why Donald Trump keeps saying, you have no cards, you don't own the cards, you don't have the cards, all this shit. Okay? To be fair, what we see here is just for the camera team. I see dozens of videos daily where they force people, men in vans, sometimes leaving their children on the street. Yeah, I'm sure it's gotten worse in the past year or two. Isn't it the same in Russia? It's probably worse in Russia, but it doesn't matter. Russia gets to do it because Russia's not... Like, Russia gets to just do it. Do you understand what I mean? Like, what can we do? Like, you see what I'm saying? Is Trump wrong when he says they have no cards? Yeah, of course. He's not wrong. He's not wrong about that. But the way he's going about this is also self-defeating. The way he should be going about it is to apply pressure to what do you call it? The other parties involved in this, specifically China. You know what I mean? Get China to the table, get Russia to the table, and cut a deal. But instead, he's also aggressively fighting China because the part of his goal is to, part of his larger goal is to actually attack China. So good luck. Anyway. Let's take a look at Republicans advancing a tax cut and budget bill now.
In Washington, the Republicans' tax cut and budget bill is one step closer to getting through the House after overcoming opposition from several conservative lawmakers. Now, it continues at many tax cuts and includes reductions in Medicaid spending. Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill, where the bill passed a key committee vote last night. Caitlin, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Gail. Yeah, it was a rare Sunday night vote here at the U.S. Capitol, but the president's so-called big, beautiful bill lives another day. Now, 4 hardline conservatives on that key budget committee last night who had originally opposed the bill voted to move forward with it. But they still have very deep concerns that the spending cuts don't go far enough. Now, here's exactly what the bill does. It extends those Trump tax cuts that were passed in his first term in 2016. It makes those permanent and includes some campaign promises to eliminate taxes on tips and overtime pay. It also increases spending for defense and immigration enforcement. But to offset...
Don't say bless you, chatter. Say science you. It's science you, not bless you.
Those costs. It cuts billions of dollars in federal spending to Medicaid, food stamps, and clean energy subsidies. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson says he wants a full vote on the floor this Thursday, and he can really only afford to lose a couple of votes. So the president is starting to apply that pressure. Now, even if this bill passes the House, it still has to go through the U.S. Senate, where one Republican over there compared it to the Titanic. Gail?
Whoa, that's never a good comparison. Thank you very much, Caitlin. World leaders returned to the Vatican on Sunday to celebrate the inaugural Mass for Pope Leo. The new Pope, born in Chicago, received the official symbols of his office. Before greeting top officials, he called for peace around the world and unity inside the Roman Catholic Church. Chris Livesay has more from Rome.
With the weight of the world aboard the Pope Mobile, Pope Leo XIV rode into history. Before tens of thousands, including his brother, he donned the mitre and the fisherman's ring. A first for a man born in the U.S.
It's a historic moment for the United States, for the Vatican, and for U.S.-Vatican relations. Leading the U.S. delegation here was Vice President J.D. Vance, a devout Catholic.
Followed by the Secretary of State and fellow Catholic Marco Rubio, and joined by other dignitaries like Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Leo denounced conflicts worldwide, calling once again for a just peace in Ukraine. Rubio, the vice president, and the Ukrainian president later met, the first time for Zelensky and Vance since that heated White House exchange back in February.
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful
Over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On the same morning as Leo's inauguration, Kyiv said Moscow launched more than 270 drones across the country, a record since the start of the war. The American pontiff has offered to host peace talks, but as a pastor, not a politician, says Canadian Cardinal Michael Cherney.
He's not an alternative General Secretary to the UN. This is not a political position. So world affairs have their place. It's a bit risky to start comparing him with a global leader.
And there has been a flurry of diplomatic activity here in Rome. Just this morning, Pope Leo met again here at the Vatican, Secretary Rubio and Vice President J.D. Vance, just as the Trump administration is pushing for that ceasefire in Ukraine. Gail, Nate, Tony.
Chris Livesay in Rome, thank you.
All right, Chris Livesay, thank you. I know 48, just yesterday I was in Rome.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing what you can do in 48 hours, but Oprah and I were invited, and Maria Shriver, and so we got literally a front row seat.
How was it?
It was amazing. I'm not Catholic. Maria is a very devout Catholic.
Look at you.
But
wow.
For some reason, we were placed in the front row, and we got to see the Pope Mobile when he came by, and he was this close. Look at this. So that's Oprah's hand going, Chicago, Chicago. He's pointing, though. It looks like he's pointing at us. He's pointing to Father Manny, who was our guide, who was seated right next to us. Manny clearly has a relationship with the Pope. But
that's amazing.
But you could really feel the energy on that square about the love that people have. We also got to talk to a couple of
He's a Chicago
cardinals.
guy. He probably watched the Oprah show. He's giving a shout out.
Yeah, no, I think he
What's up, O?
No,
Yeah.
you definitely didn't do that. But you know, there was something about the energy on the square. They were all religious denominations.
Yeah.
there. And we got to talk to a couple of cardinals who said he was the right man at the right time. He checked many of the boxes, and that he is going to be and is a gift to the world.
Wow.
There's something about him that I think is very captivating.
You're very right. There's something about him, and there is something about that little piece of land that's a crossroads of world history.
You really do feel it, Tony, when you're there.
Yeah. Well, we're glad to have you
Regardless
back.
of your religion.
I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Glad to
Looked
come
amazing.
back, too.
Yeah.
Operation Gideon's Chariot, through the sights of an Israeli rifle. From their tanks, the soldiers see a landscape of rubble.
From the Pope to Israel is a little bit of a whiplash, but you know, even the new Pope thinks what America's doing in Israel is totally fucked up. Of course, that doesn't mean that anyone is going to listen and change course here. Breaking. Out of 5 trucks that entered Gaza today, 2 were loaded with shrouds. White bag labels, shrouds in blue. This isn't food. It's preparation for mass death. Gaza isn't being fed. It's being buried. Ay, ay, ay.
Israel created, hiding what they see as terrorists who must be eliminated. Operation Gideon's Chariots from a tented camp that the Israelis told Gazans would be safe. But nowhere's safe in Gaza, especially now the new ground offensive has started. Today, the Israeli government told the residents of Khan Yunis to evacuate the town again to allow a free fire zone. Such a familiar, terrible sight. The trucks and carts, the families with a few possessions and less hope. But not everything is always as it seems. Today, eyewitnesses said Israeli special forces disguised themselves as a displaced family in order to carry out an assassination. They used typical Gazan bags to carry their explosives and other equipment, all abandoned at the scene.
They also kidnapped the wife and the children of the dude that they assassinated. Yeah. It's insane.
In the morning, one of the guys in the neighborhood went up and asked them, "What are you doing?" They went inside the house, killed the man, and took away the woman and girl.
The target was Ahmed Sarhan, a commander of a militia allied with Hamas.
We heard the sound of saws cutting through the metal, and there were quadcopters outside the window that would kill anyone they saw.
Israel says the aim of its new offensive is to force Hamas to surrender the remaining 58 hostages, only 20 of whom are believed to be still alive, and to take total control of Gaza. The Israeli Prime Minister was in a Tel Aviv courtroom this morning for his continuing corruption trial. He's decided that after more than 2 months of receiving no aid, the people of Gaza should be allowed just a little.
From the beginning of the war, we said that in order to complete the victory, defeat Hamas and free all our hostages, two tasks that are intertwined, there is one necessary condition. We must not reach a state of starvation. Both from a practical and a political point of view, we simply won't get support. We won't be able to complete the mission of victory.
So, not because it's against international law to starve civilians, not because it's inhumane, but because Israel needs US support, and the Trump administration has reportedly said that letting Gazan children die of starvation is unacceptable. Today, the first aid trucks were on the move. Israel plans to prevent the UN and other international humanitarian agencies from distributing aid, instead creating a new US-Israeli organization.
They're literally bringing in marginal aid, and the marginal aid that they're bringing in is not even enough aid, and it's not even real aid. Like, they I think brought in 9 trucks, when the number of trucks that they should be pushing through is more than 60. They sent in 9 aid trucks. It's horrifying.
To ensure that food and medicines will not only be lifesavers, but also instruments of control.
Lindsay Hilson there. Well, earlier I was joined by Dr. Victoria Rose, who's a British plastic surgeon currently working at the Nasser Hospital in Gaza. She began by telling me that today's delivery of food aid by 9 trucks was nothing like enough.
The population.
Israel allowed less than 0.84% of the bare minimum Gaza needs on a normal day to survive, let alone after 78 days of total starvation and 590 days of genocide. This is not aid. It's a PR stunt to allow Western leaders to pretend problems solved while the annihilation continues. 5 humanitarian aid trucks enter the Gaza Strip after inspection. And apparently, there's not even like real aid in the trucks that they're allowing in. Just to put into perspective, before the war, 500 trucks a day were needed to sustain Gaza. Today, Kojat agreed to let in 9 trucks There are 9,000 trucks waiting outside the various crossings, not allowed to enter. Whether or not this GHF will happen, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and I'm very skeptical. This whole thing is a cover for the annihilation of whatever's left of Khan Yunis and its surroundings. I know. 5 were allowed in. There are thousands waiting to be let in for months. It is exactly like Putin saying he wants a ceasefire with Trump in Ukraine. Yes. Except the difference here is Trump doesn't have any way of stopping Vladimir Putin, whereas Trump has every way to stop Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump, if tomorrow he got hit with like a humanity laser beam and became an empathetic person, could make one phone call and stop this. Do you understand? This is something that's very important to recognize, something that I repeat all the time. The reason why I repeat this all the time is so that people don't actually misunderstand the American government's involvement. Can he? Honest question. Yes. Yes. 1,000,000%. Yes. Just like Biden had the opportunity to put an end to this with one phone call, Trump also has an opportunity to put an end to this with one phone call. Israel would not be able to conduct this Holocaust without our steady munitions flowing into Israel. There is no world in which Israel gets to do any of this without American funds, without American weapons, and without American cover. Ironically, like we joke about him going, Vladimir, stop, which is bullshit. If he were to literally say, Benjamin, stop, he would have to stop. The reason why they're doing this like bullshit aid, the reason why they're doing this bare minimum bullshit aid is not because they want to entertain America and America's interests. It's to basically create PR around the issue so that, you know, they can silence the public opposition in the Western world. Meanwhile, the Yemeni armed forces have just announced the implementation of a naval blockade against the Haifa port, warning all shipping companies going there to turn around. Can you talk about the precedent for this, where the U.S. did something similar? Yes. The United States, under Joe Biden, actually stopped Israel from continuing in 2021. Israel bombed the Associated Press building in the Gaza Strip in 2021. Joe Biden called Benjamin Netanyahu, and all it took was one phone call. The United States is also under Reagan stopped Israel from continuing to pummel. I think it was, at that point, it was Lebanon. Yes, one phone call. Ronald Reagan literally said, what you're doing is the Holocaust. What you're doing is a Holocaust. And by the way, this is not just my assessment. Look no further than Bezalel Smotrich, who has openly admitted this reality. Okay? There's a video that I want to show you. Not just the statements, not just the written statements of Bezalel Smotrich, but a straight up video. Okay? Here it is. I tweeted about this earlier today. I said they're just flexing being able to do the Holocaust while the world watches and refuses to do anything about it. Let's start with the simplest thing. No aid is going to Hamas. Period. Anyone who says otherwise is simply lying. Okay, this is 8 minutes long. I don't want to watch the whole thing. Here. Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich gave a speech Monday defending Israel's strategy of mass devastation in Gaza, saying humanitarian aid is only being allowed in so the world does not stop us and accuse us of war crimes. The goal, he insisted, is to conquer, clear, and stay until Gaza is dismantled beyond recognition. On aid, Smotrich said, Only the bare minimum will be allowed. A few bakeries distributing pitas, a daily portion of cooked food. Citizens in Gaza will get a pita and a plate of food, and that's it. That's exactly what we see in the videos. People standing in line, waiting for a plate of soup. The purpose, he admitted, is not relief, but optics. It allows the world to continue providing us with international protection. We are annihilating everything that remains in the Strip, he declared, simply because it is one big city of terror. He described the new military strategy as one of permanent occupation. No more raids with ins and outs. We are conquering, clearing, and staying until Hamas is destroyed. He welcomed the shift towards targeting Gaza's civil infrastructure. The IDF is finally conducting a campaign against the civilian rule of Hamas, eliminating ministers, officials, money changers, and figures in the economic and governmental apparatus. Boasting of the scale of destruction, Smotrich said, "We are dismantling Gaza, leaving it in ruin with unprecedented destruction, and the world still hasn't stopped us." I'm going to repeat that one more time. Smotrich said, "We are dismantling Gaza, leaving it in ruins with unprecedented destruction, and the world still hasn't stopped us." He added that personally he would prefer a total blockade until the last of the hostages returns. We should also not let water into the Gaza Strip. Smotrich endorsed ethnic cleansing as official policy. The population will reach the south of the Strip and from there, God willing, to third countries as a part of President Trump's plan. This is akin to basically having direct access to the Nazi regime in Nazi Germany and having them enjoy and entertain like full, complete political cover from all the allied forces, like all of the rest of the planet. This is unfolding in front of our eyes. It is a live streamed Holocaust. And Israel is not oblivious to how much America is allowing this to happen, how much America is pushing for this to happen. That's it. It's fucking insane. The scale of atrocity is insane. Breaking. UK, France, and Canada, Israel cease renewed military offensive in Gaza and lift aid restrictions or face further concrete actions. We will not stand by while the Netanyahu government pursues these egregious actions. They should have said this on October 10th, by the way. The very fact that they're saying it only almost 2 years after Israel's genocide is crazy, and they're not going to do anything, I don't think. In a joint statement, they called the suffering intolerable, condemned Israeli threats of forced displacement, and slammed Israel's aid offer as wholly inadequate. You need to understand, like, these guys, they have power. They could do this. That is, of course, if they were a separate entity outside of the scope of American foreign policy. They are not, and therefore they won't do anything. They are not, these guys are vestiges of American empire. Okay? Make no mistake. They are not autonomous nations that exercise their sovereignty or people that care about the suffering of Palestine and Palestinians. They can try to entertain political pressure like this after 19 months of unlimited death and destruction. But at the end of the day, the only thing that they're accomplishing is just words. They could directly cut off access. They could literally offer sanctions to Israel. You have to understand the bizarre politics around this video. Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Katz, or the rest of them, are calling this minimal aid and declaring this as an optics move for the massive expansion of the operations. What's left out is that in this conference, Smotrich criticizes Ben-Gvir for opposing even the minimal aid in the cabinet. He basically called Ben-Gvir a right-wing LARPer. That's where we're at. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the type of stuff that this is normal. It's just normal fascist decay. Like, of course, there's going to be like a little bit of right-wing infighting, but think about how the norm, like what the normal process looks like, has shifted so dramatically. Like, what is the normal policies of the war cabinet in broad daylight now is following through on the complete ethnic cleansing and permanent occupation of the Gaza Strip. This is something that they're openly stating. Not only is it something that they're openly stating, but they're also saying that they're openly saying that they don't care about the hostages. Like, the hostages are not even a priority for them. It's simply a talking point. Smotrich's statement almost sounds like he's bewildered at how much the international community is letting Israel get away with it. Does it sound that way to you? I think there is an attitude amongst the Israeli war cabinet that was of shock, at least if you listen to some of the people that are in these rooms. Some of the people that were in these rooms were shocked at how much Biden let them get away with. They literally thought, they thought that like Biden would have scaled back some of this destruction eventually. But once they realized that there is no leash, and that the leash had snapped in its entirety, they just kept going. I think it's also partially what Hamas's calculation was as well. Hamas thought that the rest of the world, like global leadership, would have probably said enough is enough to the unlimited atrocities that Palestinians were being subjected to, not realizing that the well of depravity is endless. It's just so absurd that this is the debate. Minimal aid and genocide versus no aid and genocide. Yeah, that's the major point of contention inside of the war cabinet in Israel and the government. It's fantastic stuff. It is really fucking insane. It's just like, I mean, this is how you come to the recognition of how Nazi Germany took place, though. Like, this is it. Like, they didn't have as much access to the atrocities and the death and destruction of Nazi Germany's like most violent ambitions, the ethnic cleansing of 6 million Jews and some total of like 15 million people overall. People didn't know the full scale of the atrocities. There were suspicions, there was surveillance, but there wasn't like complete confirmation in the way that you can see it in real time in Gaza, right? And even this makes me feel like even if there was complete confirmation of the Holocaust at the time while it was happening, I suspect people still wouldn't give a shit. Because like a lot of people misunderstand the history of World War II, like where people think that like America joined because they wanted to liberate the camps or something. Like that wasn't the reason, right? Like that wasn't the reason at all. Only until virtually after the fact were people aware of the scale of the atrocities. So who still thinks that? I don't know. I mean, I think like a lot of Americans misunderstand the history of World War II due to like a shit ton of American propaganda. I'm talking not about like Alan Dulles chatters. I'm talking about, yeah, Pilecki literally snuck into Auschwitz, sent the Brits a report, and it was just shoved into a drawer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there was some information coming out of the camps at the time that Allied forces were privy to, but there's a difference between full-scale confirmation from every single person. Like right now, in this day and age, with the information, with the access to information that we have, the unprecedented amount of access that we have to information in real time over the internet, you literally have direct real-time confirmation of the events that are unfolding, the scale of the atrocities, right? It's not even comparable. It's not comparable to the broader public's understanding of what the fuck was going on inside of these concentration camps. This isn't to like offer plausible deniability to like everyday Germans and all these people that were complicit, right, in the death and destruction that lived around these fucking concentration camps, these death camps, and just like never understood why it was so ashy all the fucking time. You know, that's not what I'm saying at all. But it's like, if you were interested in understanding how, like something as violent and as ruthless, like the scale of atrocity and the mechanization of death that the Nazis put together could ever happen, with decent public support for at least like the deportation policies, like the disappearance policies that were implemented in broad daylight and legalized in the aftermath of the race laws. If you're wondering how like so many people can sign off on this, look no further than what people are seeing right now. Look no further than what people are experiencing right now. There is another Holocaust taking place in front of our eyes. And people look at that and either go, what are you going to do? Or people look at that and go, no, it's actually good and more of it should happen. I didn't understand anything till I watched him alone, and thank God you and Chad and Hassan informing us people were ignorant. I don't understand how anyone can disagree with them and I feel betrayed by everyone. If you follow everything, they don't care. They just want to get rid of them. So this all goes. It's insane. People go, well, Palestine just needs to go away and then this will all be solved. People literally say that, and I didn't realize that. And I'm so sorry to everyone who cares about this. I know I'm a nobody, but Jesus, I'm new to Twitch. I literally just got back to tell Hassan I'm sorry I didn't believe him and that I believed H3. I don't know how to read people replying to me, but I just want to see how sorry I am. I believe in Ethan and not Hassan. Yeah, I mean, this is why I was actively talking about like the propaganda, the sinister propaganda that Ethan applies in this process, where his hyper focus on Hamas, his hyper focus on the Houthis, his hyper focus on Hezbollah, without actually offering any sort of historical framework in which why these groups exist and how they formed and what their methods were initially and what their methods look like now. If you only talk about the animal barbaric nature of like militant resistance against the state of Israel, instead of talking about all of the atrocities, the scale of atrocities, the mechanization of death in this live streamed Holocaust that Israel is conducting, then yeah, this framework will lead you astray. It is a very sinister way for someone who claims to be a stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight to turn around and basically delude his audience this way. I feel so bad I was stupid. I mean, there's no reason to feel bad. It's just it's okay that you at least took a step in the right direction, in the direction of learning the truth. It applied a little bit of scrutiny to the sources that you trusted for so long. This is why I do what I do. You have been misguided, and this is part of the reason why I try to shake people from this stupor a little bit. There are far more people who don't recognize this and actually feel galvanized and confident in their position of not knowing, thinking that what I'm doing is actually harmful, what I'm doing is actually wrong, what I'm doing is actually misinforming people. Like think about all those other people in the H3 podcast community that still think that they're like advocating for Palestinians, but in the right way. Meanwhile, all those people give a fuck about is like drama.
here are really in need of food. I've never seen them in such a bad condition. The children are cachectic. They are all smaller than they should be for their age. They are underweight. They are showing signs of malnutrition. Their dentition is terrible, which is the first marker of inadequate nutrients and vitamins.
You think Ethan would change his position if he actually did the research and see the videos online? I don't give a fuck about Ethan changing his position at this point. And no, the answer is fucking no. No, he's too dug in and too narcissistic to even care. Obviously, when you match up the scale of atrocities with what his hyper focus has been for the past 19 months, you come to a very scary conclusion that this person that you're watching for goofs and gaffes is truly a repulsive monster. Okay? That's it. Like, when you look at all of this that's going on, you think it's a lack of knowledge. It's because he's like totally oblivious to the scale of atrocities. I mean, he calls it a genocide. He says that like West Bank settlers are valid military targets. Like, that's what he has said. But then he changes his position over and over again. The reason for why he does that is because he doesn't give a fuck about the Holocaust that is taking place. He cares about getting everyone to shut the fuck up and shut the fuck up about Israel and the feelings of Israelis and the feelings of Ethan Klein, a Jewish American living in the lap of luxury in Bel Air. That is the number one point of contention here. Like, that's what you should care about. Me. My own personal feelings here. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting.
And they are just not healing any of the horrific wounds that they have. And coupled with that, we have the added problems of the susceptibility to infection, which is rife out here because we have very few antibiotics to fight it.
It seems a naive question, perhaps, but just explain a little bit more. How does low-level nutrition, malnutrition, I think we're talking, impact on a patient, particularly a young patient's ability to recover, to stave off infection?
Without a balance.
Like, look, there's still people doing this. Just say you support terrorist organizations already. The Palestinian people are victims, but these organizations are 100% terrorist organizations. What you are doing is absolutely harmful. Your voice carries weight. And when you support these groups while enjoying the freedoms given to you by America, to which you seemingly hate, it becomes confusing. Surprise Twitch hasn't banned you. Yeah. You will forever be surprised by basic things. Okay? Do you think this doctor is talking about Hamas when she talks about the mass starvation campaign that Israel has implemented by way of a blockade, an unjustifiable blockade upon the Palestinian population? No, she's talking about Israel, dumb fuck. The terrorism here is Israel. The terrorist state is Israel. It is incalculable in comparison to October 7. Okay? Meanwhile, you talk about the liberties that America gives me, like the First Amendment, that offers me the protection from government scrutiny, while demanding that the American government take that away. You are the one who fucking hates America. Okay? You hate America. You at least hate, you hate the First Amendment. Seemingly. Like, if your assessment of what makes a group a terrorist group, if your assessment is like targeting civilians, if that's your marker for what is a terrorism, what's an act of terrorism, or what declares someone a terrorist organization, then what the fuck is Israel? What is America? But especially Israel. There needs to be a new term for it. A super terrorist. Again and again and again. When I'm talking about this stuff, the only thing that these people can grab onto is this fucking notion that, like, the American state's terrorism designation is not one that has a practical application of denying people habeas corpus and to stop people from even speaking out against these atrocities, and to basically declare anyone who resists against the Nazi state of Israel as bad people across the board, bad guys. You shouldn't talk about them. If you talk about them in any way, shape, or form that offers a more human focused perspective to why people resist against Israel's actions amidst a fucking genocide where 2 million people are being forcibly starved, which, by the way, the majority of the 2 million people are also under the age of 18. They're children, okay? If the only thing you can do is just go, well, the government says that these guys are terrorists, so you can't even actually speak on why they're doing certain things because then you're a bad guy and you should stop talking, okay? Then you're a fucking baboon.
Diet, not only will you be unable to heal any wounds, but you won't have the reserves for growth. And that's what we've seen immediately we got here last year, was that the children here are much smaller than their Western counterparts in height, in weight. It's really very obvious. Children that you would think would be 7 years old actually turned out to be 12, 11. I've never seen it this bad in my life. We are going through a dire situation at the moment. Not only have we had 75 days or 76 days of no food, but we haven't had any medical aid either. And where we are in Khan Yunis, we're one of 2 hospitals. We're the biggest of 2 hospitals in the region, and we're just about to face evacuation.
Evacuation to where? You're a hospital.
We don't know yet. We're right on the border of the active fighting zone. So Israel sent some flyers, or they update their website to show you where the active fighting zone is. And at the moment, we look to be about 1.5.
I've heard the argument that Israel would just turn to other countries if America stopped supporting them, essentially claiming that they would be less efficient, but it wouldn't stop the genocide. Is that true at all? Or is that simply an attempt to portray America's involvement as minimal? Yes. That only comes from dumb fucks who don't know how much America supports Israel. Okay? Are you kidding me? If the United States of America said tomorrow, hey, you're done, and Israel refused to cooperate, there are many tools in America's tool belt to destroy Israel's ambitions here. Okay? First and foremost, without America's munitions or without America's central command in the region, Israel is not able to defend itself. Okay? So even if there was a denial of weapons transfers into Israel, that would already put a immediate logistical hurdle in their genocidal ambitions. That's number one. And let's say Israel tries to still continue doing this by rerouting the metric ton of munitions that they're getting from America from, like, let's say Russia or China, which is less likely to begin with, given that Russia already has its own permanent occupation of Ukraine to worry about. But let's say Israel is getting weapons from Russia tomorrow. America would then turn around and say, we're putting sanctions on Israel for continuing this genocide. And if Israel still continued to say no, then America would fucking invade Israel with the entire brunt of the NATO forces. This is what would happen under normal circumstances. It would never even get to that point, however, because one phone call is all it fucking takes. Because Israel is America's puppet. Israel is the weapon that America wields in the region. That's it. Oh, you like NATO now? No, the reason why I don't like NATO is because NATO is obviously a dishonest fucking grouping that is an extortion racket, a protection racket created by the United States of America. Because if NATO was actually the true police of the world, they would have fucking invaded Tel Aviv by now. What the fuck are you talking about? NATO forces bombed Serbia for much less than what Israel has done over the course of the past 19 months. Don't you think that's odd? That's on fucking European soil, as a matter of fact. How the fuck did that happen? They were killing Muslims too. They were ethnically cleansing Muslims. Meanwhile, what are the coalition forces busy with? They're busy with the only country in the region that is actively trying to issue penalties to Israel for its fucking 19-month-long genocide and starvation campaign. That's right, it's Yemen. Yemen is the country that they're fucking bombing. Well, they stopped bombing Yemen now because they set up a side deal with Ansar Allah to say, hey, you're smoking too many of our fucking Reaper drones. And also, we've dropped too many of our F-18s in the process of trying to stop you from implementing a blockade on the Red Sea, which is the moral thing to do in this process. So please stop actually destroying our military equipment, and we'll let you do whatever the fuck you want to Israel, basically, in the process. And people want you to think that the only fucking state actor in the region that is actually trying to do anything against Israel is the bad guys. Okay? They are the bad guys, not Israel. It's a very weird, very cynical, very sinister way of trying to shelter you from the fucking truth. You say, Israel's bad. Okay, well, but who's worse? The Houthis. You know who's worse? Hamas. These groups are incalculable in the harm that they've done to their own domestic population or to any other population, as a matter of fact. Even Hezbollah, when you factor in its militant actions in Syria, is incalculable to the fucking harm that Israel has caused in the region. It's not even a comparison. There is no comparison whatsoever. It's completely fucking ridiculous. It's not comparable. And the easiest way to understand it is the famous words of Michael Jamal Brooks, which is, if roles were reversed, and it was a Muslim nation that had partitioned Jews living in this area and relegated them to an open-air prison that it routinely bombed and killed hundreds of thousands of Jews inside of its open-air prison, the world would have already fucking destroyed said Muslim nation. They would have nuked them. They would have fucking nuked them instantly. It's not even comparable. Like, it's just so ridiculous. They would be celebrating the Jewish resistance forces as fucking heroes for conducting October 7 in that process. They would be like, oh my God, these guys, I want to hug and kiss them. That's what the fucking Western world would say in that process. If Israel was a Muslim nation that was doing this to an indigenous Jewish population, the world would have taken military action a much longer time ago, okay? People forget, like, the reason why the methods have become more violent in terms of the resistance forces against the state of Israel is because the apartheid in South Africa dissolved by 1994. Israel's apartheid, on the other hand, from its inception of the nation state, has gone on. It continued. And in the process, any kind of military aid that the resistance groups could get, and any kind of global pressure that they could have possibly gotten from the USSR, for example, it perished. It went away. There's nothing. It's just America is the hegemonic power. So, of course, America's weapon in the region is going to do whatever the fuck it wants because there's no one to stop them.
5 kilometers away from the red zone. And if that advances, we will get an evacuation order.
We know Israel has been blockading food aid for a substantial amount of time, but I believe it's your experience that they are now actively preventing.
Hard disagree. The world you're describing is one without an Israel, so imperialists would have no reason to co-opt the rejection of anti-Semitism. Wait, what? Imperialists would have no reason to co-opt the rejection of anti-Semitism. You think Israel is holding the world from leaning into their anti-Semitic tendencies? Like, what are you, fucking stupid? What the hell are you talking about? You just took the long way home to basically say the thing that everyone says all the time, the common Zionist point, which is without Israel, everyone would be anti-Semitic, not realizing that Israel is the major reason for anti-Semitism skyrocketing right now, because every single violent act that Israel takes, it selfishly presents as doing it for Jews, to protect Judaism, to protect Jews. It's so fucking crazy. Wake up. It's so dumb. It's so dumb to just like constantly say like, no, you don't understand. After all of this, like without Israel, anti-Semitism was skyrocketing. Okay, well, is anti-Semitism skyrocketing right now? Israel exists and anti-Semitism is fucking skyrocketing, right? Is it not? Perhaps those two things are actually related, but not in the way that you think.
Medical personnel, such as yourself and your colleagues, from coming and getting back into Gaza?
There's been a reduction in the number of emergency medical personnel that are allowed in since the ceasefire.
You always say that the oppressed don't turn around and become the oppressor. I'm wondering why this is an example of the oppressed doing that. Am I missing a piece? Yes, the piece you're missing is that Israel didn't turn around and do this to the fucking Germans, okay? Israel did not. Israel was not crafted out of the existing German nation state with all of the concentration camp survivors, with all the Holocaust survivors going into Germany and then deciding to do the reverse Holocaust to Germans. They went, even before the Holocaust, there was a ambition by the British government to create a settler colony. That's the inception of Israel as a nation state, and it started before the Holocaust. And the aftermath of the Holocaust, all of the displaced victims of the Holocaust were sent to Israel, and the death and destruction that befall the Palestinian population was not done as revenge for the Holocaust. The Palestinians didn't do the Holocaust. So no, that is not a great example of the oppressed turning around and doing righteous vindication and righteous violence or righteous vengeance against those who oppress them. It's a completely fucking removed third party that they're destroying in that process.
So initially, when the first ceasefire was announced, the WHO and the United Nations announced that it would double the number of aid workers getting in. It has 2 convoys a week, one on a Tuesday and one on a Thursday. And from that point on, Israel have denied 50% of all aid workers entry.
They're attacking hospitals, they insist, because they are being used in some way by Hamas. Have you ever yourself seen any evidence of that?
There's no indication of any organized resistance in the hospital. So unless they are, undercover and we have no idea who they are, we haven't seen them.
What do you, as a trauma surgeon, as a reconstructive surgeon, right now, tonight, desperately need?
I need aid. I need medical aid, and we need food into Gaza. This is the worst situation it's ever been. We are losing children left, right, and centre from avoidable deaths. I lost a 4-year-old 2 nights ago from an overwhelming sepsis that in the UK would not have happened because I would have had the facilities to run basic tests. I don't have any of that. Our blood bank is absolutely destroyed. These are all things that could be treated. We need the aid. It's a humanitarian issue, and we need to give these people food and medical aid.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did he jump before being pushed? Gary Lineker.
Yeah. Gary Lineker releases a statement. They're kicking him out of the BBC. He had an oopsie moment.
Less vocal in public than online. Sharing an anti-Semitic trope on Instagram caused his premature BBC departure. And that was the platform to announce it.
What did he say? What was the anti-Semitic trope? What was it? I think the real... I suspect that the real reason... Wasn't Gary Lineker the one who said, like, Israel was... Wasn't Gary Lineker the one that said, like, Israel is the fucking, well, covering the, fuck. Gary Lineker on Gaza is the worst thing I've seen in my lifetime. Constant images day in, day out of children losing their lives. But the minute you raise your voice against it, you get accused of being a supporter of Hamas. What are the video twists, bro? He posted something about Zionism with a picture of a rat in it. He reposted a video. There was a rat in it, which he didn't know was a trope. Oh, brother. Suck my fucking dick, dude. Oh, my God. He posted a video explaining Zionism, and it apparently had a rat as an illustration. Show me the fucking video. I want to see the actual video. Gary Lineker was forced out of the BBC because he opposed Israel's genocide, not because anyone actually believes he's anti-Semitic in the slightest. I know it. You know it. And what's more, the people who drove him out know it. Okay, what was the actual... I need to see the original video. He didn't post the rat. He reposted a Palestinian human rights lawyer talking about Zionism, and he didn't see the rat. I don't care about the rat.
Claim that it's there.
Oh, this is what he posted? Zionism explained in less than 2 minutes? That's why? This is what the fuck... Oh, my God. Suck my fucking dick, dude. God damn it. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is literally it. This is what's causing anti-Semitism to explode, okay?
And then they make concessions on land that doesn't actually belong.
I am not spending a single fucking second taking this statement seriously. Ridiculous.
Take the land, claim that it's theirs, and then they make concessions on land that doesn't actually belong to them.
You're so cooked, dude. They're going to fuck us all over, man. Oh.
The Zionist movement and Zionism on the ground is the idea of creating not only a Jewish state, but at the expense of the indigenous Palestinian population. What Zionism is the idea of privileging and giving exclusive rights to one group of people at the expense of another group of people. This isn't liberal. This isn't relating to equality. There isn't a single Zionist who's able to say that they actually believe that Palestinians have the exact same rights as Israelis who are living in that country.
I think it blows my mind. I think it blows my mind that it took this long for him to even like for the BBC to find anything that they could grab onto that where they could make like a I guess like somewhat of a convincing argument for themselves and others who are not really paying attention to this stuff at all that like he must have been dealt with. Okay. Yeah. Gary Lineker was forced to leave his lifelong career because he shared a post about Zionism containing a rat emoji, but Israel and its propagandists are allowed to use anti-Semitic tropes on a daily basis on primetime TV. Eretz Nehederet, Israel's most popular comedy shot, depicted Sinwar as a rat. I don't care. I don't care about this at all. I'm not even going to fucking sit around and be like, hey, man, you really have to be careful. You should be careful regardless, but this is such a fucking stretch. This is such a goddamn stretch, dude. Fucking suck my dick. I think it was Mohammed Al-Kurd that said something that's really interesting that I agree with. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. That the idea that like, the idea that these guys are just like, hyper focusing on anything they can in the Western world to like silence any sort of opposition to Israel is so crazy because what Israel is doing is far worse. Okay. The thing that people are yelling about is far more consequential and is far worse. The human toll. It's so fucking disingenuous. What's the trope about rats? It's the fucking Nazis would depict Jews as rats and as parasites and shit like that. So they're saying that that like he was doing that. He's being a Nazi. God damn, dude. It's fucking crazy. It's actually so unsustainable. It is so depraved to do this. I'm not sure this actually works for any human being. I don't think this works for anyone who wasn't already motivated for blood, where they're like, oh, thank God they got this guy because he was speaking thoughtfully about fucking Palestinians.
Hi everyone, some personal news. Last week I shared a post here on Instagram that contained an emoji that has awful connotations. Unfortunately, I did not see the emoji. If I had, I would never ever have shared it.
Yeah, like this is a correct statement. You still don't get it. You waste so much energy saying this or that isn't anti-Semitic when the truth is no sentiment or abstract ideology, anti-Semitism or otherwise, would be worse than the tangible, systematic, real-life genocide happening right now. What's not clicking? This doesn't mean that you should cast aside anti-Semitism or overlook anti-Semitism, but like the idea that posting a fucking rat while talking about Zionism explained in less than 2 minutes is enough for someone to fucking point to Gary Lineker and be like, you're out, you're done, is so disgusting, okay? As you said to Bad Empanada, it undermines your point. Obviously, in an ideal world, everyone would be perfect, but you can still concede it looks bad. This is not a concession. I'm not making a concession that this looks bad. I don't think this is even in any way, shape, or form appropriate. They just like tried to grab onto anything that they could. It's a real trope, but Jesus Christ, this is not it. And it's making it worse for me as a Jew. Exactly. This kind of like hysterical posturing when everyone knows exactly what the fuck happened here is it. Okay. I'm not saying fucking don't actually push aside people that are very clearly using what Israel is doing in a nefarious way to try to say like, this is all Jews, this is Jews controlling the media or Jews controlling America or whatever. No, fuck those guys, okay? Those guys are sinister and indecent because they have a different reason. They don't care about the fucking plight of the Palestinians. But like this in and of itself does not meet that standard at all. Especially at a time when Elon Musk is fucking Sig Heiling, but he's pro-Israel, so nobody fucking gives a shit. Donald Trump and the Trump administration is doing Nazi propaganda about undocumented migrants. And it doesn't care. It doesn't matter. What people don't realize is that when you label honest brokers, when you label people who are honestly against what Israel is doing as anti-Semites, you are basically fucking saying that the anti-Semites are on the morally correct side. It's crazy. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You only believe this argument if you think you can still maintain this notion that like anti-Semitism has a special status in the Western world and you can just apply it with this lack of care to anyone and everyone that is criticizing Israel, and that societal attitudes will not shift in a dramatic way, in an alarming way. It's fucking nuts. And yeah, there is also this, obviously. I read this article this morning. I'm glad that the New York Times is finally covering this. Obviously, I've spoken about this quite a bit. Like, look, this is what I mean. Why is the rat there? Jews as rats is a pretty common thing. If we had a Muslim article with a, what? Plain office bomb in it, it would be an issue. What fucking planet are you living on where you think that would be an issue? Dude, please wake up and live on the planet that we are on right now. There is a fucking holocaust of primarily Muslim children that is taking place in front of our fucking eyes. And virtually everyone who speaks out against it is branded a fucking enemy of the state. And you think Islamophobia would actually be treated with the same severity as what people are claiming is anti-Semitic? Are you fucking insane? Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Wake up. No, not saying that. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude. If someone in this day and age is anti-Semitic, okay? You and I both live in the real world. You clearly care a lot about anti-Semitism, okay? You and I both live in the real world. We live in the post-Elon Musk Twitterverse, okay? If someone actually cares, or if someone actually wants to be anti-Semitic, do you think that it would finally come out when he reposted a video where there's a fucking rat? Do you think that's how you would finally find when someone is like actually anti-Semitic? Do you think you would have to desperately grab on to like me having a fucking bleach sword? You know what I mean? Like, it's silly. It's fucking idiotic. If someone is anti-Semitic, they'll say it with their fucking chest, as many people do right now with no punishments whatsoever. My point is, why the fuck would Gary hide his secret anti-Semitic tendencies for as long as he did, only to accidentally, reveal that by reposting a video that had a fucking rat on it? Get the fuck out of here. People have literally dropped the masks completely. They post fucking photos all the time of like, look at all these Jews in positions of power. What do you think is going on here?
And this is the fundamental problem with Zionism. The fact that we're trying to make a distinction between what happened in 48 and what happened in 67 is a false distinction to be making. Zionism, as its fundamental core, is the idea of privileging one group of people over another. And the way that they created a Zionist state in the first place was to expel millions, hundreds of thousands, now millions of Palestinian refugees, including my family. And the way that you create a bigger Zionist state is to do the exact same process. I think that it's important to keep in mind that between the period of 1948 and 1967, which people are sort of...
Rad lib take Hasanabi, no lie. What? What do you mean? What's the rad lib take? Guys, I'm being so for real when I say this. If you think this BBC guy was... genuinely fucking a secret anti-Semite and this is how they got him, you are out of your fucking mind. Okay? I'll take it one step further. If he was a secret anti-Semite and this is the most offensive form of anti-Semitism that he engaged in, while simultaneously most of his output is primarily around like trying to protect trans people or fucking criticizing the British government for trying to expel migrants, or obviously all the statements that he's made on Gaza, then fucking who cares? Like, literally, who the fuck cares? Straight up. Are you kidding me? People's priorities are so fucking out of whack. It blows my mind. Like, this is it? This is the major point of contention here? I mean, I felt this way about the kneecap shit too, where they were like, oh, they said, up Hamas, up Hezbollah, they need to go to prison. It's like, suck my dick. What do you mean? The real reason why you're going after them is because they're fucking using the platform that they have to speak out against Israel and its atrocities, to speak out against America for funding said atrocities. You want to fucking worry about an emoji in a fucking Instagram story repost? Suck my dick. It's what you choose to prioritize that matters in this process, okay? People seem to think that dog whistles are enough, not realizing you have to use that to clue you into more nefarious shit.
Of trying to idealize as being the great years of Israel, there were Palestinians who were citizens of that state, were living under military rule. First of all, immigration.
What is this? What the fuck? U.S. education is called Nürnberger Rassengesetze. Nazis call Jewish people Rattenvolk. Bringing diseases, steal food, and on. It's bullshit. In 2025, everyone should know that. And rats should not use in this discussion. Children get bombed every day. Shit on rats. Wait, what? I'm not entertaining this. This is my red line. If you guys have a disagreement with me on this, sorry. You can brand me an anti-Semite if you feel the need to do so. This is my other... I know all of that, for the record. I know all the things that you just brought forward. I'm aware. And while I'm still aware of all of those things, this is not the real reason why he got fucking fired. Okay?
Issues. My family hails from a town that is in the Galilee, and they were ethnically cleansed from their homes in 1948, have never been allowed to return back, even though they themselves are citizens of the state of Israel.
It's crazy.
Were considered present absentees.
No. This is exactly what Brad Empanada was talking about last night. Yeah, except he should have known better that I don't actually entertain this kind of shit. I don't. Just like I don't entertain the fucking from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually a dog whistle for terrorism. That might be seen as a dog whistle for ethnically cleansing Jews for some people, for some parties in the West, but that is a red line. Like, what are we talking about? Like, look at this. IDF reveals Sinwar the Mouse mural at Urban Training Base. Like, there's so much more. There was an Israeli human rights lawyer that posted a meme of like a Nazi boot that was depicted as an IDF boot, stamping on a fucking Hamas militant. I think it might have been Sinwar, as a matter of fact, depicted as a fucking either rat or a cockroach. Like, what are we talking about? Oh my God, I can't believe the dehumanization is setting in. Oh my God. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, Palestinians as cockroaches cartoon should prompt boycott of anti-Semitism conference. Arsen Ostrowski, who is a fucking human rights lawyer, this is what he posted. Are we being for real right now? Are you fucking insane? Like, the very fact that this is the only thing they could point to with Gary Lineker, the very fact that this is the only thing they could point to with Gary Lineker being potentially anti-Semitic implies that he is not anti-Semitic. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? I cannot believe you just spent the last 15 minutes telling a chatter a journalist's career of 40 years shouldn't be fired for a repost with an emoji in it. A repost with an emoji in it, especially when that's not the real reason why he got fucking fired. The real reason why he got fired is because of his criticisms of Israel. And this is the only thing they could fucking point to. And if this is the only thing they could fucking point to when someone is criticizing Israel with regular frequency, that means they're not fucking anti-Semitic. Suck my dick. BBC Online Middle East editor Rafi Berg has a framed letter from Netanyahu on his wall. He has fanboyed over Bibi on Twitter. His own staff have accused him of whitewashing Israeli war crimes. How can he possibly be allowed to continue in this extraordinarily influential role? First time I've been on a prime minister's bookshelf. I know I've got one of Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu's books on mine, but wow. BBC journalists who spoke to Dropsite News believe the imbalance is structural and has been enforced by top brass for many years. All of them requested anonymity for fear of professional retribution. The journalists also overwhelmingly point to the role of one person in particular, Rafi Berg, BBC News Online's Middle East editor. Berg sets the tone for the BBC's digital output on Israel and Palestine, they say. They also allege that internal complaints about how the BBC covers Gaza has been repeatedly brushed aside. This guy's entire job is to water down everything that's too critical of Israel, one former BBC journalist said. This type of shit, for the record, if you are Jewish, living in the Western world, if you're like a Jewish American, you know, like a British Jew, okay, this type of shit is unironically 1,000,000% creating actual fucking anti-Semites. When you lean into the tropes, okay, what is the average person supposed to think when they see this? It undermines every fucking thing that I try to do here. It undermines it in its entirety. You come across like a hysterical psychopath if you defend this type of shit. It's completely and utterly ridiculous. Holy fuck. It's not the worst thing. Shouldn't be the only bar to clear for professional journalists. I think his firing was bullshit, but if we want to reach the masses, we got to be careful. The masses can suck my cock. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Okay? I don't think you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? If you shut off people like Gary Lineker or people like myself for things that you perceive as anti-Semitic, the only people that will be speaking on Israel will be the fucking neo-Nazis, okay? And I think a lot of people don't understand how much more play anti-Semitism gets you in the broader public, okay? If someone were to try to craft an argument about Israel, an argument that actually shelters Western nations from the crimes of the Holocaust that Israel is committing right now, how do you do that argument? You do that by saying Israel is doing this and it's manipulating our beautiful Christian politicians here in the Western world. And they're doing this at the behest of the international Jewry. And that is the fucking argument that Candace Owens is making. That is the argument that Dan Bilzerian is making. And that is increasingly becoming the only argument that is the only game in town. Part of the reason why that's the only argument that's the only game in town is because guys like Gary Lineker are getting fucking fired for this, which one feeds in to the Jews-controlled media narratives, and two, it directly fucking eliminates people who are not anti-Semites themselves but are anti-Israel from having space in public discourse. There will come a day when all of the people that are celebrating people like Gary Lineker getting fired or people like me getting deplatformed will be begging for voices like mine, okay? It's fucking ridiculous. They did this with Jeremy Corbyn too. They did this with Mark Lamont Hill. These are not anti-Semitic people. He also called you gay on a separate chat. What? The guy I'm referring to called me gay on a separate chat? Okay, but you understand, if you don't think he's anti-Semitic, then why the fuck are you hyper-focusing on him reposting an Instagram story talking about Zionism, and then there's a fucking rat emoji associated with it, and you're like, well, you know, he needs to be more careful. Swedish left parliamentary member being ousted for retweeting a post debunking an anti-Semitic theory. I think we should reverse the hands. Israel is nothing but a colonial tool for the U.S. and its interests in the Middle East. This is what the person got fucking kicked out for. It's like Ethan using me talking about Hassan Nasrallah arguing against anti-Semitism amongst Arabs who think that like Israel controls America when the roles are actually reversed, and then clipping that out of context to be like, look at him. Look at both Hassans on screen. They're both anti-Semitic. This isn't anti-Semitism. It's combating anti-Semitism. It's actually combating an anti-Semitic trope. What the fuck? I think a lot of people are completely fucking lost. And it's actually Bazan that posted it too. Holy shit. It's reposting Bazan, a person that is literally in Gaza, right? This is the same Bazan, no? A journalist that's literally in Gaza criticizing a post from Mohammed Hadid, Gigi and Bella Hadid's father, for playing into anti-Semitic tropes. And the person who reposted it, the person who retweeted it, is being fucking is being ousted. That's crazy. Yeah. Right now, the only appropriate avenues are if you're anti-Semitic, you get canceled, but not really. If you're fighting against anti-Semitism and Israel's genocide, you get canceled. But if you're a huge fucking Nazi but pro-Israel, you get to run the government. You get to be in the highest office. You get to do whatever the fuck you want. And the same institutions that are fucking busy going after people who aren't anti-Semitic while falsely saying like they are anti-Semitic are fucking running around too busy trying to like cancel people over dumb shit that they do a million times over, by the way, shit that they defend when Israel does it. It goes back to that Tucker Carlson statement against the ADL. Tucker Carlson's like, I want a demographic majority in the United States of America to be a white population. You say that is unacceptable. That is a bigoted opinion to have. You at the ADL defend Israel maintaining a demographic majority in areas that it occupies. A demographic majority of Jews in areas that it occupies. That's a real part of the Israeli government's out and about legislation. Don't you think this is hypocritical? Is correct. Tucker Carlson, the fucking nationalist fascist Tucker Carlson, is correct when he says that. Both of these parties are fascist. New York Times will run stories and statements from random undergrads while ignoring statements and policies from actual Israeli politicians. Last night, 100 Gazans were killed, and he didn't even ask me about it. Know why? Because no one cares. Everyone's gotten used to the fact that 100 Gazans can be killed in a night of war, and no one on earth cares. Gleeful Zvi Sukkot, repping the KKK in Netanyahu's coalition. Trump came out with a cancer snark. You were right, as usual. Oh, let's go.
Do you want to respond to President Biden being diagnosed with cancer? Are you going to call your predecessor?
I think it's very sad, actually. I'm surprised that it wasn't you know, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time. I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical. We had...
Fuck. It was almost verbatim with the exception of him saying stage 9. God damn it. I should have factored that in. I should have factored into my prediction that he would say something stupid. God damn it. It's almost verbatim what I said he was going to say. It was like, look, I got a physical and it showed how healthy I was. His physical showed something different.
The doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital, I did a very complete physical, including cognitive test. I'm proud to announce
Oh my God, he even brought up the cognitive test. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is almost bar for bar what I said he was going to say. Oh my God. I fucking told you, chatters. I told you this motherfucker was going to come out and say some shit. Did I not tell you that he was going to bring up his own fucking cognitive test and that his own clean medical bill that proves that everyone was lying? I am the healthiest president anyone's ever seen, and Biden, not so healthy. Not so healthy. Nobody knows how unhealthy Biden truly was because they hid it. The lying Democrats hid the truth. God damn.
Take the...
Okay, where the fuck is the clip? Oh, here.
Got them all. I got them all right. You proud of me? Yes. Your husband would be proud of me for getting them all right. It's a little risk. If I didn't get them all right, these people would be after me. It would be not a good situation. But I think, frankly, anybody running for president should take a cognitive test. They say it's
Oh, fuck. I told you he was the first statement that he released wasn't him. Okay. I told you the first statement he released wasn't him. It was that he was going to come back on camera at a press briefing, almost exactly as I told you it was going to happen. That he was going to come back on camera and in a press briefing say some snarky shit about his own cognitive capabilities and his own clean bill of health, and how awesome he is.
To give this award to any other families posthumously find themselves in the same position as having made this sacrifice, and then after the test, one question about your calls back.
having to do from a previous. We're looking at the possibility of that. Yeah. You had a lot of people die in the line of duty when you think of it. And we figured it was time to start. We haven't had the situation arise. This was a terrible situation. We haven't had it arise yet, but we're looking at going back a little bit and see what we can do about that. Yes, strongly.
Yeah, I know that this is happening. I talked about this yesterday.
Today.
Yeah.
You'd mentioned that the Pope would like to take a role potentially in mediating these talks. Does that mean that the U.S. is taking a step?
Better defending Asmongold than terrorists, though, right, Hasan? What? Who the fuck is talking about Asmongold, bro? The adults are in here, okay? If you want to watch a cockroach-infested streamer rotting that openly doesn't know anything about the subject matter that he covers, go back there. Go back to your cave, Roach.
Back from...
No. I think it would be great to have it at the Vatican. Maybe it would have some extra significance. And I saw that it was discussed yesterday, so I thought... And people told me that they'd be honored to do it. I would imagine they would be. So, no, I think it would be maybe helpful. There's tremendous bitterness, anger, and I think maybe that could help some of that anger. So having it at the Vatican would be, in Rome, would be I think it would be a great idea. Thank you.
Mr. President, as you know,
can I say...
Go ahead.
Mr. President, as you know, 2.5 months ago, Ukraine President Zelensky agreed to that 30-day ceasefire that's been on the table all of that time. What was the extent of your conversation with President Putin today about having him agree to that same 30-day ceasefire proposal that you, Mr. President, put on the table?
Well, what we've done, and very strongly, is we said, let's get this thing going. You know, I had many of the leaders of European nations on the line with me right after the call. And we have to get that thing solved. 5,000 young people every single week on average. And I've seen satellite pictures. You don't want to see these pictures. We'll have to see what happens. This was not my war. This is not a war that would have happened if I were president. This is not my war. I'm just here to try and help. We've spent hundreds of billions of dollars on this war, and yet that's not, frankly, we made much more than that just in 4 days in the Middle East. It's a lot of money, but we do much. This is about thousands of people dying every single week. 5,000, 6,000 people dying every single week. And just like you have the relatives here, wives and children and everything, you have, these soldiers, they say goodbye in Ukraine and in Russia, and then their parents never see them again, except maybe in pictures of horrible scenes, because I've seen some scenes, I've never seen anything like it. So we're going to see if we can get it taken care of. Yeah, please.
First off, our thanks to the members of law enforcement who are here, and our condolences to the families. We're very sorry for your loss. Mr. President, on Ukraine and on your call today that you had with President Putin, you said last week that you thought nothing was going to happen, no advances would be made until you and Putin got together. Do you still feel that way?
I think something's going to happen. It's a got very big egos involved, I tell you. Big egos involved. But I think something's going to happen. And if it doesn't, I'd just back away, and they're going to have to keep going. Again, this was a European situation. It should have remained a European situation. Should have remained. But we have, because the past administration felt very strongly that we should be involved, and we got involved much more than Europe did in terms of the money and all of the things that we gave. We gave massive amounts, I think record-setting amounts given to a foreign. There's never been anything like this, both weaponry and money. And Europe gave a lot also, but they didn't give anywhere near what we gave. We gave probably almost 3 times the amount. And it's just a shame. The whole thing is a shame. The level of death here is just a shame. Yeah?
Did you ask President Putin to meet with you?
About what?
About Ukraine.
Yeah, of course I did. I talked to him about it. I said, when are we going to end this, Vladimir? I know him for a long time now. I said, when are we going to end this bloodshed, this bloodbath? It's a bloodbath. And I do believe he wants to end it. You know, when I made the call, I told the people last night, I spoke to the heads of the different countries, Germany and Finland. We had Italy, as you know, and UK was on the line today, and a couple of others. And then they were, in turn, calling everyone. Ursula was there from the European Union. She was terrific. And we spoke for a long time about it. And they got a problem. It's a big, big problem. It's a terrible war. It's a very hard to extradite themselves away from what's taken place over there. The amount of anger, the amount of hate, and the amount of death. It's very hard, very tough situation. But I said to him, we got to get going. And I did say also, if I thought that you couldn't do it, I'd step away, because what are you going to do? We don't have boots on the ground. We wouldn't have boots on the ground. But we do have a big stake. And the financial amount that was put up is just crazy. It's crazy. This isn't for us. This is for somebody else. The amount of money that we put up is record-setting. There's never been anything like this. And that includes weapons. Never been anything like this. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on the medal, how far back do you intend to look to consider for the recipients? And then on your call today, if Putin ultimately proves to be the obstacle to peace, is further arming Ukraine on the table at that point?
Well, we'll look. I mean, we're going to look. I hope that, I like to think positively, frankly. I just can't believe that they allow this to continue. This would have never happened if I were president, and most people admit that. It would have, and it didn't happen for 4 years. And October 7th would have never happened either. That's the attack on Israel. That would have never happened. So said a lot of things.
Yeah, I have watched the documentary for Tantura, okay? I've watched the documentary Tantura. I've watched it. I've watched pieces of it on the stream. Yes, there is no media sharing on this broadcast.
This wouldn't have happened, but so sad to see it. No, I think that there's a good chance we can get this done. I believe Putin wants to do it. Now, if I thought Putin didn't want, I mean, that's what I do. My whole life is like deals, one big deal. And if I thought that President Putin did not want to get this over with, I wouldn't even be talking about it, because I'd just pull out.
What did you hear that gave you confidence that he does want peace versus buying time?
I think he's had enough. I think he's had enough. This has been a long time. This has been going on for more than 3 years. When you think, right? It's been going on for a long time. Yeah, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. When you implored him to stop previously, Vladimir stopped on social media, and he didn't. He just continued. I'm curious, did you bring that up with him in your phone call today?
You have to talk about.
Sorry, you previously on Truth Social implored President Putin to stop. You wrote Vladimir stop, and he didn't stop. Quite the contrary. I'm curious, did you bring that up on your call with him today?
No, I didn't bring that up. But I did say it's time. You got to stop this thing. And I believe he wants to stop. Look, I would be, I think, very able to tell whether or not he wanted to or what. I thought there was a very good chance, like a 50-50 chance, that he would say, I want to take the whole thing. I didn't know what he was going to say. And then they have a different kind of a problem. But I believe he wants to stop. Pretty sure.
Just now about backing away or walking away if it looks like it's going to be an intractable problem. Do you have a red line in your head of what would cause you to back away? And
yeah, in my head, but not something I'm going to announce. But yeah, definitely in my head I do, yeah. Because this isn't our war. This is not my war. This is not...
Bro, the fact that he tries to distance himself from the previous administration over and over again on this issue is so funny. It's not my war. They lost it. The previous admin lost it. It's like, bro, you can't. It is yours. You're cooked. Okay? It's yours. That's how it happens. That's how this goes. You come into power. It's your war now. Okay? It's yours now. You have to deal with it. The fuck are we talking about? And the way that he is trying to deal with it is also really silly and really stupid. No, he sided with Putin. I know. I mean, that's him trying to save face for his own constituents to a certain degree, where he's like, look, here's the thing. I told you this before. Like, the way he analyzes Ukraine is like, Ukraine fucked me over. They're a plant of the Democrats. This is the Democrat Party's fuck up, and now I have to deal with it. He hates that he has to deal with it. But in his mind, he thinks he can, like... In his mind... He thinks he can get away. Like, he thinks he can get away by just saying, like, no, this is, this was Brandon's doing. But you're the president now. And at a certain point, people are going to start going, okay, dude, well, fucking, you said you were going to deal with it. Even your fans are going to say, all right, you said you were going to deal with it. I don't see you dealing with it.
Not the war. I mean, we got ourselves entangled in something that we shouldn't have been involved in. And we would have been a lot better off. And maybe the whole thing would have been better off, because it can't be much worse. It's a real mess. It's a death trap. So I think that, yeah, I would say I do have a certain line. But I don't want to say what that line is, because I think it makes the negotiation even more difficult than it is. Yes, please.
Mr. President, and thank you all for your sacrifice. I'm so sorry for your loss and everybody. You mentioned the bloodbath you want to see end in Ukraine. You mentioned that you believe Putin wants peace, but he just attacked Ukraine yesterday.
You're going viral on Twitter?
What makes you think that he wants peace?
Well, he's in a war, I mean,
nice.
Nobody said don't. They're fighting. They're attacking each other. And people are dying all the time. He's in a war. He's fighting a war. Nobody said he was going to stop. I think, is it terrible? Yeah, it's terrible. I think it's terrible.
Can you weigh in on President Biden? President Biden was diagnosed with cancer of the war, and then I want to ask you about reconciliation.
Oh, here it is.
Why haven't you increased the sanctions on Russia yet?
Well, because I think there's a chance of getting something done. And if you do that, you can also make it much worse. But there could be a time when that's going to happen. Yep.
Mr. President,
Who was going to say?
with the ratings downgrade from...
Do you want to respond to President Biden being diagnosed with cancer? Are you going to call your predecessor?
I think it's very sad, actually. I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time. I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical. We had the doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital.
Stage 9.
I do it. I did a very complete physical, including cognitive tests. I'm proud to announce I aced it. Got them all. I got them all right. You proud of me? Yes. Your husband would be proud of me for getting them all right. It's a little risk. If I didn't get them all right, these people would be after me. It would be not a good situation. But I think, frankly, anybody running for president should
verbatim.
take a cognitive test. They say it's unconstitutional, but I would say in that particular case, having a cognitive test wouldn't be so bad. But when you take tests, medical, as a male, that test is very standard. I don't know if it's given to everybody, but it's given just about. And it takes a long time to get to that situation. Now, I think, to get to a stage 9, I think that if you take a look, it's the same doctor that said that Joe was cognitively fine. There was nothing wrong with him. Well, he said, if it's the same doctor, he said there was nothing wrong there, and that's being proven to be a sad situation. And the auto pen is becoming a very big deal. The auto pen is becoming a big deal because it seems like that maybe was the president who ever operated the auto pen. But when they say that was not good, they also, you have to look and you have to say that the test was not so good either. In other words, there are things going on that the public wasn't informed, and I think somebody's going to have to speak to his doctor, if it's the same, or even if it's 2 separate doctors. Why wasn't the cognitive ability, why wasn't that discussed? And I think the doctor said he's just fine, and it's turned out that's not so. It's very dangerous. Look, this is no longer politically correct. This is dangerous for our country. Look at the mess we're in. You're talking about all these questions on Ukraine and Russia that would have never happened. As an example, if I were president, would have never happened. The other thing is you have to say, why did it take so long? I mean, this takes a long time. It can take years to get to this level of danger. So it's a very, very sad situation. I feel very badly about it. And I think people should try and find out what happened, because I'll tell you, I don't know if it had anything to do with the hospital. Walter Reed is really good. They're some of the best doctors I've ever seen. I don't even know if they were involved, but a doctor was involved in each case. Maybe it was the same doctor, and somebody is not telling the facts. That's a big problem.
President Zelensky of Ukraine says that the Ukrainians are ready for a ceasefire. They're ready for peace negotiations. In your mind, is Ukraine doing enough to get this?
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now, because I can't say yes or no. I think, look, he's a strong person. Zelensky, a strong guy, and he's not the easiest person to deal with. But I think that he wants to stop. He's, not. It's a very bad thing that's happening over there. I think he wants to stop. But I could answer that question better in 2 weeks or 4 weeks from now. I hope the answer is that he wants to get it solved. I want to thank everybody very much. And on behalf of the United States of America, we greatly honor your family.
You're in the Philly D thumbnail. Joe Biden's cancer situation has divided the internet. Ooh, let's see.
Joe Biden's aggressive cancer announcement has sparked backlash.
The way he presents that makes it seem like his cancer, it's not that his cancer is aggressive, but his announcement was. Joe Biden announced his cancer in the most aggressive manner, and it's got the internet divided.
Joe Biden's aggressive cancer announcement has sparked backlash, several new accusations, and overall divided the internet. What really happened in that horrifying Mexican Navy Brooklyn bridge crash? A crazy New Orleans jailbreak has 7 escaped inmates on the run and tens of thousands of dollars up for grabs. What we've now learned around the IVF clinic bombing. Israel has now begun a new ground operation to take control of all of Gaza. And then a good news story to try and fail to keep you sane. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. Was there a massive Joe Biden cancer cover-up? That is just one of the many questions and controversies that have stemmed from the news that the former president was just diagnosed with cancer, with his office yesterday releasing a statement saying, last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with metastasis to the bone. And then adding, while this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The president and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. And so to put that into more layman's terms, metastasis means that the cancer is spread from its initial site, so in Biden's case, from his prostate to his bones. And that Gleason score, it means that the cancer is more likely to grow and spread. And so with that, naturally, we've seen people...
That's what Trump fucked up, where he was like, it's stage 9. It's not. Where is this fucking food, dude? I'm starving. Hold on 1 second. What the fuck? Oh, hell yeah. Okay. What's for lunch? It's the same, dude. It's just chicken. I'm on my way with it. Enslave me so I can make you food. Okay. Things that you say are public.
Sharing condolences, including Kamala Harris and Barack Obama, who wished for a speedy recovery and added that Biden will fight this challenge head on. Even had some on the right playing nice, with Trump saying that he was saddened by the news and sending well wishes to the Biden family. I mean, hell, Marjorie Taylor Greene even seemingly found whatever pills she needed and put her muzzle back on and calling cancer truly awful and saying she'd pray for his family. And you know, today you had Biden thanking everyone who sent him messages of support. But also, part of the news we've been seeing is that not everyone's messages were supportive. You had a ton of people focusing on Biden's health as it related to his hopes to hold on to political office, with, for example, USA Today writing that his diagnosis underscored growing questions and, among some top Democrats, anger about his initial decision to run for re-election despite signs of physical frailty and the reality of advanced age. Especially since in another timeline or universe, maybe Biden stayed in the race and even won, and he'd just be a few months into his new term with a cancer diagnosis. Right? And this notably comes as Democrats have already been having to deal with claims that Biden and his team were trying to cover up his ailing health. With some also questioning the timing of this announcement, because there's a new book titled Original Sin that's coming out this week, which is about President Biden's decline, its cover-up, and his disastrous choice to run again. Right, in the news that he has cancer has now added fuel to that fire. And it was actually something that Vice President J.D. Vance touched on while talking to reporters this morning.
We really do need to be honest about whether the former president was capable of doing the job. I don't think he was able to do a good job for the American people. And that's not politics. That's not because I disagreed with him on policy. That's because I don't think that he was in good enough health. In some ways, I blame him less than I blame the people around him. And why didn't the American people have a better sense of his health picture? Why didn't the American people have more accurate information about what he was actually dealing with? This is serious stuff. We can pray for good health, but also recognize that if you're not in good...
Wait a minute. Did J.D. Vance meet up with Joe Biden recently? Oh my God. Oh my God. How long does it take for cancer to fucking metastasize? If you can find a timeline of J.D. Vance being in physical proximity of Joe Biden that matches up with his cancer diagnosis, oh my God. Oh my God. We thought Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was pestilence. It turns out the true pestilence is not RFK Jr., but J.D. Vance. He's the one who's spreading disease, dude. How many global affairs has this man created? How many global crises has he created? How many leaders will he take out? He literally, you find him around a world leader, and a week later, that world leader will turn around. I guess RFK is pestilence still, but he's death. JD Vance is the Grim Reaper, dude. They brought this man. He is the Catholic annihilator. He is the great Catholic annihilator. He has a very specific type of disease that if he's in the presence of a Catholic, the Catholic dies. The Catholic perishes.
Enough health to do the job, you shouldn't be doing the job.
Right, and also with that, we've seen many speculating that maybe Biden actually learned of his cancer while he was in office and hid it. And that, in part, because you have folks like one urologist telling News Nation that given the kind of medical care that Biden received in office, he could have known that he had this for a while. Also connected, but really separate from that, you had Donald Trump Jr. questioning when Biden found out about his cancer in a post that also seemingly took a shot at Jill Biden's doctorate in education. With him writing, what I want to know is how did Dr. Jill Biden miss stage 5 metastatic cancer, or is this yet another cover-up? With that post then sparking backlash of its own from people who noted that it's pretty common information that Dr. Jill Biden is not a medical doctor, with many also calling Trump Jr. vile and rude for responding to Biden's cancer with this kind of rhetoric. But also, here we saw general pushback to anyone that's been focusing on cover-up allegations and speculations, with the likes of Meghan McCain, for example, writing, I don't know if it's just my bias or background, but I don't want to hear anything else about Biden's health cover-up, tell-alls, interviews with staff, etc. Let the Biden family be in peace right now. This is all just so sad and imprudent. And this, as you had others countering claims that Biden may have actually known for a while, with, for example, one medical oncologist at Johns Hopkins telling the Washington Post that it would not be surprising if previous prostate exams failed to show cancer indications as a better test is needed. But then even, all of that, it's just one slice of the backlash that this news has created. Because among other things, you had some people mocking Biden and his illness or guessing how long he has left. You also had others who disagreed with Biden's policies, just refusing to show any sympathy or rooting for the cancer. With, for example, journalist Taylor Lorenz getting some heat for writing things like, hopefully he rots in hell and rests in piss, and saying Democrats have zero sympathy for the countless people Biden harmed and killed during his administration, but want to act like his cancer diagnosis means he's beyond critique for those actions. And that, as you had other commentators in the space like Hasan Piker facing backlash for joking about the news by, for example, sharing a headline about Biden's cancer diagnosis and writing, he's running in 2028, with him then later adding the mainstream media is already actively laundering the reputation of a war criminal who oversaw the genocide of Palestinians whose selfish nature allowed Trump to win a second term. Joe Biden is an awful monster. Prostate cancer doesn't change that. And so with that, while you had some supporting their words, you had many slamming what Taylor and Hasan said and thinking that it's insensitive to post comments like that at this time. With some reacting with takes like Marjorie Taylor Greene prays for Joe Biden's cancer recovery while Hasan Piker gloats and celebrates. As well as, maybe let's not play partisan games with a cancer diagnosis, okay? Joe Biden is a public servant. He deserves an opportunity to rest, be with his family, and have a fighting chance at recovery. Just be normal and pray for him. With all that said, as this news is playing out on several fronts in several different ways, I gotta ask you, where are you landing right now? Right? I mean that whether it be the timing of this announcement in relation to the big book release, the controversy and speculation around did or did they not know before this announcement, as well as, just all the different reactions to this news, whether it be people sad and saying, leave the Bidens alone, or those that are celebrating and mocking. Any and all thoughts you have on that, I'd love to see in those comments down below, and we may talk about it more on tomorrow's comment.
For the record, I love the way that Philip presented that. Partially because it goes to show the hollowed out nature of liberal civility enjoyers, where like the argument that Drew Pavlov is trying to make is that I'm a worse person than Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I think if you believe that, it's over. Like if that's the only thing that factors into your calculation, then it's impossible for me to try and convince you otherwise. You know? Because the perspective that I represent in the first joke that I posted, and also in the second statement, that's the more serious one that I posted, is that Biden's illness should not be used as shelter from a lot of the horrible things that he did as president that led to Donald Trump. That's it, including his obvious diminished, like even the joke itself is like about his obvious diminished mental faculties that should have been a hurdle in him running the second time.
Hey, Jake Tapper.
Oh boy, big news. He's coming after Jake Tapper.
How does it feel knowing that Joe Biden, the man you have been relentlessly
You gave Joe Biden cancer.
attacking, disparaging, and defaming for the entirety of 2025 in order to sell advanced copies of your book, was just diagnosed with cancer? That's right. Joe Biden's family just unfortunately confirmed that the former president has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. And
this
in light
argument
of this
is so
tragic
funny.
news, I just wanted to say, number one, my thoughts and prayers are with you, Joe Biden, and your family. You can overcome this and you can defeat this. And number two,
Dog, he's 90, bro. He doesn't know what TikTok is, okay? And number two, you're mad at Jake Tapper for literally saying Biden was old and feeble-minded. And then you're claiming that that's defaming Biden. And then your argument is he's actually worse than you thought he was. He also is old, feeble, weak, and has prostate cancer. Then I guess Jake Tapper's not defaming Biden, you know? Hey, Jake Tapper, how do you feel about your piece saying that Biden is old and selfishly kept wanting to run? How do you feel about like spending weeks promoting your book saying Biden was too old and should not have run again? Now that you found out that he has cancer and he definitely should not have run again? Like, what the fuck? And it's really funny to get mad at Jake Tapper over this because the only reason why Jake is associated with this book is so that he can engage in ass covering. Because he defended Biden for the longest fucking time. I feel like liberals are professional missers of the forest because they're professional lookers for the trees. Like this is so stupid. This is so incredibly stupid. Like, can we be Can we be a little bit more reasonable? Can we be optically more reasonable here, please? What the fuck does that even mean? Well, what that means is like eyes on the prize, man. But even from a perspective of what Jake Tapper is doing, if you're fucking angry at him for writing a goddamn book about how Biden was old and weak, you probably shouldn't be trying to launch an argument against him when it came out that he was even more old and weaker than we previously thought. It's like people complaining that Gary Lineker's Instagram story repost had a rat in it, when the contents of that Instagram story had nothing to do with anti-Semitism and everything to do with like Zionism and Israel. And that's like something we should be hyper focusing on. That's like, oh wow, Gary Lineker, the secret anti-Semite. And no, this is not satire. This person is real. I guess, unfortunately.
Shame on Jake Tapper, CNN, the mainstream media, the political pundits, the DC consultants, and the Democratic officials who have spent the majority of Donald Trump's presidency, the one in which Donald Trump has violated Supreme Court orders, violated federal laws, deported people without due process, accepted luxury jumbo jets from foreign monarchies as bribes, not covering that, but instead piling on Joe Biden for his age, for his cognitive health, even though all Joe Biden did when he was in office was serve the American people, pass bills, and help try to resuscitate the country after Donald Trump.
Bro, he couldn't even serve himself tapioca pudding. What are you talking about? The fuck out of here.
Trump nearly destroyed it. I mean, Joe Biden, these people did not deserve you. Get well soon, my brother.
Oh my God. Get well soon, my brother. Yeah, here's the Gary Lineker story. Back to that.
Last week, I shared a post here on Instagram that contained an emoji that has awful connotations. Unfortunately, I did not see the emoji. If I had, I would never, ever have shared it. The minute I was made aware, I quickly deleted the post and went on to make an apology. I would like, once again, to say I'm sorry unreservedly for the hurt and upset caused. It was a genuine mistake and oversight.
This is literally no different than fucking people trying to stretch and saying that Hasan calls Jews inbred. Like this is an anti-Semitic trope or some shit. Like that's it. That's the length of this commentary. I call hogs inbred, and hogs, and pigs. There's nothing to do with their religion or ethnic background or identity.
But I should have been more diligent.
This was the understated sign-off from Saturday's FA Cup final.
For now, goodbye.
The final goodbye will be on Sunday. It was always intended to be his last match of the day, but now he won't be staying to present the FA Cup and World Cup next season as planned.
Ultimately, Gary Lineker didn't want to be constrained by the impartiality rules the BBC staff here have to abide by. On Gaza, he claims silence equated to complicity. But even he accepted he crossed the line with a post he insisted wasn't knowingly anti-Semitic, but was deleted. The apology wasn't enough to save him, ending his 3 decades on the BBC in scandal rather than celebration.
The BBC's Director General, Tim Davies, said, Gary has acknowledged the mistake he made. Accordingly, we have agreed he will step back from further presenting after this season. We want to thank him for the contribution he has made. The BBC turned the former England captain into an accomplished broadcaster and the face of football, handed the prime Premier League highlight slot in 1999 and eventually the BBC's biggest salary. But finding his voice politically in public became increasingly problematic and a lightning rod for the BBC's critics. They tried to rein him in, comparing the then Tory government's migration policies to the rhetoric of 1930s Germany led to a suspension. Solidarity from colleagues.
Yeah, he was right for that, by the way. And it's so funny because the Labour government that took its place, the Tory government's place, unironically channeled the spirit of 1939 when Kid Starver came out and said, we're becoming a nation of strangers.
Produced this unprecedented programme 2 years ago with no other voices. But the BBC climbed down. Lineker was allowed back and allowed to say as he pleased elsewhere. But the boundaries of acceptable commentary on the Israel-Hamas conflict were stretched to the limit. And for one of Lineker's former bosses, this isn't about denying him a social conscience, but offence that damages the BBC.
Of course, people can have the right to speak out, but you are representing all the licence fee payers who pay your salary. And it's very hard in those cases to take strongly political positions in which you are essentially disagreeing with half the people who support your salary. So that's...
Oh, I hate this impartiality bullshit. There is never this level of care, consideration, or attention for those who shit on Muslims. Or Palestinians as a whole. When Gary's sentiment itself wasn't even fucking shitting on Jews anyway. Bullshit. Of course, it's expected from the BBC, though. They are horrible at this. You can say whatever the fuck you want about the entire Arab world, the entire Muslim world, and not a peep. Your career is safe. But when you say enough is enough, I can't stand impartial against an ongoing genocide. And all of a sudden they're like, this is a major problem.
That's why I think the BBC has to be impartial.
After being a fixture of football coverage, a television era is ending. Gary Lineker has a flourishing podcasting empire to focus on. Even freer to speak out beyond football. It won't be the BBC's problem anymore.
We begin this Sunday morning with increasing calls to investigate and possibly arrest Jim Comey after the former FBI director posted an image on social media suggesting a call to assassinate President Trump.
The BBC needs to go back to apolitically content like Jimmy Savile. Yeah. Yeah, back when the BBC was truly impartial, mate. Fucking hell.
What's up,
All right, we got Bernard on the docket. Oh yeah, here's Gary Lineker on Gaza. This is what he said on Mehdi Unfiltered.
It's the worst thing I've seen in my lifetime. I've seen so many images of children that, you know, I've got no skin in this game. You know, I'm not Muslim. I'm you know, not Jewish. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Palestinian.
Ooh, the way he said he's not Jewish. He put some stink on it. Let me read further into this. Yeah, he must be Hamas, dude. I'm joking, but like, low-key, that is what the level Israel defenders take it to.
So I see it, I think, purely from the outside, as from a neutral perspective. And I can't think of anything that I've seen worse in my lifetime. The constant images of children losing their lives day in, day out. Now, obviously, we all know what, October 7th happened and, the Hamas thing. But the minute you raise your voice against what they're now doing there, you get accused of being a supporter of Hamas or, all this kind of stuff. So there is, there's a lot of heavy lobbying on people to be quiet. So I understand why most people refrain, but I'm getting on a bit now. I'm fairly secure, and I can't be silent about what's happening there. I think it's so utterly awful. And now they're talking about, it already looks like it's happening, going into Rafah, where they've sent everybody down there. So, I don't think you can be, it's not anti-Semitic to say that what Israel is doing is wrong. And I just.
Excuse me. Yes, it is. It seems like you're engaging in Hamas propaganda, sir. To think Gary Lineker used to be an anti-Corbyn liberal, this is what I've heard as well. A lot of people are eating crow. There's nothing, like, in a weird way. Look, I'm not going to shit on him right now. But it is very interesting to think that, like, a big part of the reason why he was anti-Corbyn was because of what they're doing to him right now. Because the British press went after our boy Jezza, okay, the big Jezza, the GOAT, the man, the myth, the fucking legend, in the most egregious ways possible, constantly branding him an arch anti-Semite. And the people that got their notes from that, the people that were just like utterly oblivious to why this was happening to him, and the reason why it was happening to Jeremy Corbyn was because of his positions on Israel, okay, make no mistake, are now coming to the recognition of the realities that Palestinians face that Jeremy Corbyn did know. And now he's knowledgeable as well. He's cursed with being equipped with the knowledge of what goes on. And when you're cursed with that knowledge, and you are even a little bit of a normal human being with a conscience, it is virtually impossible for you to not say anything. Just popping in to say I talked to Medea Benjamin and told her you always gas her up on stream. Now she wants to be a guest. Bro, Medea is such an infiltration specialist that she probably is in my house right now and I didn't even know about it. Okay? She's probably here right now. I don't even know. She's about to whip out a phone camera and start protesting. The queen does keep moving. It's true. She's probably behind the queen. She is the queen. I love Medea Benjamin. My goat.
Just can't see how everybody doesn't see it that way now. For, whatever the cause, whatever started it, and we all know that, the history of this area of the world goes way before October the 7th. But it's truly dreadful what's happening, and I cry on a regular basis when I see certain images on social media.
How dare you? How dare you have a conscience, dude?
Where I stand on this, I'm sorry, it's more important than what the BBC, what's going on there is, the mass murder of thousands of children is probably something that we should have a little opinion on.
But the BBC as a whole needs to be impartial about it.
Why? It needs to be factual.
It needs to be impartial about a conflict, doesn't it? And it's hard.
Does it have to be? It wasn't impartial about Ukraine and Russia.
And you might say that
Why does it have to be impartial about... I understand if it's partial about our government and things in this country and everything
Great
like that.
take.
But something that's going on that far away, why does it...
Because the Israeli position is that what is happening in Gaza, and by the way, I'm not here as an advocate of the Israeli government, but the Israeli position is that what is happening in Gaza is a response to the slaughter and capture of innocent Israelis on October the 7th. And
which was awful, which was truly awful.
And
but
that full context needs to be there when discussing what's going on.
But that's not the full context, is it? Because the full context starts way before October the 7th, doesn't it?
It sounds like you think the BBC is in a complete mess on impartiality.
No, I don't. I don't think the BBC's in a mess. I think the BBC it's very difficult for the BBC. I think the BBC generally does a really good job of it, but it's not always easy. I think facts are the most important thing that they, it's like that old thing, isn't it? If it's raining outside, you don't need someone's opinion to say it's not raining.
Yep.
What you want to see is actually what is the weather outside. So I understand why it's so...
God damn, he butchered that worse than I do sometimes. Gary, fucking hell, Gary. Thought you was a top lad. Fuck you doing? Talking a big game about fucking Israel. Gary. Thought you were a football guy. Stick to fucking football, Gary. Don't talk about fucking things you don't know about, Gary. I like my fucking BBC with impartiality. And by that I mean they need to talk about the fucking scourge that these migrants coming on the fucking boats represent. Hold on, Gary. Impartial fucking means representing my position. Me, a fucking gammon. Bit of bollocks in it. Talking this or that about Israel.
So difficult for the BBC, and it really is. And I feel for the people at the top because, the amount of lobbying that will be going on and from people with,
lobbying? That's an anti-Semitic trope, yeah? That's what I've heard. Talking fucking BDS. I'm turning into Australian. I don't know why I'm turning Australian. Once I said gammon, it was over. Gary! What you fucking mean, Gary?
That aren't very impartial must be immense.
Knowing what you know now, which is that the narrator of that documentary...
As a child, yeah.
Is a child whose father is a Hamas official. And that wasn't disclosed to the public.
Bro, what difference does it make? The kid is like 12. That's insane. Like, the fact that this is even a point of contention is so crazy. And the dude, the kid that was the guy in the protagonist of the documentary, not only was he 12, but his father is not like fucking Abu Ubaida or some shit. Like, his dad is like a Palestinian minister guy. Like, he's in charge of government affairs. Like, yeah, they're saying the Hamas-run child. We do not inherit the sins of our fathers. Okay, but like, there's no sin for his father either. Like, the minister of agriculture in Gaza is not committing to any sin. Their greatest sin is just being Palestinian, okay? Like, what sin did he contribute to? Yeah. He was doing the horrible job mismanaging crops. I mean, think about that. Exactly. Like, if he recognizes they're enduring a genocide, then resistance fighters are just, not sinners. And that guy's not even a resistance fighter. I'm not even talking about resistance fighters here. Like, you know what my position is. Like, it is perfectly valid for every single person that has the capacity to take up arms against Israel to engage in the lawful act of developing a spontaneous militia and to actively fucking shoot at and defend their homes from Israeli rocket fire and Israeli military positions inside of the Gaza Strip. Israel has no legal right as a belligerent occupier to invade the Gaza Strip, and Hamas, Islamic Jihad, or any number of different Palestinians that decide to understandably take up arms and fight against Israel have every right to do so. They have a moral obligation. They have a internationally, legally recognized obligation to fight against Israel's unjustifiable death and destruction campaign. Make no fucking mistake. Okay? This is not about October 7. Holy shit, I didn't know that Hamas was like the whole government and not just the resistance fighters. Oh my God. I mean, yes, I'm not going to make fun of you for not knowing that. Yes, Hamas has two different branches. You have the Al-Qassam brigades. I think it's like Al-Qassam Al-Az. I don't know the full name of it, but Al-Qassam brigades is the militant faction that engages in militant resistance against Israel. And Hamas, in and of itself, also has an interior ministry. It has civil governance. Responsibilities of civil governance, yes. Is al-Din al-Qassam is the name of the militant group. Yeah, that boy's father, however, is not a part of the martyr is ad-Din al-Qassam brigades. That boy's father is just the fucking minister of agriculture. Okay? He just organizes crops. Obviously, from Israel's position, they're like, well, you want to maintain olive trees. That is Hamas. Olive trees. This is natural. If you want to defend the natural indigenous trees of Israel, then you are Hamas. We must kill you. The more you know, chatter, it's understandable, but yeah, it makes it so much worse. They essentially have a right to kill everyone in the government because Israel wants to destroy everything. Yeah, same with fucking Hezbollah too, though their civil wing is pretty unpopular for obvious reasons. Yes and no. Yes and no. Because their fucking civil wing is, I think saying the Hezbollah civil wing is unpopular is incorrect. It's unpopular because Lebanon, just like every other fucking country that is, I am Lebanese, by the way. Okay, then you know this better than anybody else. Lebanon, just like every other fucking country in the region, has basically been sectioned off into nation states that were carefully crafted and by design was always going to succumb to sectarian infighting. And of course, Hezbollah is the Shia Muslim faction in the country. And its inception actually is not born out of just resisting against Israel, but also born out of resisting against the Maronite Christian faction within the Lebanese government and all the shit that like the Shias had to endure. There's also like it's, you know, where does Syria end and Lebanon begin is another fucking point of contention. Syria also obviously has its own sectarian infighting. Part of it played a formative role in the Syrian civil war. So it fucking sucks. It sucks that there are these are maps that were designed for this kind of back and forth to take place. So yes, depending on who you ask, Hezbollah is either popular and awesome or very unpopular and not awesome. Having said that, however, obviously Israeli incursions into Lebanon do have a galvanizing factor in this equation. Just like with Ansar Allah, there are people from Yemen who have fled Yemen. And I say fled Yemen as in not just fled the famine in Yemen, but fled the Ansar Allah movement overtaking the government in Yemen, like Sunni Muslims in Yemen that left because they were worried that they might actually be victim to sectarian violence in Yemen, who now ride for the Houthis. And the reason for why they ride for the Houthis, in spite of sometimes directly engaging in battle with the Houthis, is because the Houthis are the only game in town that is actually trying to punish Israel for the crime of genocide. So like I said, Israel is seen by many parties in the region as an extension of American imperialism, at least knowledgeable parties like Hassan Nasrallah, who spoke to the matter in quite an apt fashion, and therefore resisting against the extension of American violence or Israeli violence directly, which will, of course, which of course over there is seen as Jewish violence. Make no mistake, they don't have the same careful analysis that we do for obvious reasons, because Israel doesn't fucking say that like we're separate from Judaism. They say they're doing this for Judaism, and so whenever people are resisting against Israel in the region, they get a tremendous amount of support. How exactly were the maps drawn to create sectarian infighting? I mean, people coalesced around certain population centers, but like it was definitely beneficial for countries like Lebanon and Syria to have numerous different ethnic groups or numerous different religious groups inside of one national boundary, so that they were constantly worried, they were constantly destabilized and could not find a unique national identity. One example I will give you is Turkey, right? The Ottoman Empire was destroyed by European colonial forces. They won. Even though the Ottoman Empire technically won its own battle and also did a genocide on the side, even though the Ottoman Empire won its own invasion forces and were able to successfully purge the Anzac forces, for example, from its ranks, at least in the areas that we now know as Turkey, right? Turkey, technically as a nation state, was not actually occupied by any colonial power. There are very few countries on the planet that are not occupied by a colonial power, if you think about it. Like, there's actually a very tiny number. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, and therefore, Turkey has a position where, like, they were able to develop their own national identity. Iran is another one, yes. Japan is another one, although they got nuked. Thailand is another one. Ethiopia is another one. But the point I was trying to make, no, someone said France. Dog, we're talking about countries that were not occupied by Western colonial powers. What do you mean, France? And yes, that is because the Turks were the colonial power under the Ottoman Empire. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this, is because the reason why I'm mentioning this is because Turkish citizenship does not, with the exception of violence that Alevis are subjected to, which is like a different Muslim sect, and the violence that Kurds are subjected to, Turks broadly do not see themselves as anything but Turks. Even the Alevis also see themselves as Turks ultimately. And even some Kurds will see themselves as both Kurdish and Turkish at the same time. And I think part of that is because that colonial occupation did not actually, that colonial occupation never actually took place inside of the Turkish nation state's boundaries. And therefore, there wasn't any room for this kind of like sectarian infighting. Like, there are Jews living in Istanbul. They are Turkish. They're Jewish, but they're also Turkish. Like, they don't see themselves as something separate. Osmanlı Empire was not a nation state, nor was it all that Turkish. No, absolutely. You are literally talking to a person whose family fucking comes from, half of my family comes from Greece, and the other half of my family comes from otherwise Arab occupied areas, like Arab populated areas. Half of my family comes from the Greek side, and then the other half of my family comes from the southwestern side or southeastern side of Turkey, like near the border of Syria. So, but I don't say I'm Greek. I don't say I'm like Syrian or Arab. No, Arab occupied is not the right word. Sorry, I meant like comprised of Arabs. I accidentally said that. ESL. So, Kilis, where there were a bunch of Arabs and Kurds, like ethnic Arabs and ethnic Kurds. So, so basically, the point I'm making is that like my national identity is still Turkish, in the same way that like someone might see themselves as someone might come from like a Irish background or English background or Germanic background, but when you are here, when you're living in the United States of America, especially over the course of like multiple generations, you're American. And I think while what do you call it? Like Lebanese people obviously have a national identity, there are still a lot of unresolved ethnic sectarian tensions in the country, and that is by design. I see that as a byproduct of colonial occupation. Yeah. People also don't realize how relatively recent 19th century nationalism is. I know. They also think nationalism just means like Nazi Germany. Nationalism as an emancipatory movement or a like post-colonial movement was the reason why there are nation states. For many countries, it's like a post-World War II phenomena. Like Israel is not the only country that was developed in 1948 or became a country on its own, a nation state on its own in 1948. There are plenty of other countries that developed and became nation states even after Israel. So nationalism projects its ideology back in time, making it seem like it always was. Yeah. So that's what this is. That's that there is this is a bloody endeavor in general. All right, let's see what Gary was saying, by the way.
Which amounts to a serious law in the view of the BBC. Would you still sign that letter?
Yes. 13-year-old child narrating. It's not been written by. It's been written by the people who produced the show.
But the BBC failed to do sufficient due diligence.
I don't believe they. I think they just capitulated to lobbying that they get a lot of lobbying.
And audiences didn't know something quite fundamental about the child, which is that he was the son of a Hamas official. Isn't that a problem?
I don't think so, no.
Like you're blowing this dude's mind right now. Like that statement holds a lot of power. It holds a lot of power. That moment of honesty, that moment of bravery, because you do incur penalties. Sometimes you can literally go to fucking prison in places like in places like the UK. But that right there is a moment of brutal honesty that I think is very enlightening for a lot of other people, where they go, wait a minute, why the fuck do I think the Minister of Agriculture, just because like he's a part of the Hamas Civil Governance Division, is like a bad dude, and that his son must be branded as like a Hamas child? Seeing this realization happen in real time by a brown British dude is additionally funny. It goes to show you how powerful social conditioning is. Because dude, they did I don't know where he's from originally or where his family is from originally, but like the same exact dynamic existed for whatever nationalist emancipatory movement that happened in the former fucking colony that your family came from. You know what I mean? Or I don't even know if he actually is making this realization. Making assumptions? Yes, dude, I'm making a very understandable assumption. It doesn't make him less British. Yeah. Like, I don't know if he's Indian or Pakistani or anything like that, but like, it's an understandable assumption to make in this process. It doesn't make him less British at all, not even a little bit. Having said that, we're talking about like British, in the conversation that we're having a conversation about British colonialism and the way that, the nefarious ways in which like British colonialism permeates this kind of like dehumanizing propaganda. Which at a certain point would have impacted people from people that were maybe even a part of his family, okay, in India, many generations prior.
And so you would put the program back on iPlayer now?
100%. I think you let people make their own minds up. We're adults. We're allowed to see things like that. I mean, it's incredibly moving.
But the argument against it is that if you are addressing an issue like Gaza, doing it through the eyes of a child almost immediately puts you on the side of Palestinians who are suffering.
Well.
Yeah, you got a problem with that? Like, you can just like come out and say that loudly and proudly as a bad thing? People need to check themselves. International peoples that had British culture forced upon them are more British than the Scottish Highland backwoods people or Northern Irish. Just ask them, lol. I don't think people should be riding that proudly about being British or more British than everybody else, okay? Let's have some decency here. It's like someone like myself being like, I'm more American than the fucking Hicks that occupied this land many generations ago. Like, that's not something to be proud of, okay? Let's not forget what we are saying here. I see the point that you are trying to make, against British racists that claim that if you're brown, you're not a true Brit or whatever, but let's not present being British as a positive here, okay? There should be a sense of shame associated with being a prominent citizen of the Imperial Core. It's a shame that I definitely carry everywhere. My American identity, okay? It comes with a little bit of shame, and it should. It's healthy. It's healthy to have a little bit of shame for things such as that. Considering that both England and, of course, America has done unimaginably shameful things. Here's Malcolm X. Today is, of course, his birthday. He would have been 100 years old today if he wasn't assassinated by the American government. Did the Zionists have the legal or moral right to invade Arab Palestine, uproot its Arab citizens from their homes, and seize all Arab property for themselves just based on the religious claim that their forefathers lived there thousands of years ago? Only 1,000 years ago, the Moors lived in Spain. Would this give the Moors of today the legal and moral right to invade the Iberian Peninsula, drive out its Spanish citizens, and then set up a new Moroccan nation where Spain used to be, as the European Zionists have done to our Arab brothers and sisters in Palestine? This is Malcolm X on Zionist Logic on the Egyptian Gazette on September 17th, 1964. Today is also Uncle Ho's birthday as well, and he would be 135 years old. Nice try. Malcolm X is famously Hamas. Well, one could say that. He certainly was Hamas, but for America. So yeah. That ain't wrong. That's not accurate history, but the point is valid. Also, Uncle Ho would be considered Hamas. Uncle Ho and the Northern Vietnamese Liberation Front was entirely Hamas. They were the blueprint for Hamas. They were more Hamas than Hamas ever could be. Uncle Ho Chi Minh. Anyway, daily Vietnam mention as always. Can't move on without talking about that. Ong is uncle in Vietnamese. Call him Ung Ho. All right. Let's get to a couple things I wanted to talk about, by the way. Here, CBS News president and CEO Wendy McMahon is stepping down from the network. In a memo to staff, she cited leadership differences. It's becoming clear that the company and I do not agree on the path forward. One of the most meaningful chapters of my career, leading this extraordinary organization. I don't know what the reason is. I don't know which side she was on in the internal conflict that took place in CBS. So I don't know which direction they will head, but I suspect that it will probably be bad. It's never good. Also, I just wanted to randomly bring this up, but net approval ratings for Harvard-Harris poll, May 2025, shows Republicans at +4 and Democrats at -16. Net approval from the same Harvard-Harris poll in August 2020, the height of the racial justice and civil rights protests, showed Republicans at -12 and Democrats at +0. There is a lesson there, I think, and that is that in spite of the Democrats themselves refusing to lean on the message of social justice in an earnest way, they still benefited from the tremendous unpopularity that the Republicans were experiencing at the height of the social justice and civil riots or civil rights unrest. Sorry. But now they're not even fucking presenting themselves as an alternative to the Republican mania. And there it is. They're still fucking insanely unpopular. The idea that they're going to carry themselves across a finish line come midterms is becoming increasingly less sustainable and increasingly less likely. Now, will that still happen? Potentially. It might. But should we allow this to chance? Should we leave this up to chance by not even doing what must be done? How much more will the Americans lose in the process? The reason why the Republicans are at +4 is because at least the Republicans give their base things. Okay? They offer their base things. When they're not in power, they still fight back. They still obstruct, and their base responds positively to that. Democrats, when they're in power, don't offer their base anything, And when they're out of power, they also don't offer their base anything. So, of course, even their base of support is unfavorable to the Democratic Party. So when their base of support is unfavorable to the Democratic Party, and obviously the opposition is always going to be permanently unfavorable to the Democratic Party, you arrive at this insane result. They're fucking worthless. Anyway, on that note, let's take a look at what Bernard Sanders is saying on Andrew Schultz.
Everybody, welcome to Flagrant. Our guest today is one of the only people in politics who hasn't traded conviction for convenience, and somehow he is still here. For decades, he has stood in the middle of the storm, unbought, unbossed, untethered, saying what so many were too afraid to say, that working people deserve dignity, that healthcare is a right, that the system isn't broken, it was built to screw you over. He has been mocked, sidelined, betrayed, and that's just...
Oh, it's that same lady that shits on me.
It was built to screw you over. He is...
Bernie Sanders is an interview disaster. Totally creeled Hamas supporter came into Australia. Lefties losing it. Lefty lunatic Hassan Piker, who celebrates Hamas atrocities, made a foothold in Australia this past weekend. Lefty lunatic Piker. What the fuck is that voice, bro? Okay, that literally is what she sounds like. And that is, the things that I just did, the things that I just said, are actually things that this psychotic demon has said about me. Okay, well, now you're going to make me play the fucking clip.
Now to a dude called Hasan, who is some sort of social justice warrior from America, a streamer who's in Australia at the moment. Like, we don't have enough lefties losing it already here.
Was I exaggerating? Perhaps a little bit. Perhaps. But if you were to close your eyes and you're Australian and you heard me do that voice and you had no idea that I was talking about Rita Panahi or whatever, I guess that's her name, you would know that I'm doing an impression of Rita Panahi. A dude from America. Lefties losing it.
Has been mocked, sidelined, betrayed, and that's just by his own party. And still he shows up, not for power, not for fame, but because he actually gives a damn. In a country drowning in cynicism, he made people believe, maybe for the first time, that someone in Washington was actually...
You're the biggest joke on the internet. How does it feel? Oh, I love people who say shit like this because it only showcases the circles that they're a part of. That's it. It only showcases like what kind of depraved bottom dwelling circles that you're a part of. Brother, I'm going to say this again. Considering who my ideological enemies are online, if you were to show, because this could be fucking Ethan Klein on his extended crash out, or this could be Asmongold, who lives in his own filth and rot. This could be someone currently having to go through legal battles because he is a serial sex pest, like Sex Pestiny. It could be any number of different people. Apparently, there's like some pedophile rapist that I didn't even know about that that recently was outed as raping a 16-year-old. That also is another enemy of mine, apparently. Or even like fucking Keemstar. Like any number of these different groups that you associate yourself with. If you were out in the real world and you put like, I don't know, if you were to place myself on the one side, and then on the other side be like, well, this guy who lives in his own filth, who fell through his own ceiling recently looking for a dead animal, who uses another dead animal as a fucking alarm clock, who do you think is a bigger joke on the internet? What do you think would happen? Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Another Hasan hater, Cameron F5305, bites the dust. Hey, Twitch, unban Aiden Ross if you enforce your rules fair. I've never seen anyone banned for unmoderated chat in my life. Hasan's chat could be so full of anti-Semitic hatred and abuse, not to mention Hasan's pro-terrorist propaganda and rape apology spewed without consequence, but Aiden was briefly politically edgy in the wrong direction, mind you, and he's lost everything. It's shameful and something needs to be done.
First of all, I know she said I like raped her or some shit. That's not true.
You didn't have sex?
I think me choosing not to answer should be an answer for you.
Here he is talking about a 16-year-old victim. That person got shouted out by Ethan? No fucking way. Actually, why am I surprised by this? I mean, he will literally lend a platform to... He would lend a platform to fucking Satan if Satan was like, yeah, fuck this Hasan guy. He would be like, yeah, well, you know, I don't really fuck with Satan, but like on this one, he's kind of correct, you know? Bro, I know that for a fact because I was reminded of the last time he defended, Bad Empanada. He posted about Bad Empanada in a positive way because Bad Empanada had decided to do one of his like classic fucking ridiculous posts about how I'm like a controlled opposition or something. And Ethan posted Bad Empanada in his story being like, well, at least Bad Empanada is honest. He's actually a good guy or something, which was really funny. This guy says, I would happily drink a beer with a pedophile before I'd ever do so with Hasan. Hasan is a much worse evil. Why would you volunteer this information, man? Kaya, place. Like, that's crazy, dude. That's a crazy thing to say. Ethan also said that about you, that I'm worse than pedophiles because I like terrorism. Do you think pedophilia is being normalized? That right-wing bullshit? No, I do think pedophilia is being normalized, but not in the way that right-wingers claim. Right-wingers will claim that like, right-wingers will claim that pedophilia is being normalized by like trans people existing, but pedophilia I think is being normalized by right-wingers themselves when they actively will defend pedophilia or celebrate and support outed pedophiles. It's really fucked up. It's always projection. I mean, this is what this guy is responding to is like my list of fucking enemies. And half of this list has done questionable things with underage people or are out and about sex pests or have their own sex crimes. You know what I mean? Under the threat of a lawsuit and while appearing to read a letter from his lawyer, Ethan Klein attempts to formally retract 3 defamatory claims against Denims. Ethan admits Denims didn't call CPS, denounced those that called CPS, never made another call for action for another to call. Wait, what?
I want to address something from Denham's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denham's herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denham's caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denham's had denounced herself or any...
His lawyer told him to issue a retraction? So he ended up folding? What the fuck? This is a legal apology, isn't it? He's lying. He didn't apologize. Wait. Denham's asked for a retraction. If Ethan thought it was not actionable, I don't think he would have. Wait, what is he's saying? He never said it, not retracting. Oh, okay. So instead of, okay. He's just denying the allegations. Okay, he's not retracting. He's not issuing a retraction.
I want to address something from Denham's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denham's herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denham's caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denham's had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denham's called CPS. I have never implied that Denham's called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not think, do not state, do not believe that Denham's called CPS.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, if my statement were interpreted, I want to correct the record. Seems like a way to retract without while sheltering your ego. No? Am I crazy? Like, under what circumstances would you actually issue a statement like this that your lawyer wrote for you if you did not actually want to correct the record?
CPS, obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Wait, what?
Believe that Denham's called CPS, obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Wait, you think it's moronic, idiotic, and stupid to believe that Denham's called CPS? I wonder if his fan base that has been saying that I called CPS or Denham's called CPS will now also feel idiot, moronic, or stupid. Probably not, because they are idiotic and moronic and stupid. And none of this will obviously matter. Bro, I log on because I have finally time to watch the stream and we're still talking about Ethan drama, bro. Can we move on from this shit and talk about substantive stuff's going on? Dog, we are on 5 hours and 37 minutes on the broadcast. And I clicked on a fucking retraction coming from Ethan literally a minute ago. 1 minute ago. For the past 5 hours and 36 minutes, we have only covered serious fucking subjects. Only covered serious subjects. And I only, after moving on to Bernie Sanders talking about DC corruption and shit like that on the Andrew, on the fucking Flagrant podcast hosted by Andrew Schultz, did I go, okay, let me fucking click on this this thing. How the fuck do you time it so perfectly where you come in here to be like, this is really fucked up, dude? Andrew, yes, Andrew's a friend of the show. I think sometimes we think you don't snipe like that. At this point, you got to realize, you know.
Let me also address the point in the letter that I claimed Denham caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denham's made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right? Never said that?
Huh. Well, good thing he thinks it's stupid to even imply that. What is this? For the record, here is saying she did call CPS. What is this?
Of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
bro, you're so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay, good.
Right now.
Wait, he almost said she did CPS.
She did CPS.
She did CPS. Oh, that's so funny. I don't get it. Like, how does his fan base not realize what the fuck he's doing all the time? They can't be that stupid, right? Like, there's no way. I guess they are. I don't really understand it. Like, they're just like this kind of stuff. I can't believe this kind of stuff works. Yeah, you got no proof. Didn't call her totally different. No, yeah, you're right. She did CPS. Motivated reasoning. Oh, dude, I'm gonna keep it $1.50. As a watcher, right, of numerous different kinds of podcasts and things that revolve around political commentary, if the stuff that I was consuming was so consistently leading me astray, I would stop consuming that shit. Okay? Like, if there was Kaya, place, just because Murad is here doesn't mean you get to go outside like that. That's crazy. Same way Asmon's fans don't understand what the fuck Asmon is doing. Asmon literally calls on his donators fucking stupids and laughs to their faces, and nobody's batting an eye to that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they have to be fucking so oblivious to the way that like normal people operate that they think they can associate themselves positively with someone like Asmongold. Not realizing that if their immediate family members knew that this is the type of content they were consuming, that this is the guy that they were getting their notes from, they were probably shut off their internet. Like, it's pretty crazy. Like the conversation that took place with Wisdom was kind of enlightening with respect to like someone who is online but not that online. You know what I mean? Like that person, a person like Wisdom, finding out that a person like Asmongold exists is such like it's such a perfect demonstration of like what happens when people start staring into the abyss for the first time ever. It's a bit different from Asmon, to be honest. Like 250,000 people have left the H3 community because of Ethan's crash out. Yeah. I randomly clicked on Asmon's stream the next day and he watched a clip that said that Wisdom agreed with him and was a future fan, not joking. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Based. Based.
Yes, remember that? Okay, good.
Right now, one's a little bit more fucking...
That's why Mike says it's unironically good. Someone like Asmon is the face of the right because no one wants to associate with them. Oh, no, I agree with that. It got 300,000.
The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream. Whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat, and then the smell would wake me up. So I would use the rat effectively as an alarm clock, and as soon as it, it got hot enough, it would wake me up, and then I would know, oh shit, it's time to stream. Have you guys ever done that before?
That's not.
You guys ever done that before? No! No one has ever done that.
No way. He's fucking around, though. This guy's also chat.
This is clearly a joke. No, it's not. Dude, it's so funny. No, it's not. It's not. I know it's unbelievable. I know it's unbelievable. It's like with Israel, right? When you hear something that Israel has done and you go, there's no fucking way. This is a anti-Semitic trope that you are representing. There is no fucking shot that Israel has done this. And then you're like, oh my God, Israel, as a matter of fact, has done this. Asmongold is very similar to Israel in that vein, where you're like, no fucking human being is capable of being this disgusting and this unclean. And then you're like, oh my God, it's true. How is that even fucking possible? It's like when I tell people about the goon platoon, about how IDF has like a cum squad, Seaman Team 6, and you're like, there's no way, that seems so stupid. And then I have to show them the video that the Israeli government released of the goon platoon extracting semen from a dead soldier. This is precisely the reason why I say, good. If you openly are like, yeah, this is the guy I'm getting my politics from, great. You're just showcasing how fucking depraved you are. You're showcasing how stupid you are. This person is not knowledgeable about anything, let alone politics. He's not even knowledgeable about how like human beings in 2025 should live. He made a TikTok about it.
Do you remember how yesterday I told you guys that I thought I smelled a dead rat in the house? And like I was like, oh, bro, like, because I know when there's a dead rat in the house. And it had been waking me up for a few, like, so I got him. I even recorded a little video about it. Oh, God.
Nasty ass, crusty bitch waking me up in the morning. Just like they always do.
Yeah, he's so nasty, bro.
Get the fuck out of
man.
my life.
It's weird because he's like super proud of it. There is also a video I saw of him claiming that he's cleaner than me. I'm not even really skeptical of you, but I need a source for that goon squad. Chatters, link this chatter at the fucking the Seaman Brigade, please. Seaman Team 6. Yeah, I understand why, chatters, when you first encounter a guy like this, you're like, there's no way he lives like this. That seems like this seems... What? I agree Israel is bad, but you don't need to spread lies about them having goon platoons. It is unnecessary. It's important to stay grounded in facts when talking about this stuff. Please stop. Okay, I think this chatter is just baiting me to rewatch the fucking video of the goon platoon, right? Like, that's what's going on here. Here. The Israelis who want grandchildren from their dead son's sperm. Increasing numbers of bereaved parents in Israel are asking for sperm for the bodies of their son, many of them soldiers, to be extracted and frozen. No, I don't want to watch the video again. The article title is enough. Okay, now you're making me watch the video again.
She thinks it's just another rocket attack.
Bro, Israel's public account posted this video. What a bizarre video. Husband dies and your first thought is, I need someone to get his sperm to me. Is this common over there? What the fuck? They even posted it on TikTok. Stop. Okay, enough. If you don't want to believe me, you don't have to believe me, okay? It's fine. Yeah, I've done this to other people with the goon platoon, with Christian Divine.
Confused when I said goon platoon. Are you familiar with the IDF semen extraction squads?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
What the fuck is the goon platoon?
Oh.
No idea.
She thinks it's just another rocket attack. But
This is like this should be an ongoing series where I explain to people like the shit that I have to deal with on my side of the internet, because they think it's just like, they think it's all fucking roses out here. You know what I mean? They don't understand how fucking stupid the average person is. Yeah, you croak, we stroke, baby. That's how it works. It's like gooning post-mortem is Israeli cultural stable. Stop being racist. I'm being Hamas. When you hear something that I say that sounds fabulous, okay, that sounds incredible, that sounds like a claim that is not passing your test of scrutiny, understand that there's a very high likelihood, unless I'm being sarcastic or making a joke, I'm telling you the truth.
That's a nasty ass bitch. I found him in.
Yep, that is not the rat though.
I'm having a hard time like putting my head around.
Chat, show the blood wall.
I've seen the blood wall. Actually, I've seen the blood wall.
Asmongold used to smear blood from his gums onto the wall next to his bed because his mouth wouldn't stop bleeding since he wouldn't brush his teeth.
Yo,
Wisdom's getting up. He's like, I need a breather. Oh, also he's a multi-millionaire.
Oh,
like he has so much money. He is a crazy. He's like way wealthier than me.
There's a roach flying at me. Oh shit!
dude has stage hazards.
He's on my
in his
belly.
room.
Look at him. He's right there. Oh god! Get him off me. What are you doing, bro? Get out.
It's a roach.
Go in the garbage cans. I'm gonna take him.
He threw the roach in the garbage can. People will be like, "Oh, dude, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have good political takes." No, it doesn't. But he also doesn't have good political takes. Like, he's not even winning on the optics front, let alone on the fucking actual political commentary side. So yeah, I think I'm going to keep hammering on the point that when Asmongold fans come in here to be like, yeah, brother, you fucking love terrorism. Like, my favorite content creator, I hate you because this is my favorite content creator. Like, yeah, I'm going to keep embarrassing you because you came in here to fight a battle for this man who is fighting a battle with a roach at this very moment, and also fighting a battle against hygiene. And kept going. You do come off as an elitist, though? No, dog. Basic fucking hygiene is basic fucking hygiene, especially considering that he's a multi-millionaire. Shut the fuck up, you dumb, crusty anarchist, and take a fucking shower. I am not an elitist. You are just a fucking moron if you think that like the average 9-to-5er that works in the construction yard lives in living conditions like this. No. You are choosing to associate taking fucking regular baths with some kind of elitism as though you are a British peasant in the 13th century. Are you fucking insane? Take a shower. People get their political takes from that guy. There are full-grown adults that think to themselves, oh boy, I can't wait to see what Asmongold thinks about this. Those people walk among us. Imagine watching Asmongold do all this and then taking anything he says seriously. Can't chat, show the blood wall is just permanently replace a critical memory in my mind. It's never leaving. Chat, show the blood wall sounds like a medieval king being shown a new kind of torture for his enemy lords. The CIA couldn't torture this out of me. These are the eldritch horrors that Lovecraft wrote about. Millionaire, by the way. Most hygienic right-wing content creator, by the way. Dude has stage hazards in his room. The way that was worded is so funny. People get their political news from Asmongold, by the way. Largest right-wing political streamer. I think we traumatized Wisdom for a bit. You are elitist. Not everyone has the mental capacity to practice good hygiene, bro. Asmon has anxiety and depression, which can literally cause bad hygiene stints. It's a known symptom. It's really disgusting of you to say this. Shut the fuck up. Oh, suck my dick, dude. Yo, ableism understanders, dude. I mean, this person is memeing, obviously, but you memed in a very convincing way. I know you're trolling, but there are genuinely people who will take you seriously. Well, now that you've trolled like this. Also, this is not my first foray into this conversation. I have talked about like basic hygiene and its importance many times over. This is not the first time that like someone, not in a trolling, but in a very serious manner, contested me saying that. What is this? By the way, Enos community aren't the ones crashing out. The vast majority of posts on the H3 subreddit are snark-related posts. 200 plus posts sorted by top of the week. Hasan, Piker, Denims, Ian, or Anissa, non-specific snark, normal post. Yeah, I mean, we know. Asman said Palestinians are inferior, by the way. Let his defender pick a lane. Unlike you, he's doing real journalism. The type of journalism Asman wishes Hasan did. I didn't shower for over a month. My full review. Back when he was a real gamer. I guess he didn't change. He just stopped gaming. Stop. Enough. Even the Bloodwall is mainstream. Bloodwall, MTG. Bloodwall Asman. Bloodwall Asman Gold. Ain't no fucking way. You search Bloodwall on the search query. The first thing that comes up is... second thing that comes up is Asman Gold. It is literally a good thing that the slop tuber's god is a goblin and slop. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. On the one hand, I think it's good because it's like so easy to dismiss. Okay. But I think it's also bad because it shows that like it's reflective of the needs of the audience. Like the broader audience of the right have basically become incredibly fucking stupid. Like they always were, but they're not even entertaining the notion of like having coherent talking points or whatever. They're just like, they're straight up. Wait, oh, this guy said a bunch of other stuff. Why'd you guys ban him? Lamau, you need to go to pedo stuff to make the lights off. You, Lamau, Hasan needs to work already. You could already actually make a difference instead of making hate the main idea. I love that guy. No hating you has normalized. I have not laughed so hard. You guys should have never banned this guy. He was bringing in brilliant commentary. Yeah, he's like, no, I love that guy. That's it. Like that person is never going to understand that saying I love that guy in a normal circumstance, in a normal environment is going to be like, it's going to come across as repulsive. Like people are going to look at you and go, ew, why would you admit that? Can't you unban? I just did. We love free speech around these parts. All right, let's get to Bernard. Bro, my barber's a fan of the blue VTuber and he got so pissed when I called him a lolly enjoyer. Bro, go to a different barber, dog. Your barber's a pervert. Yeah, you got pedophile hands touching your head. Someone said, kind of new here, but do you not believe Israel has a right to exist? Do you believe that Nazi Germany had a right to exist? Do you believe that apartheid South Africa had a right to exist? Do you believe that Jim Crow South had a right to exist? Or the Southern Confederate States had a right to exist? If the answer to any of those questions is no, then you understand what my position is here as well. No nation state actually has a right to exist. People have a right to exist within the confines of a national boundary. But those people do not have a right to maintain an apartheid state. Oh, no, 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 they do not. And they certainly do not have a right to do a genocide. Israel's doing both. You make up your own mind. What happened to your latest openly Nazi Asmongold chat fan? I don't know.
Actually fighting for them. So please give a warm, flagrant welcome to the last honest man in politics from Brooklyn, New York, Senator Bernie Sanders.
All right, I'm getting out of here.
That's still downhill.
That's it.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, listen, and this is probably a sensitive topic. It might be too soon, actually. It actually might be too soon. Okay, so if you don't want to answer, I totally understand. In 1958, I think you know where this is going.
Go ahead.
When Walter O'Malley.
Oh, God.
I know. I know. This one cuts deep. When he moves the Brooklyn Dodgers to Los Angeles, and he does it for corporate greed and profits, and he doesn't care about the community that built up that team.
That's right.
It broke a young Brooklyn boy's heart, probably many.
Okay, I don't care about this stuff.
It seems like...
You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Is it a fair question?
Yeah, it is a very fair question. All right. Politics, you know, what politics...
Do you think Bernie looks comfortable in the interview because Andrew Schultz looks like a dude from his time? If I was Bernie, I would feel extra uncomfortable because he looks like a dude from his time, as in, like, one of the pilots in the German side of the conflict. So I would be extra uncomfortable as a 90-year-old Jewish man in the presence of someone that looks like Andrew Schultz.
How politics is conveyed in the media is, you know, who's running for office, what Donald Trump said, and all that stuff. And that's all important. But if you take a deep breath and you think about real politics, serious politics, what's it about? It's about three things, it seems to me. Number one, where are we as a country today? And that seems like a simple question. It is not a simple question. Okay, how did we get to where we are? And equally important, where do we want to go in the future?
Amen.
Right?
Yep.
Reasonable questions?
Absolutely.
All right.
He doesn't look that much anymore. He cut the he no longer has the undercut
today.
We're in New York City, New York. What do you mean, where are we politically?
No, where are we as a nation? What are the things that we should be looking at? If I asked you, how are we doing as a nation?
I would say we're struggling financially.
Good. That's right.
I think, yeah.
Quality of life.
I think quality of life
That's exactly right.
And I think that we are disillusioned with the institutions that should be supporting and protecting us.
Excellent. All right. So that's right. All that's right. So let's start off with, in one sense, we are the richest country in the history of the world, right? We have enormous wealth.
Yep.
Does that wealth apply to the vast majority of the people?
Absolutely not.
No. So unbelievably, and nobody talks about this. You ask me, we start off on the Democratic Party. The first thing you got to do is be honest with people and say, look, this is where we are at. We can blame whoever you want, but this is where we're at.
Here. Yeah.
Right. They don't acknowledge that. So you're living in a country where 60%, let me underline that, 60% of people live paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
Got it? I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. All right? Where paycheck to paycheck is living under enormous stress.
How long has Hassan been away from his chair? Approximately 30 seconds. I went and I grabbed a soda.
I got to pay the rent. What happens if my landlord raises my rent? What happens if my kid gets sick and I can't afford to take him to the doctor? You know, what happens if my car breaks down? You know that significant numbers of people in this country, you have money, you don't think about it. But if you don't have any money and your car breaks down.
Serious question. How can they fix the issue of Jews not having a state then? Also free Palestine? What do you mean Jews not having a state? That's not how that works, man. Up until recently, there were more Jews living in the United States of America than there were in Israel. Just when you slap Jew behind a statement like that, I think a lot of people don't realize that what you're saying is you want an ethno state. Okay? That's ridiculous. Meaning their own country. I know you're meaning their own country. But what you're describing is an ethno-state. Do you get it? Do you understand? That's not how this works. You don't get to have an ethno-state, and you certainly don't get to have an ethno-state on someone else's land that you are constantly fucking occupying and killing the indigenous population over the course of 77 years. It doesn't work that way. Unless you're a racist, in which case, I don't think you are. From my understanding, Israelis are fighting for a right to exist somewhere. Israelis is not a real thing, first of all. I mean, it's no nation state is a real thing regardless, but like Israel is a settler colonial franchise. What you're talking about is a settler colonial occupation that started far before Israel was invented out of whole cloth. And it started on land that didn't belong to them. This doesn't mean that like Jews should not be welcome. That would be insanely anti-Semitic. My point is, like even the migration patterns into historic Palestine, if it yielded a completely secular nation state and wasn't like a violent endeavor, a violent settler colonial enterprise, it would be perfectly fine. People move from place to place all the time. There's migration patterns oftentimes from colonies to the host nation. Like if you are asking, I mean the great question here is like you should be asking yourself, is it okay for the whites to have an ethno state? Do you think white Christians should have an ethno state? Jews aren't allowed to have a country. Yeah, that's a stupid statement that people say in a way to get people like yourself on board. They somewhat do. Where is the white ethno state? I'm unfamiliar. I mean, there was one. I think you were talking about like what Rhodesia was supposed to look like, and it failed. Similar to what Israel is doing, but Israel is more successful. No, they somewhat do not. How can we fix the issue of not having a white race state? It's not an issue that there is no... What? What's going on? A lot of races are getting comfortable. Europe was all white ethno states for 2,000 years. That's amazing. White Germans aren't allowed a country. That's all of Europe. White ethno states, so all of Europe for 2,000 years. Dog, the concept of what you consider to be a white ethno state is so fucking funny if you think that for 2,000 years there were white ethno states in Europe. First of all, 2,000 years ago, the fucking domineering force on the European continent, they would laugh at you if you were to try to point to that and say that they're white. Whiteness in that regard was being a part of the socio-political construct, the in-group, okay? These people were not white in the way that you understand it. Yeah. Have the Slavic states at any point considered each other white? How do you fix the issue of furries not having a state? I know, that's the most pressing issue. I get your point, but what do I say to Kurdish people who want the same thing? Sorry for the repos. Yeah, Kurdish people live there. That's the difference. Kurdish people are 35 million without a nation state at all. Okay? And that already is a complex subject that is a massive, massive fucking point of contention that America loves using against all of the other surrounding countries in the region. Having said that, Kurdish people did not settle there by like the British Empire, okay? They weren't like settled on that land and they previously used to live in fucking Europe. They were there. Like they were there and then they were displaced. There's a difference. Let's continue.
It's over. And it's $1,000 bill to get it fixed. Yep. And you can't afford it. You tell me what happens. Yep. All right. Bottom line is you got millions.
What about Islamic fundamentalist states like Iran that expel their religious minorities? Is that just not as bad? First of all, do you think, like, even if I were to say that what you're describing is 100% correct, do you think I would defend that? Like, I don't even think that's correct. But even if it was, why would I fucking defend that? Think. Would Israel like being compared to Iran in any capacity? I don't get it. No, I don't think it's appropriate to fucking expel any kind of religious or ethnic minority. I don't agree. Also, I don't think Iran is a ethno-state anyway.
And millions of people, working class people, lower income people, struggling to put food on the table. Okay, that is the first profound reality. And the question we've got to ask is, why is that in the richest country on earth? All right, that's number one. Number two.
Turkey's been described as an ethno-state and how it feels being there. Yeah, there is this need to make everyone Turkish, but also suppress other aspects of identity for the sake of Turkishness. Example, see the Kurds. People criticize Turkey for that, yet seem to hold a candle for Israel. Oh, I thought you were saying I hold a candle for Turkey and don't criticize like the Turkish treatment of the Kurds. I don't think people call Turkey an ethno-state, to be fair. Like, I don't even think that that's like a Westerner position.
You have a healthcare system. How's the healthcare? You tell me. Got a great healthcare system in America? Well, what do you think?
I mean, if you can afford it, it's pretty good.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to look at it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right? If you got the money, you got the best healthcare system in the world.
Yeah.
But most people don't. How many nations do not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right? You guys know?
How many?
One major country. You're living in it. So here's the insanity. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare as most of the European countries.
Guarantee free healthcare, not to correct you, but yeah, we won't refuse care if you need it. Oh, wait, we will.
Well, it's a little bit more subtle than that. Yeah, all right, let's say you have a $10,000 deductible, okay? Not unusual.
Yeah.
This chatter hit the best mark you possibly could. He didn't even say what I did wrong. He just said, vague, generalized statement. I feel like you aren't sufficiently critical of bad things. That could mean anything. Checkmate, dude. You're right. You fucking clocked me.
Okay. You got sick. What do you do when you don't have any money? You go to the doctor?
I go to the emergency room. I say I'm sick.
Yeah, but you go to the emergency room, but you're not like, it's not an emergency. They'll say, well,
I'm just a little bit sick. I just avoid it. Yeah. That starts to fester. It gets worse.
You've got it.
And that actually probably causes more strain.
It does. And you know what else it results in? The study from Yale was that 68,000 people a year die precisely. You go talk to the doctor.
Off illness.
Next time you go to a doctor, say, are people coming into your office much sicker than they should be?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, they are.
And that's just avoiding copays, avoiding...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
So people do die by the large numbers. What about our educational system? Psychologists tell us that 0 through 4, most important years of emotional and intellectual development. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we must have a great childcare system, right? Because we love our kids, we nurture our kids, we pay childcare professionals. Really, we appreciate them and respect them. We pay childcare workers McDonald's wages.
Yeah. It's shocking. It's also shocking how much competition there is to get your kid into like a favorable preschool.
Right.
Like you have to start lobbying these preschools at 1 year. My daughter is 15 months, and already now you're like,
he's like a pharma company to get his kid into it.
Exactly. Like you're kind of walking in, you're meeting people, you're exchanging pleasantries, and it's all under this guise of, I hope they accept my kid.
Right. Because you have a massive shortage.
Yeah.
And if people don't have any money, it is really difficult. And so I don't know what it costs here in New York City.
I wonder if this conversation will bear fruit, like something new, unique, or different. You know what I mean? Like, shits on Elon, Citizens United, super PACs. Like, we've heard this so many times. Here, let's see what he says about Israel. Let's pivot to Israel. Right after this Blue Chew ad. That's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, we are Bernie scholars on this broadcast. We've heard this man explain all of these things thoroughly millions of times.
Exactly what it is, because I feel like we hear these words like Citizens United, and a lot of people like we just
super PACs.
Yeah, so we just kind
of more military aid to Netanyahu's extreme right-wing government to do the horrible things that are going on in Gaza right now. As you may know, as we speak, it's horrible.
Absolutely.
Children are starving to death. Malnutrition, growing, and all that stuff. All right. I introduced legislation to say we're going to block the sale of certain military weaponry to Israel. I got 15 Democrats to support me. I got 0 Republicans. Why do you think more Democrats didn't support me? Because if Democrats support me, they will have to take on AIPAC. You mentioned Jamal Bowman.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're talking about.
What'd they spend, like 15 or 20 million to get him out of there? Exactly. This is up in Westchester, too.
You got it.
Okay.
Cory Bush in Missouri, St. Louis, was defeated. A woman in the state of Washington.
Also, banning me earlier didn't make you being a joke disappear law. Brother, that's what you said? Jews don't exist or have a place that was established legitimately? I mean, if you're posting about Israel, then yeah, it isn't established legitimately. It's established illegitimately. Also, if you actually give a shit, you wouldn't be one-sided on genocide. I think it's perfectly valid to give a shit and be one-sided. Seriously, though, you can actually make a difference. Drop the hate. Oh, shut the fuck up. So USA is a settler statement? Yeah, dude. Do you think that was okay? You think the indigenous genocide of the native population was appropriate? I don't think so. The fuck? I love Bernie, but you are an extremist with a lot of what you say. Also, banning me earlier didn't make you being a joke disappear law. Brother, you like Asmongold. I think it's fine if you considered me to be a joke. That's more of a self-own than anything else.
Washington, Pramila Jayapal's sister brand. So if you want to...
Sorry, I had to watch the VOD, read Chatter's comments. Chat is saying there shouldn't be Jewish country because that's racist, but hello, there are Muslim countries. Am I missing something? I'm legit not trolling, trying to understand both sides. Yes. If there was a group of Muslims that were shipped into another country, a Christian country, okay, and forced every single person out of their ancestral homelands, and then basically fucking decided this is ours now, and dominated the indigenous population, you know what you would call that? You'd call that ISIS. That's what ISIS did, and that's precisely what Israel is doing. When you say like, oh, there are Muslim countries that exist. Oh my God, people are saying the UK. Okay, I can't tell if you guys are fucking joking about what racist people say or if you're actually personally racist. The UK though? Oh my God, are people legitimately saying that that is what is happening in the UK is like Muslim migration into the UK is forcing out the indigenous Ingerlanders? Wait, they want Sharia? No, that's what are you saying? There's 0% chance I have this many fucking there's this many dumbasses. Just because there's a bunch of white people doesn't mean it's an ethno-state chatter. Yeah, it's like let's be honest. Let's be honest. You're telling me a American of Muslim background living in the United States of America who knows many Muslim people in the UK that actually the Islamic migration into the UK is actually an invasion, and they are trying to do Sharia law in the UK. There's a white genocide happening in the UK. White people are so crazy, bro. They literally think they invite, first of all, they dominate the entire planet. And then when the people from those colonies go, okay, we want to come there, they fucking at first say, yeah, that's actually a great idea because we need cheap labor. And then they go, wait a minute, I don't actually like it. There's too many brown people around me. What the fuck do you mean? Well, you shouldn't have colonized the planet then. What are you talking about? And especially as it pertains to the United Kingdom, you should be fucking kissing the feet of all the Muslims that came to the goddamn country and all the people that came from the Caribbeans, all the people that came from India, so that you can actually eat something that isn't fucking jellied eels for once. Oh my God. You should literally be celebrating all of the immigration that took place so that there is like some semblance of diversity on the fucking island. God damn. Give me the option of beans on toast. Give me the option of fucking beans on toast. By the way, this person is quickly unwinding his argument. Give me the option of beans on toast and jellied eel versus Sharia and fucking doner and kebabs. I'm taking Sharia. I'm literally taking Sharia law. Okay. I'm taking halal meat and Sharia law as long as we got the fucking donors, right? Fucking hell. Instead of the mushy peed, yeah? Could happen to the West. What? You know, there's some belief that Jewish communities in Palestine gain influence by acquiring significant amounts of land. Could happen to the West. What? What are you saying? This chatter was saying free Palestine in 2021. What happened to this person's brain? Stupid Zionists, free Palestine, Israel, yuck. In 2021, did your brain reset? What the fuck happened? Did your brother take over your account or something? How did this take place? You went from free Palestine to like, well, actually, the Muslims are overtaking. There is a great replacement. Yes, I know that initially land ownership took place. I believe it comprised of 3% of the land that Israel currently occupies. Okay? That's not the same as they bought all the land, so it's theirs. Okay? The fuck are we talking about? Or 6%. It was 3% of the population was Jewish, pre-Israel, and they had ownership over 6% of the land. Who gives a fuck? What do you mean? Ain't nobody saying Jews are not allowed to own property. What the fuck are we talking about, dude? The entire point is that ownership of property doesn't mean you get to ethnically cleanse the indigenous population. Like, what are we, like, you know how Dr. Phil was freaking out about, like, the Chinese are coming to purchase farmland. Like, okay, do they get to now ethnically cleanse the Americans that live around the farmland? They bought it. I guess that's appropriate now. Like, that's not how this works. I don't have any issue with anyone buying fucking land anywhere. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. Have fun with the land. That doesn't mean that you get to be like, well, this is mine, and all the surrounding areas are also mine, and it happens to have other people living there, but now I'm going to kill them. Yes, you said exactly that. Jews don't have any land? No, I never said that. What are you talking about? And no, it can't happen to the West. That's also stupid. There is a difference between Jewish people owning land, okay, and doing ethnic cleansing. Like when I bought this house that I'm sitting inside of, I didn't ethnically cleanse the previous homeowner, okay? That's not how I'm not expanding into the West Hollywood territory, okay? It's not my nation state now. I just bought a house. And I know a lot of people get mad at that because they're like socialists, but you own a house. But like, you know, it just doesn't extend beyond me owning this property, okay? What the fuck? Like, I'm not saying, this is so funny. It's like, dude, are you saying Jews should not be able to own land? No. Oh, fucking Asmongold fans, man. Dude, clear out the earwax, okay? Clear out the earwax. You are not Asmongold. You are not him.
Speak out against Netanyahu's government and oppose military sales. AIPAC, which is also funded by billionaires who support both Democrats and Republicans.
So
we'll go after.
How can they do this effectively? Like, how can they sway a vote if the people don't support the idea?
You know how you do it?
How?
This is rather amazing. Great question. You don't talk about the issue.
Oh, you make that person so radioactive.
Yeah. Right. They didn't talk. When they went after I was up in Westchester.
Now you're undermining the democratic process.
I was up in Westchester campaigning for Bowman.
Yeah.
And I supported Cory Bush as well. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm 99% sure I'm right, they didn't say one word about Israel.
Wow.
The argument was he's a bad Democrat or whatever the usual negative advertising. Didn't talk about.
He's right about this, and this is actually a very important point. AIPAC knows that if they were to constantly pump ads saying that like Jamal Bowman hates Israel, Jamal Bowman would have won the primaries. Okay, even though he was redistricted, and even though there was a higher Jewish population, Jewish American population in the area in the new district, and some of them probably had a more favorable opinion of Israel. Like AIPAC knew that if they were to run ads being like Jamal Bowman hates Israel and that's why he must go, literally everyone would be like, okay, fuck you. I don't like Israel either, which is precisely the reason why they didn't do that. And instead they were like, he's a bad Democrat.
So this is quite interesting because if a group, like if a super PAC was honest about what they were raising against, for example, they spent that $20 million specifically defending their position on Israel, I wonder if we would be more amenable to that because that is the issue at hand instead of using funding to make this.
He would not have lost. If there were $20 million worth of ads in any market just talking about how this guy thinks Israel ain't shit, dude, that would be positive campaigning for that person. I'm not even kidding. First of all, they don't even say that, though. They will just say, like, he's a bad guy. He's a racist. He is, anti-Jewish. Okay? But I'm not so certain that even that, like, even marking you as being anti-Semitic, even marking you as anti-Semitic will hit that same note anymore because like most people translate it to being anti-Israel. They don't even, or even more damaging, most people don't associate that with a negative connotation, which is really fucked up and scary for the future of this goddamn country. But like a lot of people, even in more progressive communities, I think, a lot of people in more progressive communities, I think, look at that and they're like, oh, yeah, all right, here we go. This guy said something mean about Israel. And now AIPAC, the Israeli lobby, is pushing this idea that this is an anti-Semitic person
radioactive, which they might not exactly be. And undermining, it is duplicitous. You're undermining the people. And that's where you remove, wow.
That's a very good point. All right.
What is a janissary, and why were you joking about it? Please describe to me this joke that you made so that I can get mad.
Have unlimited amounts of money. But your point is, hey, if that's what your goal is, be honest about it.
And I say this with you because you raise money not from a few billionaires, but like you guys raise, what is it, Sunrise and then Democrat Justice or Democracy Just. There are these groups. They're a little different than super PACs, but they are raising money on a grassroots level.
We do.
But you are being honest about what you're raising money for.
Exactly. You're right. So your point is right. If somebody says, look, I love Netanyahu, I think they're doing a good job, you oppose him, and I'm going to oppose you for that reason, let's be honest about it.
Exactly.
But you know what? I think one of the reasons they don't do that, you know why?
Because it wouldn't be supported.
That's right.
So is there any solution beyond getting Citizens United overturned by another?
That's a great question, man. Thank you. You're asking really good questions. We're working on it right now. And here is, without going too much into the weeds, we need to end Citizens United. That's not going to happen tomorrow. But what you can do is within the Democratic Party, or the
they talk about Bernie bros? What the fuck?
That says, you want to be the candidate of the Democratic Party? Well, guess what?
No, I'm genuinely curious. I've been an avid follower, and I just needed some clarity. That's all. Janissaries are a part of the Ottoman Empire's like specialized forces. Specialized forces that were stolen as non-Muslim boys at an early age that were trained for combat. They are the most competent fighting force of the Ottoman Empire historically. And I was talking to Bad Empanada, who is Greek, which was previously a conquered Ottoman territory. And therefore, I was saying he is my janissary as I am the Ottoman son, and he is my janissary as a Greek. Why do people treat me like a fucking search engine? Jesus Christ. Didn't they do that to the Dracul kids? Yes and no. The Vlad Dracul Tepesh and his brother were also a part of a similar structure, but they weren't. I don't think they were janissaries. I think they were. What is it called? They were exchanged as a pact. What are they? They're wards, hostages, wards. Thank you, Chatter, or a vassal. So, in a way to instill good faith in negotiations between warring parties, the Ottoman Empire and other countries, other monarchs would oftentimes exchange their kin, just like in Game of Thrones. And then those wards would, of course, get proper training and all this stuff. And I will never forgive Vlad the Impaler for turning on the Mehmed the Conqueror, the greatest conqueror of all time, 1453, best year of my life, only to be assassinated many, many years after the crimes that he committed by impaling a bunch of Muslim people in, I think, what is now known as Romania. Actually fucked up. Yes, Vlad the Impaler is also the actual historical figure. Vlad the Impaler aside is like what is used as a reference point for what is known for Dracula. Like that's like there's a real guy, Vlad Dracul Tepesh, and that is what became known as Dracula. He was a real crazy dude.
You tell, and this is again tricky, you tell that you announce very clearly you do not want any super PACs supporting you. And by the way, if super PACs support you, for every dollar they put in, we're going to put another dollar in supporting you. There are things you can do. We're going to run ads.
We're going to offset it.
I'm sorry. I have to ask this. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you. We have a
That's right, Andrew. It isn't cap that Israel has a right to defend themselves. Felix definitely has a lot more smoke for both Bernie and Andrew Schultz than I do. Okay. It isn't cap. I wish I could hear Bernie say it isn't cap. I forgot why I was obsessed by the year 1453, best year of my life.
Question we want to ask about what happened to you in 2016 with this Bernie Bros movement, where your followers are seeing they have a racism problem, a misogyny problem. Do you think that's a super PAC thing behind that?
That was the Democratic establishment. That was the.
Wow. Okay.
That was just, they were sitting there. We had a lot of young people. We had people of color, and they create this kind of myth with the help of the corporate media and all that stuff.
It's kind of interesting to that note is during this election, the podcast space, which the Democrats largely avoided, they feel had some influence in the election, and they started to label us the podcast bros and said that we were sexist and we were racist and bigoted. It's almost like it's the exact same strategy to get you out of there.
Yeah, that's what the liberal elite China does. They run away. Look, again, I would hope that everybody who's watching the program is that we as a nation have got to end all forms of bigotry, right?
Yes.
That I start off as a basic assumption.
Unless it's to your close friends, right?
Yeah, whether it's racism or sexism, homophobia, or xenophobia, whatever it is. And liberal Democrats talk about that all the time. And then you get to what we call identity politics.
Yeah.
That you're black, you're wonderful, you're tremendous, you're gay, you're the greatest human being on earth.
Yeah.
And rather than say, what do you?
Him trying to explain identity politics while also being 85 is hilarious. He did not do a good job with that at all. Like I know what he's trying to say, and he failed to say it. Okay. You're black, you're wonderful, you're gay, oh tremendous. Oh no, Bernie, scale it back. He's actually a MAGA communist now. He's turned ACP. Bernie's like, we must build a third party. It's the American Communist Party. We must maintain a level of nationalist fervor amongst ourselves.
You stand for?
Exactly.
Gay, that's fine. Who cares?
Yeah.
But what do you stand for?
Yeah.
He
didn't say anything wrong though. No. He was trying to say, I don't give a shit what someone's background is. I care about what you stand for, which he follows up with. But in the beginning, he was like, oh yeah, everybody thinks gay people and black people are tremendous.
Gay person, brilliant and wonderful and great. No, of course not. Everybody's a human being.
Yeah.
So the issue is what you stand for, which gets you back to what we discussed earlier, class politics, in the sense of which side are you on? Are you going to stand with working families? Are you going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage or not? Are you going to fight to guarantee health care to all people or not? Are you going to demand that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes or not? Those are the issues. And no one cares what color you are, what your gender is, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm sorry. I do feel like vowing to stop taking super PAC money is a great first step, but also being an honest politician. You put up a bill to stop the sale of weapons to Israel, and there's no amount of money AIPAC can spend to not get you reelected. And I feel if we had more honest politicians, then
courageous ones.
Yeah, you're raised. This is a very this is a good discussion.
Why are you shocked?
Wow, this is a good discussion.
I am shocked because I do a lot of stuff. Right. You're asking questions that are not often asked.
This episode has been promoted by Walter O'Malley's Foundation.
All right. It's a painful issue. I mean, because I deal with it every day in Washington. You're running for office. If you, in your heart, understand what's going on in Gaza right now, and again, it's almost painful to talk about it, the United States is complicit in this.
Damn, these numbers are not that great, bro. What the fuck? Only 200,000 views in 10 hours? Hold on. That's crazy. Like, Bible expert on which Christianity is true, the Book of Enoch is performing better than this. Roasting Met Gala, 420K. That one's not. Why are you hating? No, I'm look. A lot of these podcasts also rely on like who the guest is. So I'm trying to find a better metric of like whether or not this guest is having an impact. I'm actually trying to measure Bernie's impact, not making an inference about Andrew Schultz or whether his podcast is like falling off or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. The Pete one got 1.3 million views. Not bad. But then the Shamath one got fucking 1.1 million views. Triple H, 1.1 million. My podcast with them many years ago. My podcast with them many years ago got like 2 million views, I think. Or the Yami Park one, 6 million views. Yami Park on the heavies. Hasanabi versus Andrew Tate. Did Hasanabi get Andrew Tate censored? 1.9 million views. He had on Jelly Roll? Why wouldn't he, bro? Are you kidding me? The fucking GOAT. Jelly Roll on surviving prison, making Save Me, and adopting a midget. Would you go on Doom Scroll? Yes, I will be going on Doom Scroll. This wait, is that the no word? Is it little people? Jelly Roll on Fear and When? Oh, dude. Sorry. Little person. Peep the divorce attorney at view count. What? Why relationships die? This is the one. Which ethnicity is the worst in divorce? What the fuck kind of question is that? Apparently, I heard from an avid Joe Rogan watcher that he invites a bunch of left voices as well, but many declined his invite. There's not a single left voice that would say no to going on the Joe Rogan Experience. Not a single one. As a matter of fact, given the fact that Joe Rogan is a literal fucking information sponge, unless you touch like certain subjects, I would go on Joe Rogan in a fucking heartbeat. Like there's not a single part. He hates leftists. Now he does. He even shit on Bernie Sanders. He endorsed Bernie Sanders last election cycle, and this election cycle he was shitting on Bernie, saying that like Bernie took PAC money or something. It's doing the best out of their last 10 vids. That's good. I guess I was just a little shocked that it's only at 266,000 views in 10 hours.
Starvation of children as we speak right this moment. Okay. Mass malnutrition.
Hasan, have you ever gone over why Andrew only accept this rhetoric from Bernie specifically? No, they don't just accept this kind of rhetoric from Bernie only. If anything, you can say it goes in from one ear and out the other, and there is some truth to that. But what are you talking about? These are guys that I talk to as well. These are guys whose podcasts I've been on as well. They don't have like a real gripe with people like myself. Their audience might.
Nutrition, etc. And you say that's wrong, man. And I'm not going to give Netanyahu another nickel, but I know
exactly what this clip is.
AIPAC is going to pour a huge amount of money. So what's the choice you have? The choice you have is, okay, they're going to throw a lot of money at me, but I'm going to make this a major campaign issue.
Ooh.
I ain't going to run away from it.
Yeah.
Right? What do we stand for as a nation? And I'll tell you something, getting back to the Democratic Party, what the Democratic establishment people say, well, Gaza, yeah, it's an issue out there, but it's not the main issue. It's not the pocketbook issues, more important. Healthcare is more important. But you know what? I'll tell you this is my own view, is what people have a sense, consciously and unconsciously, if you are turning your back on starving children in Gaza, why the hell am I going to trust you on anything?
It's a great point.
Is that a fair point?
I think it's a very fair point. I think if you turn your back on starvation in general, especially if you're complicit in it, I think that's where a lot of, at least voters feel like there is some sort of separation. And if you make them realize that there isn't, right? If we are protecting or funding or rewarding this in any way, then you are complicit. But I think voters feel like they're too derivative from it. They're like, oh, well, that's not exactly what I'm voting for. And I do think, not to undermine those other issues, but like I do think the kitchen table issues, or I think those are incredibly important. And I think the more that people are struggling internally in our country, the less of a concern we have externally. So it is a tough balance. If you make your entire campaign about Gaza, the people in whatever small area that you represent will go, hey, listen, that's horrible what's happening over here.
You're
but we're
exactly
struggling too, so don't forget about us.
You got it right.
So how do you balance those two?
Well, that's what politics is about. I mean,
I feel like you've done.
How many weeks ago has Bernie become vocal about Gaza? Okay, some of you guys are fucking delusional if you think that Bernie hasn't been vocal about Gaza. It's how he has become vocal about Gaza that matters. Not that he wasn't vocal about Gaza. He's been vocal about fucking Gaza. What are you talking about? In the Senate, he literally fucking presented a bill. Like, this is the thing that frustrates me, okay? A lot of people are just like not knowledgeable. Like, the reason why I think Bernie falls short of my expectations, the expectations of normal people that are not oblivious to the situation, is because he is not someone who's oblivious to the situation in Gaza. He's always been vocal about this shit. And especially at a time like right now, when more and more Americans are like waking the fuck up and learning about this shit, Bernie should be literally guiding the change, especially as the highest profile Jewish senator that almost won the highest office. Like, he is a very knowledgeable person, and he at least comes from a background of radical politics. So my expectation of him is way different than my expectation of, like, I don't know, a fucking American senator, you know what I mean? Chris Murphy or some shit. When you hear about people like Chris Murphy or Chris Van Hollen, people like that have a unique take similar to Bernie Sanders on the issue of Israel, you go, wow, that person is like pretty fucking out there with their position, which is precisely the reason why I don't assume Bernie to maintain this position and go beyond simply saying like Israel has a right to defend itself 19 months in. Chucky isn't the highest profile Jewish office holder. Please. Chuck Schumer has the highest rank, but that doesn't mean he's the highest profile Jewish American politician. Bernie Sanders definitely is the highest profile Jewish American politician. Like, not even no one comes even close. Do you see what I'm saying though? With like Peter Welch is outflanking Bernie right now on a lot of the stuff in terms of like his speeches on Gaza. That's not appropriate. Like, that's your. This isn't me shitting on Peter Welch. It's me criticizing Bernie. Like, you can't have the other senator from Vermont outflank you on Gaza policy. That's crazy. Like, you're supposed to be the North Star for American socialism. And I think that position carries a lot of weight with it. And people will say I'm being silly, but it's shameful.
done it well. I feel like you talk way more about internal issues than external ones.
I do. And Gaza then becomes a moral issue.
Yeah, he also says that there's no doubt Hamas started this war. Also fucking ridiculous. Like, come on. Oh, yeah, Hamas started this war, so why the fuck were you talking about denying aid to Israel in 2016? You know? What, like that? It doesn't even make sense in his own statements. It doesn't match up against his own policies. He ran, like, when I heard an American who had a real shot at becoming one of the major party leaders come out and literally say, we have to deny all fucking financial aid and all weapons transfers to Israel in 2016, I was shocked. I was like, the only time I've ever heard something similar to this is from like a Pat Buchanan type person. You know what I mean? Like, that's not like the only time someone running for office has ever said something similar to that with a real shot at winning was a guy who was an anti-Semite. Okay, that's not like that's not the expectation for someone from a progressive slant. It's the correct move for the record, but it's like the only time you hear is from like, yeah, Ron Paul or other people like that. You don't actually hear that from someone like someone who's running on the Democrat slant, right? So that was shocking. Pat Buchanan, Ron Paul isn't anti-Semitic though. He's just an isolationist. I mean, he's also fucking anti-Semitic. What are you talking about? Ron Paul has done like the Jewish puppeteer memes and shit. Like, dude, we're talking about American politicians that are like 80. A lot of them think Jews are the money people. Okay, let's be real. Like, literally, that's not like, what the fuck do you think? Ron Paul literally was like, one of his signature signature policies was I think overturning the gains made during the civil rights struggle. Like, he had a lot of crazy stuff. Anyway, a racist calling a racist out, Lamau. You always claim people opposing your viewpoint is as uneducated, which is a cheap way of avoiding things. A racist calling a racist out? Who am I racist towards? You can't say white people. Please don't unironically say that I'm racist towards white people. Oh my God. This is why we don't ban the Asmongold fans in here, okay? The roaches are hilarious. Jewish people? Oh, okay, chatter. Sure, bud. At least they don't say I'm racist towards white people anymore. Ron Paul had a Henry Ford type newsletter at one point. He was incredibly anti-Semitic. Yeah, you know who else has a Henry Ford type pamphlet newsletter? Elon Musk. It's called Twitter. Welcome back, Henry Ford. Yeah, I know. I'm so racist towards Jewish people because I don't think Israel should be an ethno-state. A Jewish supremacist ethno-state that's doing a genocide. Very racist. Just as I was racist towards the Boers because of my firm and committed belief that they do not have a right to an apartheid state. Very, very fucked up. I know. I'm doing white genocide. Yemen's Houthis have now warned all ships in the port of Haifa that they may not be targeted with the goal of imposing a naval blockade on Israel in retaliation for its full-spectrum blockade of Gaza. Comes after Israel's repeatedly struck the port of Hodeidah. Polish hate exists in this community. Oh my God, shut up. This is the same chatter that was talking about fucking Gary Lineker earlier. Ay, ay, ay. Please stop. I love Polish people.
That you cannot run away from.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you know, we have to ask ourselves, why are we where we are? And it's a funny thing, I was talking to my staff when we were driving in today and reviewing, there was I think it was Pew, P-E-W, they do these
polls?
Yeah, they do things. And they asked the question, I may be a little bit wrong here, but they said they do it. And they say, are you better off today than somebody in your situation, middle class, whatever you are, were 40 years ago? That's the question.
Yeah.
What do you think the answer was?
This is an insane statistic. I've seen this research. They're like that people are making inflation adjusted the same wage that they were making 50 years ago.
I don't mean that. I don't even mean statistically. I'm going beyond that.
Are you better off than somebody?
How do you feel? Do you think somebody in your condition?
Okay, the rest of it is like college debt, states should provide their own health care, Trump's new bill to lower, is AOC next in line? Bernie's bravery, and does he fear from powerful people? Your Australian accent is racist? You already know, baby. What China spies are doing in the U.S. and what happens when they're literally, what the fuck? Yesterday's Trump propaganda becomes today's, oh my God. It's because the 60 Minutes exchanged hands, right? Like now they're just full-blown regime propaganda. Like I feel like this was overstated fucking 3, 4, 5 years ago. The only country that's allowed to literally commandeer our police is Israel. How dare you? Excuse me. You put up a Chinese DMV in the middle of New York? Excuse me. Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
Sovereignty of that nation.
The NYPD also has bases in other countries. The New York thing mostly about the Falun Gong headquarters being upstate. The Falun Gong shit is fucking insane, but I think they're obviously not covering that as a Chinese influence peddling operation. That's a CIA influence peddling operation in China. Remember what the CIA guy said about like revolutions happen overseas? They're actually talking about Falun Gong. And I suspect that the Chinese state definitely keeps up with whatever the fuck Falun Gong is doing. Why wouldn't they? They are literally insane and also very, very influential in American politics. Your parents probably, without realizing it, are eating a healthy dose of Falun Gong propaganda if they are subscribed to Epoch Times or if they watch NTD on YouTube. These are all cutouts for Falun Gong. Falun Gong is an insane, rabid cult. Shen Yun is not Shen Mue. Shen Yun is a part of the Falun Gong cult. They're everywhere. Yes, Shen Yun is also a part of that. Epoch Falun Gong claim PLA pilots have bombs in their helmets that go off if they defect. Yes, Falun Gong is a cult. They have really interesting ideas about miscegenation. They're very homophobic. They're very racist. All of that good stuff. And they're a rabid cult that gets to operate inside of U.S. borders because it's they're the anti-CCP. But I don't know if this guy that they're talking to specifically is Shen Yun, but it wouldn't surprise me if he was. Falun Gong. They're cooking him. They're cooking his ass. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. What the fuck? No, old man. Oh, no. Oh, no. So he was counter spying for for spies that America was trying to develop against China. Oh my Lord. Boo to the FBI. Why are you stressing my man? He's old, dude. He don't know. He was like, he probably thought you were deleting his porn off of his phone or something. That's fucked up. Boo. Boo. They probably didn't even give him a good ass lawyer, bro. This is fucked up. To be fair, you got. You know what I mean? My opinion on this stuff is, you know, when you get got, you got. If you're a spy, fair is fair. You know what I mean? You got to be a good spy and not get caught. This is a universal principle of being a spy. Only American spies get to be shit and then get caught, and then America will work extra hard to extract you, and then we'll write positive articles about how you were simply a passport enthusiast or whatever the fuck. Okay? Under normal circumstances, they just, you know, especially the ones in China. Like, China caught a bunch of American spies and just straight up immediately executed them immediately. No back and forth. No, let's like trade our spies for yours. None of that. They were like, nope, you're a spy. Okay, you're dead. Yeah, in Canada we say they're teachers. Yeah, if you're a spy, you get got. You got. That's it. That's how it is, baby. I don't make the rules except for that rule. I also made that rule up. Like you have to have a nuclear weapon if you want to be a... They didn't retaliate. They fight back on lower stuff. I think China is different. That's what it is. I mean, here, this is it. Yeah, killing CIA informers, China crippled U.S. spying operations from the New York Times. This was all the way back in 2017. New York Times writing, this is such an L for the State Department, by the way. This is embarrassing. Yeah, and they definitely were not holding back on this, where they were like, nope, you got. No. Oh, this is
on April 25th.
This is a spectacles video on, I guess, the exercise called, I assume is this... Trading for spies who got caught is like buying back bombs that don't explode. Yeah, this is the Falun Gong shit. Okay, let's watch. He literally welcomed a random Chinese man into his home and gave him his fucking phone and shit. Clearly, he's not Mr. Super Spy, okay? This is not the Chinese James Bond. This isn't to say that he wasn't working with the MSS or the Chinese government. He very clearly was. Make no mistake. You know, I won't take that credit away from him. Clearly, at a certain point in his life, he was doing his due diligence, okay? He's demonstrating his loyalty. But, like, this is a old-ass Chinese unk over here, you know? Not the best OPSEC. He got clapped by the funniest, like, not even a little bit of scrutiny, really? You're just, like, letting in random Chinese people into your home? Why he's a free man now. Like, if he was a super spy, I don't think the American government would let him do 60 minutes pieces, you know? Like, I don't think you get away with being a high-level spy for China, and then they're like, okay, you seem to be very pleasant. Let's just let you go after a while. It's fine. He wouldn't be dead, but he'd be in prison. I don't think they would have killed him. Like, for both parties, okay? Not just for China, but also for America, too. Like, we have fallen from grace, dude. This country used to do shit, okay? We were fucking movers and shakers. I'm not even kidding. Like, this is... You got one guy who didn't turn, okay? Who was like some low-level fucking surveillance guy. And then on the other side, you have someone who's probably not just interested in refusing the extradition bill that China implemented in Hong Kong, but may or may not be also, working with the American State Department, at least aligned with the interests of the American State Department in that regard. And both parties are not exactly what we see in the movies. Maybe movies are sensationalized, but like everything I've read about CIA operations in the past, like that's kind of crazy. Like the coolest spy that got caught in recent years that I can think of is the Cuban guy. Do you remember the guy who was like spying for Cuba for like 50 years? That happened like last year or something when I was like, okay, you got to let this man go. You know what I mean? He was like high level, deeply embedded in like American embassy, in the American embassy. No, not Jonathan Pollard. Yuck. Gross. No. Dude, spying for Israel is easy mode. What are you talking about? Like, Benjamin Netanyahu is the fucking prime minister. What do you mean? That's not... You can't compare someone spying at the behest of Israel to like someone spying for Cuba or someone spying for fucking China. Like one actually requires a lot of work. Manuel Rocha, was it him? Was that the name of the guy? Let's see. The Cuban spying case that has shocked the U.S. Yeah, this is the guy. U.S. Ambassador to Bolivia, Manuel Rocha, was arrested in Miami recently and charged with, by his previous employer, the U.S. government, with having spent more than 40 years as a Cuban agent. It amounted to one of the biggest spying scandals involved in the communist-run island this century. My fucking goat. 40 years, bro. Deep cover. That's so sick. Evidence recorded by an undercover FBI officer posing as a Cuban government contact appears to show him describing the United States as the enemy, praising the late Cuban leader Fidel Castro, and boasting about having successfully maintained his dual identity for decades. One man who was not entirely surprised, though, was James Olson, the former head of counterintelligence at the Central Intelligence Agency. He has years of firsthand experience at Cuba's intelligence services. I'm going to be honest, all these pro-dem Chinese groups are probably filled to the brim with informers for China. They recruit any and everyone, and they let anyone in. Yeah. They also, most of the loyal ones are just like aunties that read Epoch Times. So they're not exactly excellent spies for America either, if we're being real. It's just mostly just fucking aunties. Like this auntie that you're... Bro, this video just glazes China's espionage capabilities in the United States and doesn't even fucking reach half of the shit that they do here. I talk shit about Israel all day, and you do too, dude. I'm an American citizen, dumbass. She's not. Are you oblivious to what's going on to non-citizens? Asylum seekers that have questionable legal status to be on U.S. soil right now? Speaking out against Israel? What do you think happens there?
Billboards claiming to be #1 trusted news. Ads offering a...
All right, hold on. First of all, let's start off with this.
I felt inspired and filled with hope. I just said, hey, these people can do these crazy flips up there. They have this dedication to Chinese culture. I mean, what am I missing from my life that I could also put that much effort into? I had an incredible time. I thought it was a wonderful performance. Yeah, it was really amazing acrobatics.
CEO Racial Jake.
And the music and the lyrics to the songs too are really something else.
神韵舞蹈演员的精湛技艺令 Jake 感到不可思议，叹为观止。
I thought they were just incredible. I mean, my God, I don't know how you could perform some of those. I mean, I don't want to call them stunts, but those dances, I mean, they were just amazing.
No, it is Racial Jake. They just wrote Rachel Jake. His real name is Racial Jake.
Well, we should revive all traditional cultures. And I think traditional Chinese culture will definitely get a shot in the arm from Shen Yun. I just think you did a wonderful job, and I hope to see it. I can't believe it's a new show every year. I'll go next year.
Jake 的公司员工高级软件工程师 Steven Goldberg 对神韵交响乐团赞不绝口，感谢神韵带给他如此意外的惊喜。
I went in not really knowing what to expect at all, so it really
Steven Goldberg, young Chomsky,
kind of blew me away. Yeah, very energetic, very colorful. I'm a musician, so I always enjoy seeing a live orchestra. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. And a lot of surprises because I just didn't really know what I was getting into. Oh, it was great. I mean, always, bring something special when the music's being performed live, as opposed to recorded. So yeah, I mean, they had a great sound. It was very lively, very energetic. A lot of fun to be in the audience.
新唐人电视台记者李先宋生化，纽约林肯中心采访报道。
Oh man, I fucking love race. All right, let's watch this.
1999, around 5 a.m., a considerable crowd began clustering around Beihai Park in central Beijing. No one carried a banner or megaphone. No one shouted slogans. It wasn't much out of the ordinary for one of China's largest parks in the heart of this metropolis. That is, until the group began moving westward, across Beihai Bridge toward Zhongnanai, the central government complex of the Chinese Communist Party. By 8 a.m., more than 20,000 had gathered on Fuyu Street in front of the general office of the State Council in a series of silent, orderly lines. Still, not a banner or sign in sight. It remained entirely unclear what the bizarre gathering was about. By now, Luo Gan, Party Secretary of Legal and Political Affairs, had no choice but to call Jiang Zemin, the General Secretary of the party and the country's highest authority. As Luo explained the situation, Jiang grew increasingly worried. Whoever was behind this, it was surely a protest, the first in the history of the People's Republic to occur at Zhongnanai and the largest in Beijing since the 1989 crisis, which still haunted Jiang. Comprehending the situation's severity, Jiang tersely ordered Luo to figure it out. So Luo tapped Zhu Rongji, China's premier, the country's second highest ranking official, to assist in bringing an end to the mysterious standoff. But Luo and Zhu's first move wasn't to call in security forces to break up the demonstration. Instead, they would negotiate. Upon meeting with Luo and Zhu, the gathering's leaders made their purpose clear. They were practitioners of a type of Qigong, or slow movement exercise, known as Falun Gong, and they demanded the release of fellow practitioners arrested during a demonstration days earlier in Tianjin, a nearby port city. Zhu and Luo were confused. They had heard of Falun Gong, but they'd known Qigong as merely a form of gentle exercise meant for the elderly. To mobilize so many people almost in an instant seemed an impossibility. More worrying, the 5 leaders present for the negotiations were employees of the Army's Chief of Staff Department, Beijing University, and the Ministries of Supervision, Railways, and Public Security, all crucially important institutions for the regime. Over 6 hours, Luo and Zhu ultimately diffused the situation by conceding to all the group's demands, promising to release the Tianjin practitioners, that the government had no quarrel with Qigong groups such as theirs, and that all present at Zhongnanai would be safe from prosecution. Beijing had caved. The crowd had won. And so they dispersed. But Zhu was only number 2. His promises were still subject to the approval of Jiang Zemin, and for Jiang, the whole thing was nothing short of a disaster. Later that night, he penned a letter to high party members, chastising them for their lack of awareness and demanding answers. What was this group? How did they mobilize such numbers? And who was in charge? Almost nothing is known about what happened behind the party curtain between that day and June 7th, when Jiang convened a meeting of the Politburo Standing Committee and gave a speech which left no room for ambiguity. Quote, "The Central Committee team on Falun Gong shall take immediate actions to organize resources, track down the Falun Gong organizational structure throughout China, formulate a crackdown strategy, and be fully mobilized to break and wipe out Falun Gong. We shall not wage a war without preparations." His philosophy, since the day he took power in the 1989 crisis, had always been very simple. We do not negotiate with protesters. Around midnight, the morning of July 20th, 88 days after the unprecedented and mysterious gathering, the government finally issued its real response. Security forces across the country were dispatched to arrest Falun Gong leading members. Protests erupted in response. Within 2 days, the government formally announced the ban on the practice of Falun Gong. The war between Falun Gong and Beijing, still raging to this day, had begun. How did this happen?
I hope
This video is actually a supercut of.
I hope they start harvesting the organs soon. Is this when they start organ harvesting? Look at the comments, please. After the disturbing content warning, I got an ad for Timu. God is real. And he knows how to crack a joke. Falun Gong is huge here in Brooklyn for some reason. My husband's family actually immigrated from China to the U.S. between the late 80s and 90s because of Falun Gong. Father-in-law was a really calm and quiet man. Apparently, my father-in-law had very senior family members who had gotten involved with Falun Gong and ended up dead shortly afterwards. Falun Gong is such a mysterious cult. My mom had a classmate who was in the cult in Singapore. She died under suspicious circumstances. I think it's very important to note that Jiang was deeply disturbed by Falun Gong in part because one of his close friends became a cult member and they refused modern medicine that would have otherwise saved them. It's so stupid. I remember my mom being frustrated the government was being too lenient on the Falun Gong because they were clearly a cult. And Jiang finally kicked them out after an incident where they got their members to self-immolate. Yeah, I think if you don't deal with some of these cults, like you turn into Japan. And it's additionally dangerous because the worst version of that is Korea. Sometimes also directly involved with the cults in Japan or the United States with Scientology. You're never beating the CIA allegations. Wait, what? The devastating version of this, especially propped up by the CIA, would be the Moonies in Korea. And then there are a shit ton of other cults in Japan as well that did insane terror attacks in Japan. Like over and over and over again. And I don't know if I'm sure they develop organically, but what ends up happening is even if they develop organically, the American State Department will be like, oh, this is great. We'll take advantage of this. And then it becomes a much larger problem down the line. I was walking out of a university here in Japan. There was someone handing out brochures for all the students to watch some family-friendly video streaming service. The company behind the service was some generic name. I looked who owned it and found out they were Falun Gong. Yeah, Falun Gong is fucking all over the place. It's like... It's pretty terrifying.
2 older videos we're re-releasing now in this format because 1, the combination tells the full story better, and 2, because YouTube age.
Why aren't you worried about Turkey and the spies too? What? Turkey's a NATO country, chatter. America already controls Turkey. And on top of that, there is a very active cult similar to the Falun Gong that worked within the ranks of the United States. Fethullah Gulen was the leader of it. And Fethullah Gulen and Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the current leader of Turkey, actually were also under the guidance of another American-backed asset, an Islamist asset. And they only parted ways when America decided that Erdogan was not as controllable as a force and wanted Gulen and his parallel government to take control over Turkey when the famous coup happened. Or maybe you were making a joke about Eric Adams. I don't know. There's cults. There's anti-government cults and parallel states that have tremendous influence, depending on like a country like Turkey, for example. In every country, MEK is another example for Iran. And lo and behold, this might come as a surprise to people who are not knowledgeable about CIA's activities. Every single one of them is directly involved with our State Department. How wonderful.
Restricted and demonetized this, the first part, when it was first shared about a year and a half ago due to just a few seconds of
What's your
footage
definition of a
depicting
cult? Is that a fact? You literally don't have any idea what you're talking about. You're telling me a Turkish man who is a lot more knowledgeable on this issue than you. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about parallel states developed and designed by the State Department. The fuck? Are you okay? What's your definition of a cult? Do you think the Moonies are not a cult? Do you think Scientology is not a cult? Are you a Scientologist? I thought, pick a struggle. I thought you were just an Asmongold fan. I didn't realize you were also potentially a cult defender. Jesus Christ. What do you take issue with?
Chinese police brutality toward peaceful protesters. Unfortunately, we have had to remove the footage YouTube found objectionable, despite its documentary and historical value. Now, if you do want to see this video as it was meant to be seen, you can at Nebula, a creator-owned streaming platform that cultivates great storytelling rather than censoring it. Because without ads, Nebula doesn't need to satisfy corporate demands for the sanitation of tough stories, creating an environment where great, thoughtful stories can thrive. That freedom is a big reason why so many of our favorite creators call Nebula home, like Real Life Lore, Wendover, Tirzu, Neo, Internet Shaquille, and more, offering not just uncensored versions of what you'd find on YouTube, but all kinds of fantastic original creations too, like Wendover's globe-trotting game show Jetlag, Real Life Lore's Modern Conflicts and War Room, and Neo's Underexposure, among so much else. To watch this video ad-free and uncensored, or any of the other great work on Nebula, use our link, go.nebula.tv/spectacles. That link gets you 40% off a Nebula subscription, just $36 a year or $3 a month. You can even grab lifetime memberships that last as long as you and Nebula both exist. That's all at go.nebula.tv/spectacles. That said, let's get back to Falun Gong. Our story starts some years before the founding of this bizarre cult in the 1980s. For China, a time of enormous change. The father of the revolution, Mao Zedong, is dead. In his place is Deng Xiaoping, a man with little taste for...
This guy, if I recall correctly, loves Deng Xiaoping.
...predecessor's central planning, repression, and cult of personality, which left millions of Chinese bodies in his wake. Deng wanted China to open up, to cultivate innovation, and that meant relaxing the government's iron grip on the economy and society. The social change was massive. Free from total fealty to Marxism and atheism, many found themselves adrift, unmoored from any tradition thanks to years of government repression, yet yearning for spiritual fulfillment. In turn, new religious movements proliferated, each with their own blend of modern sensibilities and attachment to the past. Nothing, however, rivaled the explosive popularity of Qigong, a slow movement exercise that connected the health of the body
Have you ever seen someone from the Turkish cult in the U.S.? Yes, his name is Enes Kantar, also now known as Enes Kantar Freedom.
Health of the spirit.
To Deng's eyes, Qigong was, in a sense, an effort to modernize Chinese spirituality in a distinctively Chinese way. However, it wasn't just Chinese spirituality that was changing. Deng's social opening also meant a relaxation of political censorship. And that allowed people to speak about politics in ways that would have, just a few years earlier, resulted in arrest, disappearance, or murder by state forces. However, loosening censorship without any real democratic reform meant that China's starry-eyed youth now had a taste for freedom, while the government withheld the good stuff. Then, in the spring of 1989, it happened. That event, which
Bro, he's a real fucking Cinnaboo. Like, he's got like, I feel like I've seen these this is the most Chinese glasses you can have. Yeah, he's got the fit.
Still haunted Jiang.
Bro, Reddit naxed at liberals
Tens
all
of
love
thousands
Deng.
of
Really?
students descended on Beijing's Tiananmen Square, not far from Zhongnanai, to call for democracy. For a moment, a few top party officials wavered, but as the movement grew, surpassing 100,000 people in the heart of the capital, hardliners brought in the army and opened fire. In the end, casualties reached into the thousands. Deng had little choice but to replace his protester-sympathizing general secretary with his polar opposite, Jiang Zemin, a man who had, at this moment, just one thing in mind. We do not negotiate with protesters.
I don't know
By
what he's showing.
1993, Jiang had solidified his hold on power.
I don't know what he's showing, so I don't know what happened. You know what I mean? I can't see. I don't know.
And once more tightened the party's grip on political activity. But Jiang was no mindless tyrant. He saw a difference between political, also known as dangerous, activity, and harmless social groups. He had no interest in reigniting Mao's total war on society, and that was obvious because Jiang's government continued to support the Qigong craze, which was still going strong. If nothing else, it seemed an effective way for senior citizens to keep in shape and out of state-funded medical care.
But Qigong wasn't just about bodily health. It was about spiritual wellness. And that placed it squarely at the center of something the government very much still intended to control: religion. Because with the blossoming of new religious movements, to paraphrase Voltaire, come both fools and scoundrels. After all, fools who follow scoundrels are fools not following the state. One such scoundrel was about to make an enormous impact in China. His name is Li Hongzhi.
Now, according to Li's own telling, written after his rise to prominence, his early life was about the craziest thing you've ever heard. Mentored by masters of Eastern spirituality, by age 8, he could levitate and turn invisible. You know, the usual. The more plausible story? He was a horn player in a police marching band and a low-level, pencil-pushing clerk. So, mediocre man that he was, in the 1980s, Li joined the fad. Another drop in the Qigong bucket. But as it turned out, he was pretty good at it. This could be Li's time to shine. In 1992, he held his own Qigong workshop, and it was a big success. Looking for a way to burnish his credentials so he could keep the game going, Li went to the government-backed Qigong Society to register himself as an official master of Qigong and his organization as an official practice, which he called Falun Gong.
But it's important to pause here and note that Li was registered with the government to do all this stuff. What's more, the government actually seemed to love him. He held workshops at state universities and even became a symbol of China's opening up to the world, lecturing at the Chinese embassy in Paris and even touring America.
where he was made an honorary citizen of Houston, Texas, among other places. With all his official credentials and government relationships, Li and Falun Gong were getting even more popular. From 1992 to 94, he hosted 56 workshops with at least 60,000 total attendees. At its peak, Falun Gong had at least 3 million practitioners in China, though Li himself would claim much higher, absurdly higher numbers. Speaking of Li's more outlandish claims, around the end of 1994, Li went and published a guide to his teachings, which read a lot like a religious text, and a pretty strange one to boot, mixing Buddhism, Taoism.
I feel like this guy doesn't really appreciate the glorious tenets implemented by our Falun Gong leader here. I don't know.
And Qigong.
No problem.
But add Li's ideas and...
When I said no problem, what I meant was no problem. Ignore me.
Because what you get is a bizarre theology which promises superpowers like eternal youth, flight, invisibility, and mind control to his followers, just so long as they aren't gay or married to someone of another race.
Wait, what? America would never entertain a homophobic anti-miscegenation cult only because they are anti-communist party of China. That would not. That's
because
not it.
Also, heaven is racially segregated, and interracial children are vehicles for aliens, who, by the way, created modern medicine, seeking to possess human bodies and take over the world. Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, to be fair, I think it's really fucked up if America doesn't collaborate with this guy, considering that RFK Jr. is responsible for the HHS. You can't have RFK Jr. in a position of prominence in your cabinet and then simultaneously be like, well, these guys are a bridge too far. You know what I mean? He also hates modern medicine.
Still, most in the government didn't bat an eye. But a few took notice. Li's claims, especially about medicine, were dangerous, and those paying attention could tell Falun Gong was becoming an all-consuming obsession for its practitioners, a potential threat to the party's grip on society. But before most of the party was aware, local state-run news organizations across China picked up the scent of a good story and began running articles and TV segments critical of Falun Gong in 1996. In response, Falun Gong practitioners bombarded the outlets with letters demanding they retract their statements. Now,
like
the letter-writing campaign hadn't been Li's initiative. His adherents had done it all on their own. But Li liked what he saw. He co-opted their efforts, transforming Falun Gong's theology to follow suit. From now on, responding to criticism from the government would be considered a necessary part of achieving spiritual perfection. Still, despite eventually losing their official status in the Qigong Society and all this attention from government outlets, no clear, coordinated opposition from the government reared its head. And the group muddied along in a legal gray area, theoretically exposed, but apparently untargeted. But this couldn't go on forever. Despite Li's apolitical professions, his theology, implicitly critical of the government's Marxism and skeptical of modern science, could be tolerated no longer. So, in April of 1999, this tenuous standoff broke. A Chinese physicist named He Shuoshu published a scathing attack on the practice of Qigong. In response, Falun Gong practitioners descended on Tianjin University, where He worked, for a massive protest. The police countered harshly, attacking protesters and arresting 45 of them. For those fiercely faithful to Falun Gong, this was a crisis. They had to do something big. Another small, localized protest would be insufficient, either to secure the arrested practitioner's release or to correct the record on Qigong. They had to go to Beijing. So, on April 25, 1999, around 5 a.m., a considerable crowd began clustering around Beihai Park in central Beijing. Then, they marched on Zhongnanai. So, how did a huckster with a shabby background convince the CCP that he and his organization posed the greatest threat to the party since the Tiananmen protests of 1989? Well, in some ways,
That's the wrong question. You see, it was the party's repression that so upset society and paved the way for scoundrels like Li. The party's paranoid need for social control that radicalized the group into political action. Falun Gong, its worldviews and its theology were unhinged from the start, but it only really became a political force, one that demanded extraordinary devotion of its members, thanks to political repression. In other words, it was the party's own fear that brought some 20,000 Falun Gong practitioners to Zhongnanai on April 25th, 1999, and transformed a slow movement exercise group into a fierce enemy.
Dude, what are we talking about? You had fucking, by your own admission, they were mobilizing in a decentralized manner. At that point, like, I think the government has every right and responsibility, not even right, responsibility to try and deal with that, because it's becoming an incredibly dangerous fucking call. Only Americans look at a situation like that and go, just let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. No, man. That's how you get measles, dog. What do you mean? That's how you get fucking measles. Look at cases of measles rising in Texas. Why is that happening? Because there's motherfuckers like this, okay, the American version of this shit, hopped up on American exceptionalism and American individualism fumes, going, I don't want to fucking inoculate my child. Why would I do that? I don't want to make my child gay and autistic. Like, this is the type of shit that is frustrating when, like, a competent administrative state engages in what a competent administrative state is supposed to do. Like, what are you supposed to do? You just let these guys run wild? Like, what the fuck? It's a public health risk. I'm sorry.
A fierce enemy who wouldn't be quashed so easily. Protest and opposition from Falun Gong was far from over.
It's January 23rd, 2001, 9 a.m. In Beijing, 7 visitors in town for the holiday from Kaifeng depart a friend's apartment where they've been staying for several days. For their day out, each brings a bottle of Sprite. Within the hour, they arrive at their first stop, Tiananmen Square, a massive plaza in the city center, once home to legendary pro-democracy demonstrations, but these days more popular with cult members protesting religious persecution. Regardless, one of the capital's biggest attractions. Unfortunately, the plaza was closed for some kind of event, but instead of contenting themselves by proceeding on their itinerary and returning the next day for the New Year's celebrations, the group determined to hang around and peruse the area nearby, agreeing to meet again at 2:30. They synchronized their watches. 4.5 hours later, one of the group's members returned to the area and began walking toward the People's Heroes Monument in the square's center. But on his way there, as though he needed some rest, Wang Jindong stopped, took a seat on the ground, pulled out his Sprite, and poured it all over himself. The gasoline fumes burned his nostrils. Then he lit himself on fire. Nearby police rushed at him, extinguishing the flames and erecting barriers to hide him from view. He was still alive. Distracted by Wang, the police were slower to notice when suddenly 4 more bodies went up in flames around the square. Wang's friends. Before the officers could reach them, one perished.
Yeah, this is the fault of government repression, I think. Like, what do you mean? It's the fault of the Chinese government for not stopping this as soon as they started doing the letter campaign. Okay? If I'm in charge of the Chinese government and I see these motherfuckers doing a letter campaign, I'm like, nope, you're done. Like, far before they start self-immolating, okay? Because you do the decentralized letter writing campaign, and then before you know it, they're self-immolating, okay? No shot. That is unironically for public safety. It's for the safety of the individuals that are a part of the cult. I mean, Japan did something recently after the Shinzo Abe assassination Like, it shouldn't have taken the assassination of Shinzo Abe for the Japanese government to disband, the Unification Church. I wonder how this guy feels about the fact that the no. This guy's not pro Falun Gong, by the way. He's just, I think he's critical of the Chinese government's like repression and like more authoritarian tendencies because he is a lib. And it's understandable to be critical of some of the restrictions on civil liberties that the Chinese government represents. No, he's not anti-China. I don't even think he's anti-China. I think he's, in a weird way, I think he's like pro-Deng and pro-China. He just wants like markets to be unleashed upon China. But like some of the reasons why he's critical of the Communist Party of China, I think, is because all those sacred organs burned to ashes for no reason, such a waste. I'm starving. That's okay, dude. You're joking, but like someone unironically is going to clip this and be like, Hasan makes fun of the real thing that the Chinese government does all the time, which is the Han Chinese eat the Falun Gong organs, famously harvest them and eat them. I saw an Epoch Times article, as a matter of fact.
As the others stood up and began stumbling around, waving
they
their
legit
arms
think
in
that.
the air, panicking as the pain became unbearable. They came to protest on behalf of Falun Gong, a new religious movement banned in China since 1999. They believed their faith in Master Li's teachings would render them immune to the scorching pain. They were wrong. While in other times and places, self-immolation may be a successful catalyst for political change, in a nation as atheistic...
Okay, dude, America, also, self-immolation just doesn't work anymore, okay? Clearly. I mean, multiple people engaged in active self-immolation in protest of America's continued defense of Israel.
As China, self-destructive superstition is less likely to gain sympathy, especially when the government responds by publicizing graphic media of the event across the country, alongside articles castigating an illegal cult as a cause of mass suicide demonstrations. Meanwhile, Li Hongzhi, great master of Falun Gong, disowned the demonstrators. He was against suicide, he argued, and so they must be
that's
very
phony.
bad followers.
That's phony. You just let your dudes fucking do that, and then you just dropped it out.
Or the whole thing was staged by the government. By so transparently throwing attempted martyrs under the bus, Li exposed himself as not just a liar, but a heartless, vicious one at that. Public opinion, once sour on the repression, now began to warm to the government's years-old campaign, which officials, in turn, intensified. School programs demanding children state their allegiance to science spread across the country. Companies, both Chinese and...
China did Reddit atheism. They said, oh my science.
Foreign-owned.
China did state-mandated Reddit atheism where you're not supposed to say, oh my God, you're supposed to say, oh my science. When you sneeze, you're not supposed to say bless you, you're supposed to say science you.
Were compelled to identify Falun Gong practitioners in their workforce. Those apprehended were sent to re-education.
By the way, it's fucking hilarious that like he's showing American news articles directly using repression against a psychopathic cult that he recognizes a psychopathic cult as like state repression. And of course, if you noticed, American newspapers are covering this shit like, how could China do this? How could China be so ruthless? Okay? This is why I say we should do this kind of China shit to our cults. Okay? Like, it's like whenever they fucking post, China executed another billionaire for knowingly selling a spoiled baby formula. And I'm like, why can't we get a little bit of that? Like, what do you mean? Why can't we get a little bit of that? I guess the closest we've gotten to that is like Waco. But even then, dude, the way that these guys treated Falun Gong is still significantly better than fucking Waco. I don't think the Chinese government, as far as I know, went into a compound where the fucking Falun Gong were at and like gassed the entire compound and killed the children in the compound. They're just disbanding the cult. So even when America does some shit, even when America tries to deal with a fucking cult, they just deal with it in the most American way possible. First gassed and then burned them alive. Sorry.
Or, if they proved tough to convert, instead shipped to labor camps to first be broken physically. Reliable estimates placed the number killed in the campaign over.
In America, when you fucking are a QAnon cult member, you get into the government now. Okay? That's what we do to our cult members. We take our cult members and we go, oh, are you in a cult? Great. Please join the federal government, please. RFK Jr. is anti-medicine and he runs medicine. He runs medicine in the government. He runs health and human services, okay? So part of that is de facto running the medicine. The guy who is anti-medicine, who may or may not have a fucking brainworm, well, we know he has a brainworm, but we don't know if it actually controls his mind, is literally in the government. Tulsi Gabbard, also in a cult, literally in the government. Oh my God.
3,000. But all that is just the beginning. Before going any further, it's worth quickly clarifying what actually is Falun Gong and who is Li Hongzhi. Well, Falun Gong began in 1992 as a variant of Qigong, a form of slow movement exercise extremely popular in China at the time. By 1999, it had garnered at least 3 million practitioners and even the support of the government, who saw in Falun Gong's founder, Li Hongzhi, a useful cultural ambassador. However, after it took on increasingly spiritual and religious attributes, Falun Gong started to worry the CCP. Years of tension followed until the CCP's treatment of Falun Gong got harsher, and the movement responded by state.
Oh yeah, Supreme Court Justice Amy Covid Barrett is in a cult that had to change her rank from handmaid after The Handmaid's Tale came out. Then there's also the family. Like, the American government is not only like 30 companies in a trench coat, but it's also 30 cults in a trench coat as well. It's so nutty. It's just cults all the way up and down. Maybe that's the reason why we fucking utilize cults overseas to enact change in these governments, to like use them as a destabilizing force, because we're like, well, it's destabilizing to us. We know better than anybody else, let me tell you.
Staging a massive protest outside the central government headquarters, terrifying the party. What came next was a nationwide ban, followed by an intense crackdown. So it was in this context that those 5 people set themselves ablaze in Tiananmen Square 2 years later.
Luckily for Li, he'd left China a couple years before the crackdown began. Maybe he sensed the coming change in the political winds. Pretty soon, he settled in, of all places, New York. More on that in a minute. But Li wasn't retiring in defeat. Anything but. In his eyes, for Falun Gong to fight back, they needed to go global. Just take a look at this graph. Starting in 1999, when the crackdown began, Falun Gong events outside of China skyrocketed as the group sought to share its story of repression with the world. And it wasn't just events either. In 2000, some of Li's top lieutenants started the Epoch Times, a newspaper dedicated to exposing the wicked abuses of the CCP. Just a few
Motherfucker
years
lives
later,
in LA, bro. That's crazy. It's Santa Monica.
Li started Shen Yun, a ballet aiming to tell the story of how the CCP destroyed Chinese culture. And, of course, Falun Gong.
Now, you may be thinking, well, this sounds great. Cultural output, freedom of the press, and yeah, fair enough, but there are a few kinks in this story. Set aside, for now, that the Epoch Times would go on to become one of America's most prominent far-right conspiracy rags, or that Shen Yun explicitly calls the theory of evolution a deadly idea. Because it wasn't Li leading this crusade against the CCP. No, he was busy developing Falun Gong's theology so that his followers would do all this for him. Suddenly, it became a core belief of Falun Gong that the battle between them and the CCP was just one level of a multi-dimensional conflict between good and evil. If practitioners didn't participate, well, they'd be on the side of evil itself. And since fighting evil by achieving—
These are the Moonies? No, this is the Chinese Moonies. The Moonies were Korean. They also made a foothold in Japan. And someone in the chat was saying that maybe they also might have had a foothold in fucking Japan as well, Falun Gong themselves. Oh.
Global reach for your newspaper and ballet is actually kind of resource and time intensive. It turned out that the best thing loyal Falun Gong practitioners could do was volunteer. A lot. Many Epoch Times journalists work for free, churning out factually dubious clickbait. And while Shen Yun's skilled dancers are compensated, the practitioners who put on the show are not. Okay, you might be thinking, well, this doesn't sound great, but it's not that crazy for a religious group to use volunteers. And sure, even if Falun Gong's demands outstrip basically every modern established religion, that's fair enough.
Except, like, the Moonies are so pervasive that they are the reason why sushi is as popular as it is in the United States of America. Didn't they have like a monopoly on sushi restaurants for the longest time? Moonies, the Korean cult, is literally a almost sole controller, sole distributor of the fish that is still used in sushi restaurants, and they are the ones who introduced sushi and made it massively popular in the United States of America.
Except consider, just for one moment, what it is Falun Gong actually preaches. The core belief is that Li is a supernaturally gifted teacher meant to help his followers achieve physical, moral, and spiritual perfection through this particular exercise. But you can't just do the Qigong. You actually need Li to implant a spinning wheel inside you so that you can collect good energy from the universe through the practice of Qigong and the observance of the three moral virtues: compassion, forbearance, and truthfulness.
Okay, a little odd, but heart's in the right place, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Come here.
Good news and bad news. Good news is that you don't have to travel to New York for Li to implant the wheel. He can do it from anywhere in the world using his mind powers. Phew. Bad news is that Li instructs his followers to lie to outsiders about Falun Gong. So, truthfulness may be a hard one. Oh, and more bad news, homosexuality and interracial marriage are evil. More specifically, they corrupt the soul and leave room for aliens to possess human bodies, which Li explains, saying, quote, "The human body is the most perfect in the universe. It is the most perfect form. The aliens want the human body." And don't ask what the aliens look like. According to Li, quote, "You don't want..."
Bro, I think this dude fell for a Asian baddie one time and it fucking altered his consciousness permanently. Like, he saw one Asian baddie and was like, these guys are not real. They're fucking aliens. Like, this is not, we can't let this happen. Okay? We can't let this ever happen again. We must stop because they are so fucking, they're the best. Like, it's just unstoppable.
Want to have that kind of thought in your mind. Okay, but lots of religions believe things that seem wild to outsiders, and plenty hate gay people and reject evolution. Still, bad, but let's talk about the whole anti-evolution shtick from Shen Yun. As it happens, in their effort to corrupt and possess humanity, those sinister aliens also invented technology, science, and ideas like evolution. These things, Li says, lead man away from Qigong and spiritual perfection by convincing them modern medicine can heal them, keeping their bodies and souls weak and vulnerable. Oh, and the aliens are also using modern science to clone humans so they can possess their soulless bodies, so there's that. The real trouble with all this is, well, the people Lee's basically killed with his teachings.
It's very cool that a big part of like the anti-China conspiracy theories have directly come from this cult, by the way. Very cool, very fun. So that like 90% of the time when you're talking to the average American about like China and they just come up with some insane fucking statement and you're like, what? Where did you hear that? It's these fucking guys. It has been directly planted in the collective consciousness of Americans from this psychopathic cult. Thank you, CIA. Job well done. Stop.
Back in 99, Beijing justified the crackdown with an estimate that Falun Gong had caused 1,400 preventable
organ
deaths
harvesting
and
shit.
suicides. Although real, reliable numbers are almost impossible to come by, thanks to the group's secrecy and their ongoing propaganda war with Beijing. Still, consider one Colleen May of Sydney, Australia. One day, she said to her daughter, quote, "I met these lovely people in the park, and they do meditation once a week, and I'm going to go down and do that with them." Soon, she stopped taking the medication for her high blood pressure. Subsequently hospitalized, Colleen pulled out her IVs and spat medicine back at the nurses,
Nice.
believing all along that to use it meant she wasn't a good enough believer in Lee. If only she could believe harder, he would use his powers to heal her. At 75 years old, she died of entirely preventable illness. In her daughter's words,
"It would have taken 2 tablets a day and she'd still be with us till..." I would always joke to people saying that Mum's going to outlive me.
even worse, Jonathan Lee, Falun Gong's spokesperson, rejected the notion Lee discourages the use of modern medicine, saying,
"Go to the hospital. There's nothing prevent me from going to a hospital."
Then, in the same breath,
"But in the meantime, because of Falun Gong, I don't need to go to the hospital."
In other words, Colleen was wrong to believe those things. And if she had been a better practitioner, she in fact would have remained healthy. If only she had believed harder. Consider also Zhenin Liu, who, like the many laborers behind Shen Yun and the Epoch Times, volunteered his time to Falun Gong, working on the construction of Dragon Springs, Lee's secretive and sprawling.
Oh, this is the other.
400-acre.
Yeah, if you guys thought this shit wasn't even, if you didn't realize, it gets way crazier. They also have a fucking compound in upstate New York.
Piker estate in upstate New York. While on the job,
I'm not gonna lie, I understand why Colleen May did what she did. Who amongst us doesn't want to be white Chinese, right? Part of the reason why she died, of course, was that she wasn't like a real white Chinese. I, on the other hand, am different. Like, I am white Chinese, and therefore I would not have died in this situation. But like, I get why she wanted to be white Chinese. You know what I mean? Like, I understand where it's coming from.
Job in 2008, Liu fell from a structure and died. Under normal circumstances, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, would launch an investigation into such a tragedy. Were proper precautions observed, and was Liu even qualified for this work? But Liu had been a volunteer worker, a Falun Gong practitioner from Toronto, and OSHA can only investigate employee deaths and injuries. Moreover, Liu's own family, thanks to Falun Gong's beliefs about spinning wheels and modern medicine, refused an autopsy.
And this is what gets at the core of Li's character, what makes him and his movement so nefarious. Liu had been engaged in dangerous work, building Li a massive compound, a monument to the greatness of the religion he'd built for no pay. And his total sacrifice met with no accountability from those who had used him. Because built into Falun Gong, its doctrine, its formal structures, is Li's exceptionalism. His superiority to everyone else, Falun Gong practitioner or otherwise. In Li's own condescending words, quote, "You can think of me as a human being."
Consider the Tiananmen Square incident, when 5 people set themselves on fire in an act of terrible.
Branch heads of Falun Gong, Hassan, and blessed couples. You may be interested in looking into Mike Chen, Strictly Dumpling, and his wife, who was blessed by Li Hongji himself. Mike Chen, Strictly Dumpling, and his wife. I don't know who is that, like a YouTuber?
Extraordinary devotion. Li was across the globe, safe from any retribution, any repression. And when he was called upon to respond, he didn't honor the fallen believers. He didn't even acknowledge their pain. And
Mike Chen, Falun Gong. Oh my God. Mikey Chen. It says on his Wikipedia that he's fucking Falun Gong. This guy is...
In the ocean, there's shrimp, there's...
This guy's Falun Gong? Or no, not this guy. Is this the guy? What did you say his name was? Strictly Dumpling? Oh, it is this guy. He's a travel food YouTuber. I used to watch all of his stuff, and I found out he's in the Falun Gong. If you go to his subreddit, it's literally people just shitting on him. You know, it's actually surprising that like a lot of a lot more Americans than you would think are anti-Falun Gong. It is like people make jokes about Shen Yun and stuff in places that I would have never expected. And I don't know if it's just because they thought it was like a weird, lame art thing or because they recognize it's kind of like Scientology. But it's interesting. Like your parents are not safe from this shit, for the record. Like you're 100%. Like this cult is so perfect for... This cult is so fucking perfect for Americans. The important things in my life. Falun Gong. Oh my God. I work a lot on YouTube, but I consider raising awareness of human rights issues in China the most important things that I do. Thanks for watching.
This parade right here is why I'm in San Francisco today. Like I mentioned on many of my channels before, I practice a Chinese meditation exercise called Falun Dafa or Falun Gong. And Falun Gong is a Qigong practice or meditation exercise kind of similar to Tai Chi. And when this meditation practice started in China in 1992, it became incredibly popular because so many people were getting healthier.
Links, stop organ harvesting. TheEpochTimes.com. StopOrganHarvesting.org. This is why chatters are making the organ harvesting jokes, by the way, for those of you who don't know. If you have ever heard like the Chinese government is like arresting people and harvesting their organs, like that's Falun Gong.
Instead, Li just disowned them. They had set out to prove their devotion. Yet all they achieved was to intensify the crackdown and, perhaps worse, expose their divine leader as uncaring and oblivious to their suffering.
This story isn't meant to excuse the atrocities the CCP still regularly commits against religious minorities. In fact, the sins of the party were the subject of our previous video on the origins of Falun Gong. Instead, we mean to highlight the similarities between these mortal enemies, Li and the CCP. Each victimizes the same group of people, the innocent followers of Falun Gong, who deserve neither to be sent to re-education camps.
I mean, I can't even hate on him because he's like more pro-China than the average lib. Like he unironically is pro-China. He's anti-China, but he's also weirdly pro-China. Maybe my brain is so distorted, but an anti-China YouTuber will take what Falun Gong is doing and describe it as like a brave religious movement unjustly maligned by the fucking scary communists. He at least says they're crazy and then says they're maligned by the scary Chinese communists. But he spent most of the video being like, these are not good guys. And it's actually good that the Chinese government kind of dealt with them. Like, Drew Pavlov is the average fucking anti-China hawk, okay? That's the liberal. He's an unironic Dengist. Stop organ harvesting in China. I agree. This is like the anti-Hasan. This is like the anti-Hasan propaganda where they like go so hard on the anti-Hasan propaganda that the average person's like, I don't think that's real. Okay? The claims that you're making are so exaggerated that like the average person goes, I don't know if I agree with you, especially because you're so sweaty when making this like insanely exaggerated claim. That's how I feel about my haters too. Like imagine a random incredibly sweaty dude, incredibly greasy dude walks up to you in public and is like, Hamas, Diddy, Epstein, Piker, Hasanabi, like just starts vomiting out these words. You're gonna be like, what are you? Get away from me. That's how I feel about the Epoch Times style guys as well.
Nor to be educated by a master who persuades them to die of preventable illness. Moreover, each abuses the same.
Dude, do you not care about organ harvesting? Stop making light of this. Don't spread lies about Falun Gong. I've already sunk too much cost into them. Dude, do you not care about organ harvesting? Stop making light of this extremely serious situation. You're right. I read you were pro-cancer because of your Biden take. I wonder which community was making that argument. Couldn't be the fucking content creator who recently attacked a cancer charity stream that I conducted. Couldn't be that guy, right? Mr. Pro-Cancer last week, but now that Biden has it, he's all of a sudden realized he's anti-cancer again, you know? And also falsely smearing me as being...
for the same reasons, in a quest for control. Just as the party demands devotion to Marxism and social conformity, so too Lee demands of his followers extraordinary devotion to him. It is this total...
It becomes a lot less funny real quick when there's a family member that starts talking about Falun Gong, Falun Dafa.
approach to religion, which insists that only the teachings of Li Hongzhi, not modern science, not human equality, not even a democratically legitimate government like America's, has any authority at all that leads people to devote their labor and their lives to Li, to light themselves on fire in Tiananmen Square, to die building the great master an enormous monument.
Okay, I don't know what. Okay, whatever. Shouts out Falun Gong. Shouts out Epoch Times. Anyway, shouts out to the chatters. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow. I'm tired. I need to pee. I'm so goddamn tired. Holy shit. Did 8 hours and 30 minutes today, okay? So you better fucking recognize the amount of time I put into this today. Peace, everybody. Love you all, and see you tomorrow.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, the sudden streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC.